What is up, guys? Welcome to the Transparency. Want to first give a shout out to both Ray and the Custody Queens, as well as Ron. Um, Kudos to all three plus Ron. No, all four of them. Uh, that was a very long interview. I thought it should have been long. So I think that anything less than that, honestly, when you talk about the how long this case was, the material, you could have probably like 5 more 3.5 hour, episodes. So again, welcome to Truth and Transparency. My name is Lana and I'll be your host. This is the Idaho4 Cy Ray's only post-plea interview recapped here, followed by probably the most important thing that we're going to do this summer, which is the EWU battle with Moscow police / city for public access. And so, but I want to give a shout out right here. Sarah has done a fabulous job compiling and making an amazing spreadsheet for everybody that's following the public records quest. We at this channel began serving public records requests on the city, on Moscow, in November and December of 2022. We have filed well over 50 to 100 public records requests. When I say it like that, in each request, each item that you are seeking is its own request. And so when you actually go back and you count all the requests that we've done to the transparency, and I say we, and I mean we are well over like 10 times the amount that EWU has gone after. No doubt about it. We are going to talk about the EWU stuff after I discuss Cy Ray, because it's the most important thing I believe that will happen this summer. And everything that we've been fighting for on this channel is for transparency, is so that we can get the documents, not just the documents, but interviews if they're audio, video recorded, and to put out the information so that there is no wishy-washy. There is no, hey, this is just what it is. And there is no more of this, I can spin it. This will actually help the people that Jennifer Drake's law firm is actually trying to protect, they say. So you guys got to stick around for this, because it's really truly going to blow you away with the latest arguments that Catherine Barrington, or whatever her name is, Beredington, whatever her name is, one of Jennifer Drake's attorneys, filed a 31-page response. Whoever wrote this, her name's up on there on the left. I don't give a shit who wrote it. She's on it. I cannot believe, literally cannot believe what was wrote in those 31 pages. And I just know that I possess the knowledge, the personal knowledge of this case, and there is no rewriting history. Their arguments are trying to rewrite history, and we're not going to do that. We're not going to allow that. So, but we're going to get to that after the Cy Ray and Custody Queen's interview. But it's very, very important. Everything that is going on in the EWU suing of Moscow for these public records. I mean, it's so important. Luckily for us, we're going to have our day to be heard. Because your girl is going fucking pro se. I don't give a shit. I have nothing to lose. We have nothing to lose. We're going pro se and intervening. Because we got AI now. let's be real, right? No, it's because my interest in it and the independent journalism that I've done in it, 1000%. I have 75,000 people that this is why the majority of those 75,000 people have joined and became a subscriber of this channel is because of the Idaho4 case. And they come here for the documents, not sensationalism. Okay? They come here for the interviews, the documents, the public records. We started that. And we're going to make sure that everybody knows that. We started that when we went out and got the body-worn camera of the officers that went there for the noise complaints. Everything, nothing was blurred. Nothing was blurred. We didn't sensationalize shit. We didn't make little clips. You know who did that? Mainstream media did that. We played the videos in their entirety. We played them without any commentary. And then we would have separate lives where there was talks about those records. But those were public records requests. And not a single person was blurred out. And nothing was redacted other than birth dates, things that should be redacted. I am sick and tired of seeing that a surgical stroke is not being used and a broad brush is. And that's against anything to come with public records. You are supposed to be using a surgical hand to make your surgical redactions, not a broad brush. We're going to be citing cases that have been so influential in our time. The George Floyd case, we're going to be citing Watergate. We're going to be citing the leaks. There is no way in hell that you can honestly balance the test of the public's right to know and think that there is not, the public has a right to know, is outweighed by the potential privacy of an interview that was a pertinent interview. The only reason you were interviewing people was for pertinent reasons, as testified to under the pains and penalty of perjury by Officer Payne. The only people that are trying to protect themselves by acting and gaslighting the courts and acting like they're trying to protect the people is the questioning of these investigators. That's what the redactions are for. The embarrassment. You don't get to have a plea deal to think that that's going to stop getting, the records out. And then, hey, after the plea deal, hey, now we're going to go ahead and hide behind different parts of the public records statute and when it comes to exemptions. Because, baby, guess what? I have proof. And I'm the only one that has it, that I can prove the same records that we requested through ODP. I got those. Paid good money for them, over $400. The same request was put upon the Moscow Police Department. The Moscow Police Department was the ones that provided ODP the records for their federal money that they were receiving. Okay? These records should mirror each other, literally mirror each other. But guess what? They don't. You want to know why? Because Moscow Police Department, when I put that request in, they wanted $2,300 for the request. How did we get them all the way down to over $300, $373? That's $2,000 difference. How? Because we can provide proof that they were overcharging for a reason so that you would be deterred from going for the record. Then we showed that, no, you can't do this with this. There does not need to be 13 hours dedicated to a lawyer who was supposed to just supply these 40 pages. If there was an audit tomorrow, you have to turn these over. Nothing needs to be redacted because these are the records for this grant. Well, guess what they did? They asked Eric Warner, who is in charge of the grant, hey, Xerox these so we can send them in a PDF on over to the the person that's requesting these. How come there was 2 very, very important pieces of paper missing from the request, from the records rather, of my request? They weren't missing from ODP. ODP got the information from the Moscow Police Department because that's how you have to report it. I told you we toe tagged them. The 2 pieces of paper from the request that were missing was of the night of the fucking murder. And it was to hide. It was to hide the material. Then when we call them out for it, they said that they could not find those records. They had no idea. We did not say, oh, we got them from ODP and you're missing these. We just simply said that your records response was not inclusive of all the material. And they said that that those documents that I'm looking for do not exist. And that they had to recreate them. And so they make up a record. Oh, you can just make records up? So like, for example, if you didn't do something that was required of you, or you did it and you just can't find it, in the Idaho4 murder case, did you make a new report to actually recreate the document? Why wouldn't you have hit up ODP and said, hey, do you have a copy? Why don't you look at your emails that you sent them? They just created a new record. And by doing so, they literally just went in and made a new document. And that's what they tell us that they did. Excuse me? No, the reason that it's really important of that specific document was because of how it was created. And that it was created and then things were deleted. And ODP has the proof in their records that names were deleted from working that night. So we are going to get very, very loud about this, but EWU doesn't possess anything that we have. I gave EWU a chance. I reached out to their lawyer and I reached out to the Amy girl that wrote her declaration. I reached out to them in May of 2026. I was just reviewing because I'm making my exhibits right now because we're coming in hard. We are coming with exhibits. We have a right to be heard, and we have a right to intervene on this for judicial economy, because otherwise we're just going to be doing this all over again because we're going to file our own. So do you want to, and I'm willing to go in shorthanded with only 3 weeks to prepare because we've been preparing for fucking 4 years. I know this case inside and out, and I know that I can oral argue it, and I don't need all the case law in the world to be able to, I just need the opportunity to be heard. If I have the opportunity to be heard, I will be able to oral argue the positions that the city has taken that contradict everything that has gone on in this case. And these conclusory statements are exactly the broadness that we are talking about. Just like Cyray, this overwhelming evidence, but couldn't name a thing. Those days are done. We have all the case law in the world behind what we're about to go do. I had people, I want to give a shout out to some lawyers that were out there. They were like, Lana, we want to help you in this. They can only help if they can get on a ticket to be pro se. I would need a lawyer in Idaho. I don't trust anybody in Idaho. In fact, the only people that I do trust would be people that probably have a conflict of interest in this case. So we are going to be talking about everything to do with this because they took a nice little shot at YouTubers in their little 31 fucking pages. And I think it's hilarious. So here we go. So again, Sarah D. Irish, you can check her out on Twitter. She's been around hella long. She's always over here. She goes in and out of, all the different chats. Just want to say thank you for putting this together. And then give a shout out to all of my mods and other subscribers and members of this channel. We've been working behind the scenes and we're going to get shit done. So here we go. Now, Lana, what's your take on the interview? Well, like I said, kudos to all 4 people. A lot of time went into it. And you could see that. I mean, 3.5 hours, it kind of like flew by. That's the first thing I thought when I looked down. I was like, holy shit. I couldn't even believe that it was like, when I looked the first time, it was like 6:30. And it started at my time 4. And I was like, oh my God. Like it was already, it was 2.5 hours. So let me go ahead and bring this up. And then it stayed on for, another hour. So let's go ahead and bring up Custody Queens off the clock. I hope to actually have them on because I want to know their take on, how it went. Like I want to interview the interviewers. So here we go. Again, if the mods can drop the link in chat for the Custody Queens YouTube channel. So again, Kristen, Sam, Cy, Ron, thank you so much for your time.
Time of running the company that did the cell phone tracking. And then
okay, so the first thing I wanted to point out is that Cy was in a 5-year non-compete, and I was marking down the day or the year rather that this was sold.
The last 5 years since selling that company, I've lost count. I've probably testified about 150 times, maybe a little bit more now, as a subject matter expert on one particular thing or another. But I'm very familiar, obviously, with the cell phone side, but I'm also very familiar with the criminal investigation side specifically.
Okay. So they opened it up for Cy just to basically like recap for him his background, which to lay the foundation of if you're walking onto this channel, like who is Cy? What did he do? You know what I mean? Tom Slavinsky is the reason that Cy Ray got involved in this case. Tom calls Cy. Couldn't tell him obviously about what case it was because of the whole, non-dissemination and they want to say the gag order, whatever. And Cy made an interesting statement to say that so he didn't know what case it was until after. Okay. And I find that hard to believe. The only reason I find that hard to believe, maybe him talking to Tom and him saying, yeah, I'll help you with this case. So that part, he's saying yes to this, this dude, right? But when he would have known before he signs anything that what case it is, right? I mean, if Ann Taylor is reaching out, because how that would work is it's like a peer reviewer. So Tom's over here because Ann hits Tom up. Tom's going to be her data geolocation expert, right? And she's providing, and what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to work together and say, okay, here, look at this. Like, what is this? And so he's seeing all of these like totally whack, like basically documents, right? Or he's asking for things and telling her to ask for things, and then they're not saying that they have them, things like that, where then it's like, you want somebody to peer review your brain, basically. Am I seeing this weird? Am I totally missing something here? So that's my understanding of how Cy Ray got involved. Now, FBI CAST has been on the radar for a lot of people that have been in this industry, as far as you guys are fudging what the CAST says. So leading up to this case, going and testifying and acting like the data is saying something that it's not, that was something that was occurring. And so if it's something that's occurring and you see it, and here's a case where, well, we can catch them red-handed doing exactly what we've been saying that they're doing. That's why I believe Cyree came in on this case. That's my personal take, is because of the cast and FBI agents and going in and having that name, hey, we're the FBI. You have so much sway with a jury when you're going in as an expert and saying, I'm with the FBI. And now listen to my testimony.
Particularly as it relates to homicides. So it's kind of a very condensed Reader's Digest version, if you will.
Okay, great. And you've testified in both state and federal.
First and only case I've ever testified on behalf of the defense, or that I actually did work on the case on behalf of the defense. There's other times that I've been compelled to do things with the defense, but this was the first time I actually testified as a defense expert. I was retained as a defense expert to testify.
Okay, and you were retained in October of 2023?
Okay, so this is my question then. Why couldn't Cyree just be a consultant with, if like, bring him as a consultant with Tom and say, and him, you know, because but he doesn't have to testify, but he can basically peer review Tom's work, because basically Tom found it. That's why he's hitting up Cyree. You understand? Ann Taylor doesn't know Cyree. Ann Taylor didn't call Cyree. Tom Slavinsky called Cyree because he created the software, right? And they have a good working relationship, clearly. So, so that would have been my question is why couldn't you just consult? If this was, especially if this was like a moral thing, like, but hey, yeah, no, what you're saying is right. And then maybe we'd have to say like, well, Tom isn't as good as me. I don't know. But I would also think that don't give them a chance with the whole Colorado case if you thought that they were going to try to use that ever against you. Tom Slavinsky doesn't have that mark on him. So why not just consult? And also remember, you do not have to disclose to the prosecution, okay? You don't have to turn over any evidence to them. Whatever you ever find and whatever, you know, an expert would ever tell you, that's why there's actually a separate, you know, everything that Ann Taylor is fighting for right now is all about, she has to go to a different judge that is allocating money to be spent on X, Y, and Z, okay? The prosecution doesn't know about any of that. That's why all of that is sealed, and Ann Taylor's working specifically with, basically I call it the money judge. Okay. When you want to get experts or whatever the hell that is that you need, and you need to go, because again, Brian's on the dime of the state. Okay. So that's very important to understand. And yep, in order to give Cyree any of the discovery, you know, or Tom to share with him whatever he was given, right? And to go through it, you have to get that approved. Remember when Judge said anybody that's going to be brought in on your team, who the investigators are, who the experts are, like it's supposed to be tracked on who's getting what. Because this all goes back also to the Dateline leak.
Closer to November. I think the first time I got a call, but I didn't know what case it was on because of the gag order. I received a call from another expert who was looking for a peer review of this.
Right there, peer review. Right there. Peer review. He was looking for, Tom Slavinsky is looking for peer review.
But because of the gag order, he couldn't get into details of the specific case. So I agreed to do this case without knowing what case it was. And then a couple weeks later, that the documentation on the gag order and kind of got up to speed that, oh, it's that case.
Gotcha. Okay. And is that Tom Slavinsky?
Correct.
Okay. All right. And
Okay, so I would have asked, well, how do you and Tom know each other? How did Tom know to call you? Like, what's that relationship? Okay, when you say to peer review, so Tom had already done a bunch of work in the case and already spotted like some serious problems. You see what I'm saying? Like, that's right there. That's a follow-up that I wish I could have been in like an earpiece, because I thought Sam did a fabulous job. Okay, with like really being clear and concise and trying to rope in like the, okay, hey, we're bringing you back to reality over here. But when somebody goes on and on with their answer, that gives time for the questioner to forget even what the fuck we were talking about.
And then, so once you signed, I'm assuming, the confidentiality, you jumped on the case, you started to get into the case. What was your scope or retention like?
There you go. So how I would have asked that though is, okay, so she says it right there though. What was your scope? Like, what were you brought in for? Why is Anne bringing you in? So for peer review, you had to also be brought in on the non-disclosure, right? So if you were just supposed to be checking Tom's work, right? What did that entail? And I can tell you that Cy goes to the house, and he goes to the house right before it's torn down. And he is there. You can see a picture of him because the media caught it, but nobody knew who anybody was. You can see his hat though. And he has a device with him, and it was to start doing drive tests. Okay. And again, one should ask themselves, well, so he's just peer reviewing. So did Tom already do a drive test? You get what I'm saying? Like, this is where I would be like nerding out, because I want the very, very integral details, because I think it matters in the grand scheme of things to show why would you do any and all of this. And as you're doing this, right, if you're going to truly investigate this case, and did Ann Taylor even bring you in that type of a capacity to say, hey, I want you to sit down and let's go back to the beginning, right? Because there was a very important question that was asked, and I was begging for it to be asked, and it is what is your understanding of officers that were working that night that were labeled plainclothes officers? Do you even know about this? And he did not. That then domino effect should tell you one of the most important things about his overwhelming evidence here is that on 11/15, 2 days after the murder, one of those officers that was working plain clothes wrote up a report. And in the report, he is assuming the position of being in the driver's seat of the looping white car that is this overwhelming evidence. On 11/15, he writes up a report. Have you ever seen this report? And in this report, he's assuming that he's a white car because he's talking about all the loops that they take. And I made the same path. And so, Cyree, you don't think it's odd that in the beginning they thought it was Jack D and he would have been on foot, right? And so then they need to have somebody that's taking on, hey, who could these other cars be? Because if this case was ever to be prosecuted right there, who's that type of thing? That if you were to prosecute Jack D, Jack D's defense is going to be like, no, look at this white car. And then the question should come out as to how did Jacob Tisdall in the team, why would Jacob Tisdall lie and say that he's doing that when he actually did not? Because he did not do that, right? If that's Brian Kohlberger's car, then Jacob Tisdall lied in his report. We know that he lied. How do we know that? Because he lied about when he was at Banfield and when he left. And he lied to keep himself at Banfield longer so that he could not be the car on Indian Hills Drive. Do you understand that? He leaves at 3:19. He writes in his report that he did not close out that until 3:32. That is absolute blasphemy. But guess what that makes sure? That makes sure that you're not. Jacob Tisdall is basically, by writing that in your report, you are not being the car on Indian Hills Drive. But how do you even know that you need to do that? because Indian Hills Drive is not even fucking on the radar yet by anybody. So that was a very, very, and that comes later on. But to me, if you're going to make a list here, so we just blew up the white car, the whole overwhelming, because I'm assigning it to the undercovers, because the undercovers assigned it to themselves on November 15th. So the girls were like, what's your top 5? Well, we just blew up number one beside, I mean, you can say that's number 2 if you want to say the DNA on the sheath, right? So keep track here. We just blew up and have been blowing up that. So that's gone. That's not overwhelming. And in fact, it looks like the undercovers know a lot more and the police department knows a lot motherfucking more.
In that case.
Yeah, and this is probably, I probably left something out in my background that I should have included that I think you guys find very relevant, is from about 2010, it started in 2008, but by 2010, it was really rolling. I was teaching investigative methodologies for cell phone mapping geolocation to law enforcement. In 2014, I started the first subject matter expert certification course for state and local law enforcement. It was the first one in the nation to do that. Today, there's about 200 subject matter experts that have been certified within the court as a subject matter expert in geolocation as a result of taking that course. The idea of me receiving a phone call from another expert doing a peer review, it's kind of like a Tuesday. It was not a big deal. And the majority of times when I get those type of calls, I'll look at a case, I'll make a couple corrections, I'll give some advice, and I'm out. I really don't get involved with the case.
Exactly. Now here, this is really, really important information. I really don't get involved in the case because he's asking me a couple questions. He wants me to look at something. Hey, you got to take a look at this, man. Again, talk about the relationship then that Tom Slavinsky would have had with Cy Ray, right? Hey, you need to look at this. This is nuts. Okay. But I can't tell you about the case because I'm on a strict NDA, and then the courts have, a non-dissemination, blah, blah. And if you also think about it, since he wasn't contacted until October, it wouldn't correlate with Cy. That's almost a year later. So he doesn't have an idea on what case it could be. But now if he was a contact, let's say like January or February, right after the arrest of Brian, that maybe he could think that. So I totally believe that he had no idea what case it was. 1000%. Like there's no doubt about it. So if anybody thinks that's, I don't believe that at all.
And I fully did believe when I first was contacted on this case, this would be the same. I had every reason to believe that when I saw the work product, if anything, there's a few minor issues, point those out, and I move on. I have nothing to do with this madness.
Okay, so what then you would say, like, why wasn't it like that? Like the whys weren't like, he would say whatever, and then there was nothing to say like why. And I'll show you that that's the only thing that I see here in this entire interview. And like I said, I was like, it's all going to be about these follow-ups. The follow-up question was going to be everything.
What got you sucked?
Was there anything?
Oh, Ron.
Oh, sorry. Was there anything, Cy, that was telling you morally, ethically, or any other reason to?
So right there, Ron basically, and this is why it's so hard to do 3 people asking one person a question. Ron had it. That was the follow-up. So what? And then he had it, and then Kristen went, and then so we'll see if it goes back to Cy. But Kristen basically knew what he was kind of getting at, because he said, well, but I wanted to know, fuck morally, fuck any of that. When you saw what you saw, but like I said, you have to back it up. So when Ann Taylor wants to bring you in on the case, did you sign the NDA before she was like, hey, this is the case? How did that work? I want to know that. And he may say, I can't talk about that because that's part of the NDA. And then I would just be saying, well, why the fuck are you talking at all? And he knows that I would say that. Okay. There's no fucking secrets here. Okay. If there were secrets here, I wouldn't be doing lives about this. And by the way, love Cy and love Carrie to death. All right. That's never going to change because of, how I see something and how he sees something. I believe that I have way more of the material than he does. And you're always going to be, you're more knowledgeable when you have more of the material. And it's just, and he states it. That's why I was very, very adamant when I was in chat writing, you need to ask him what he was given. And of course, over the course of the investigation, did that ever change? Were you then, because Ann Taylor's over here getting discovery. think about this. She's getting discovery every fucking, a month or two, right? And she put in over 400 requests. She had 25 supplemental requests, but within each filed request, supplemental request, there was multiple, sometimes hundreds of individual requests, which was making up that filing. And if you go and you actually lay it down the math here, so when Cy comes on, Ann Taylor hardly had shit. If you think about it, right? Because what are they doing this whole time? They're holding everything back. All right. And they're not providing any of the information. And that's just not the data that he was asked to come in on. That's like a lot of the other stuff too. Because when you read the reports of all these 15 other experts that were involved in this case, there is not a single person that's writing a report saying, I have all the material. In fact, they're saying, I have no expert opinions of the opposite side, and I have no idea what they're going to testify to.
Take this case or become an expert. And I think it's important to note that you were not paid for any work that you did on this case, including reimbursements. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, there's something to be said there that, I had to travel to Moscow a number of times. I covered all my own costs. I've spent thousands of dollars of my own money. And the only reason I bring that up is I hear a lot of things that, I was in this for the money. I've never been paid a dime on this. I refuse to be paid by the defense on this case. And that's not uncommon. Some people might be saying, well, why would he do that? The overwhelming majority of cases that I've taken on, I haven't been paid on. I would say probably close to 60 to 70% of my expert testimony in court is not paid testimony necessarily. So it's actually very common because I have.
Okay, so this is the rant that this went on when the question should have stayed with, why did you take it on? Why wasn't this like any other case where you're just looking at something, and then, whoop, on with the next?
Student
called and said, hey, can you look at this? I think you met with Ann. Was there anything in your gut that was telling you not to take the case or the other way, vice versa?
I would be lying if I didn't say there was a moral dilemma. I've always been a prosecution witness, and that is mainly because I've always been part of the investigative effort to bring forth charges.
Okay. Now, this is where I have a problem. Just because you were to sign this NDA and sign everything to do with then under the gag and all of that, you are under no obligation to do anything. You are under no obligation to testify. This is for you to look at the material. Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, Cy. That's what I'd be saying. So how does it get to that you were like, put me in this type of a role?
Not necessarily defend a case. So it wasn't necessarily by design or choice. It was more by that's just the role that I played in the past. Initially.
I also would have probably asked since Tom Slavinsky did all this work and he wanted you to peer review this, was he wrong or was he right? Because that's so important. And the answer is that Tom Slavinsky was fucking right. Tom Slavinsky did a ton of shit here and figured out a ton of shit here. That he went to Cy with it because it was so fucking nuts what I think that he found, right? And I just think that Tom Slavinsky should be getting some mad motherfucking props because Tom Slavinsky wasn't scared. Tom Slavinsky say, oh, fuck, Ann, seriously, you want me to come in on this case? This motherfucker's so guilty. Tom Slavinsky was asked to do an expert job, to be unbiased, and to come in and look at the material. And what does the material tell you? I have a client that's telling me that he didn't do this, right? I have a client that's telling me that if you get my phone records or you get my phone, I had my phone with me. I always shut my phone off, but if I'm driving around because it's such a bad, it surfs you around or whatever, so then I'll turn my phone on at different times. I turn it off at different times, but I definitely had it with me. Whatever the hell Brian Colbert could have potentially ever told Ann, okay? She's going out and she's making these moves, and she went to Tom Slavinsky, and Tom Slavinsky found shit.
Like I said, I didn't feel like I would have a very big role in the case. I would have just some minor, edits and be out of it. when I saw the scope, and probably a better word is the magnitude of what was happening in this case, yes, I did feel a moral obligation. You know, I've spent the better part of my career, and I can easily say the last 15 years, really trying to establish geolocation as a scientifically sound and reliable methodology that can be used in court. We have solved an incredible, and I say we, I'm talking, you know, law enforcement community in general.
So why couldn't Tom Slavinsky do that? So all you're going to be doing is backing Tom Slavinsky's work.
Has solved a lot of really heinous, critical crimes using geolocation information. So it's important that we show that it's reliable. It can be.
The reason that it's important to talk about Tom, you guys, is because this is just another person, right? You're agreeing with somebody that found this. This isn't, you didn't, you know, come up with this on your own, which bolsters the initial find.
Upheld. In this case, it was very quick summary that I realized I was dealing with a case where the end result justified the means, and therefore.
Right there. I cannot believe that he said that comment.
I realized I was dealing with a case where the end result justified the means, and there.
I was dealing with a case where the end result justified the means. I would have said, like, wait. Are you saying that that's what the prosecution is basically looking at their case? Are you saying that you're looking at a case where you feel that the end result justified all of the violations of all of our rights? Why wouldn't you be looking at this case as, what are they hiding? Why did they go about this? They cannot be this fucking dumb to do this with all eyes watching. Why would that be your go-to, that it was just like, I see what they did here? To them, it was, we're going to find this bastard at any cost. So the end result justifies every mean that we're going to go about it. And wait, how did you determine that? When somebody was literally lying about where somebody was with their phone and the car and all this shit to actually make probable cause to ever get his DNA? Not only just to get his DNA, you guys, fuck all that. To build this fake circumstantial case. I'm over here immediately wanting to know who the fuck is involved with this, because this can't be their first rodeo. Because this is some fucking all eyes are on you when you motherfuckers are doing this. Dude, you got some balls. Like, let me tell you, who's involved in this? What cases have they done? What's his name? Nick Balance? Okay, who's the other guy? Kennedy? Okay, who else? Bill Thompson? Ashley Jennings?
Therefore, yeah, there was a moral obligation of a standard that I felt that I had taught and put out there for law enforcement, and spent a lot of time in court showing the scientific, reliability of it was being challenged or was at stake. And that's a ripple effect that, impacts the entire criminal justice system, not just a case in Idaho. And that was the.
And so his moral also dilemma here is he's also wanting to back the fact that, what are you guys doing? You're ruining, this shit could ruin what the hell we all put together. Specifically him. Right? So he also had he felt morally obligated to defend essentially his work and what he built. But I'd be asking the questions like, who the fuck do these people think they are? And what's truly going on here? Because you got some balls to do this in front of, thank you so much, Freebird, when all eyes are watching. The nation is watching. This is one of the most controversial, you have a wide manhunt for 6 or 7 weeks, right? Nationwide manhunt, allegedly, supposedly. You guys, I'm going to get all to these at the end, if you could just bear with me, because I just want to keep it moving. But I don't think that I'm not appreciative at all. I'm going to go through all of them at the end. Otherwise, I just got to keep the flow. So if you want to even just wait till the end, you know what I mean? Like I'm just so appreciative, and I just don't want to not get to the things that you wrote and the donation. And I call it a tip, actually. Tip your motherfucking bartender, baby. Woo woo. Okay. So I'm over here, and there's just never going to be, I don't ever have to explain myself in a way like this. I feel like, you guys, I believe in the Constitution. I believe in our constitutional rights. I believe that everybody is innocent until proven guilty. Okay. Except if you record yourself committing crimes and put them out on the internet. I mean, I think you've proven that you've done some things. But that does not take away your constitutional rights, period. So for me, if you just stick within that, right? That's the frame for me. That's what I believe in. I believe in that if somebody is willing to do all these things, we have to ask the question, why? And it needs to be exposed. And if it means that innocent or that guilty people, I guess, go free, then guess what? Guilty people go free. Because we need better people in these powerful positions that we, the people, are giving this power to. I mean, Karen Reed did a huge ass amazing PR campaign, and we can honestly question the fact that did Karen Reed get to walk? You know, maybe she's guilty. Because think about it. Truly think about it.
Moral obligation, if you will.
Ron, you got a question?
Yeah, you got kind of two levels of the participation in the investigation here. You've got what was done by the local law enforcement, and then you've got what was done by the FBI. What was it that drew you in, that led you to say, this is bigger, I need to be part of this. This is a bigger issue or bigger problem than I initially thought?
Great question, Ron. And it kind of like, he had to like word a little bit differently because it had been so long since we, remember his follow-up was right after what Cyree said. Okay. And so I give Ron so much credit right here. Like, seriously, shake it. He was able to know where he was. And this is really important in a lawyer, if you want a really good attorney, that when someone's on the stand and you're questioning them and they want to be non-responsive, okay, you can either interject and say, Your Honor, objection, non-responsive. Okay. My question was this, and I need you to focus on my question. And so Ron, you just got to give him props for what he just did right here. What made this different? Why is this different?
Boy, that's a loaded question.
It is a loaded question. It's a fucking great question. And actually, it was a great follow-up right after what you said, though. And he knows it is. Right there, like, man, that's a loaded question. So let's hear.
Yeah, the entire investigation, you'll have to interrupt me at
See, I just wish it would have been like, hey, we're going to look at your report here. These are the things that you said that you were given. Like, this is what you had. Is this accurate? You get what I'm saying? Like, and so here for me, I want to know, in other cases, why wouldn't it be like this? Why wouldn't there be an email wrote and say, hey, I think that there's a problem here. We have it as X, Y, and Z on these towers or whatever. Like, why aren't we trying to correct a problem? You know what I mean? If everybody's in the pursuit of justice and truth, right? And hold on, I just want to grab it. Okay, here we are. Cyree. interpretation of a drive test and mapping supplied by the state, analysis of call detail records, geolocation data review and analysis, opinions regarding the FBI cast draft, cast report, and final cast report. It is anticipated that Mr. Ray may testify in the following areas. And that's it. Okay? So, those, if you're only going to be testifying in those areas, right? Mr. Slavinsky voiced some concern as to the accuracy of the data and the ability to verify it. I explained to him I would need to review the raw data in order to to provide an opinion to the accuracy of the data. Mr. Slavinsky stated he would speak with the defense attorney to see if it was possible for me to view the data. Over the course of November of 2023, I was granted access to evidence that was in the possession of the defense. You're going to be asked on the stand what that evidence was by the state. Mr. Ray, it says in your report here that you were provided that was evidence that was in the possession of the defense. The evidence I reviewed, you said, was mainly in reference to call detail records, mobile device forensic extracts, mobile device geolocation data, police reports, drive test and FBI cast report, timelines, surveillance video, and financial records. So I just have to clear some things up. Mr. Ray, when you say timelines, was that work product of the defense? When you say surveillance videos, was that Moscow-based, Washington-based, Pennsylvania-based? How many different videos do you think you viewed? Financial records. The defense gave you financial records of whom? The defendant? Every financial record that we obtained? Police reports. Now, police reports. Is that MPD? Idaho State Police? Did you view any WSU police reports? The answer to that is no, because we got that out at the last question when I begged Kristen. I was like, please ask him what report is of Brian Culber's name from WSU, because there is none. Absolutely not a single one. And guess what Ray said? He has never seen one. So he was told that about this November 29th, 2022 bullshit. And I knew that, but we needed to make sure, because I need to see that fucking report. So the evidence that you reviewed was mainly in reference to call detail records, mobile device forensic extracts. Was that just the defendant? Whose were you provided? When were you provided? Were you all provided this at the same time? Was it broken off to you? Because your report doesn't list when you received this, except for just in November, I was granted access. You don't ever talk about the fact that you were granted access after November of 2023, right? Because you say, over the course of November of 2023, I was granted access to evidence that was in the possession of the defense. You don't ever say in your report ever again that you were granted access to anything else, correct? So we can only assume that anything that Ann Taylor was provided with after November of 2023, you didn't obtain, right? Well, no, that's actually not accurate. Because you obtained the draft. When did you obtain the balances final report, right? Or did he not have one at that time? But basically, he can answer this then. We need to know this. But based on this report, it's just, hey, in November, this is what I was granted with. And it was enough for you to see, though, right? Because I don't know why you would need to see financial records in order to look at call detail records. But they would get all of that cleared up. And it needs to be all cleared up. Because if you only received stuff up until November of 2023, there was nothing past that point, which I don't believe is the case. But if it is, do you know how much shit he didn't get? Ann Taylor, he testified in May of 2024. And I wanted to know what was the purpose of that. I don't know if you could talk about strategy here, but why weren't you asked and called to testify at the suppression hearing? Fuck the motion in limine hearing. We were trying to suppress stuff, but he brings it up and he says, hey, just like Karen Reed didn't suppress stuff because she needed to show how bad this investigation was, you don't suppress things because you have to show that to the jury.
A handful of times.
Yes and no. You want to suppress the fact that if they could not show the jury anything to do with 448, would you not agree that that is absolutely an amazing win for Brian Kohlberger? Because the only thing that is making you say that Brian Kohlberger, when he shut off his phone at 2:54 and he's on his home tower where his apartment is, the only thing that's suggesting that he left and drove somewhere or that he drove with someone else is whatever he potentially could have said, which is client attorney privilege, and the 448 phone data beginning. But if that never sees the day of light in a jury room, you would agree with me that that is a significant win for Mr. Kohlberger, correct?
And make sure that I'm defining for your audience certain terms that I'm using. I consider this case was ethically corrupt. And what I mean by that is the entire investigation. So where I understand your question of, hey, was it more?
Perfect. There it goes, guys. Give it up. Cyree, this case was ethically corrupt. Do you know what these lawyers sign when they take their oath? It's all about ethics. It's all about that moral, ethical compass that you have going on here, and that you are not going to ask questions upon a witness that you know is going to lead to a false narrative, false statements. You're never going to do that. Okay? You're never going to lie to the tribunal. The tribunal is the judge. You're going to have candor with the tribunal. Okay? There is no such thing. You're not going to commit misconduct. You're not going to do this. You're not going to do that. You're not going to do this. And you take that oath. And so Bill Thompson took that oath. Ashley Jennings took that oath. Jeffrey Nye took that oath. Hurwitz took that oath. Ann Taylor took that oath. Becca Barlow, Jay, Elisa Mathis took that oath.
On the state side, or was it more on the federal side where you're seeing the errors? The problem is the commingling of effort in this case was so tight. It was the entire case.
Okay. Thank you. Oh my God, Cy, when you did this, I'm like, thank you so much for saying this, because this is my argument with E-Woo. E-Woo, what the city of Moscow had put into a declaration by fucking Dollinger on the 10th of July. Cy, you need to see this shit. Dollinger, I'm going to quote it. Yes. So Cy is saying that this was such a commingling. Like, they're all working together, they claim, at the fucking MPD, right? We all remember this shit. No one's going to rewrite fucking history for us here.
A commingling, and your question of, hey, was it more on the state side or was it more on the federal side where you're seeing the errors? The problem is the commingling of effort in this case was so tight. It was the entire case. A couple bad decisions that were made.
It was the entire case, commingling. There is no separation here. Well, that's because Moscow never gave up jurisdiction. Moscow has jurisdiction. You know why? Because there's no federal, what federal crime did Brian Kohlberger commit? So it's so imperative to understand that. Now, check this shit out. Just literally days ago, like when I say days, I'm talking 7 days ago, this just drops. And this is, they had Dollinger fill out a declaration claiming, it says, why is this Timothy Smallridge? I don't need him. I need the other dude. Hold on. Maybe he's under the wrong one. Okay. Let's see what he's under. Okay. Don't need him. I need the other guy. This is really important. Fucking bastard. Okay. I, Anthony Dollinger, being first duly sworn upon oath, deposes and states. I have been employed with Moscow Police Department for 14 and a half years and have been a law enforcement officer for 19. Okay. In many cases, crime is committed in front of an officer or an eyewitness, and the resources to complete a full investigation are often handled by the initial responding officer and a backup officer or two. Damn it. Sorry, okay. He then says, oh, am I on the right one? Okay. I read the wrong one first. Through my career as a law enforcement officer, I have observed and most criminal investigations are handled by one agency. There are certain types of crimes that require assistance from an outside agency that employs officers or experts that have specialized training. Do you see that employs officers or experts that have specialized training or possesses special skills, such as the Idaho State Police, to assist with collection and processing of evidence at a homicide scene, fatal car crash, and lab testing. Like I just said, in many cases, crime is committed in front of an officer or an eyewitness, and the resources to complete a full investigation are often handled by the initial responding officer and a backup officer. The collection of evidence often includes interviews of the parties involved and anyone who may have witnessed the event. The records generated for a standard case will most often include a police report of the initial responding officer, a supplemental report from any backup officers, body cam footage, and dash cam footage from the officers who responded to the incident. And sometimes the case will also include witness statements, photos that may have been taken by the responding officer, and any evidence shared by the parties involved or witness. This standard investigation takes less than 1 day to a few days to complete, and then the case is forwarded to the jurisdictional prosecutor for consideration of charges and or prosecution if an arrest was made or a citation was issued. Now, the quadruple homicide that occurred on November 13th, 2022, claiming the lives of Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan, was nothing like a standard criminal investigation. There was no eyewitness to the murders who survived, and there was no clear suspect. MPD requested the assistance from Idaho State Police and the FBI, in addition to other outside agencies, throughout the investigation. Here is where you should all fall out of your seats. Each agency placed a significant amount of resources into assisting with the investigation, working around the clock to gather evidence, contact witnesses, gather surveillance video, write search warrants to obtain digital media and other evidence. Because we didn't know who committed the murders, anyone we interviewed was asked not only questions about the victims, but personal questions about themselves. Anyone we talked to was a potential person of interest until the evidence indicated otherwise. We collected DNA samples, cell phone data, photos, videos, and any other information from the people interviewed, where most were willing to share any information. They had to assist with the investigation, and that could help provide some insight into the activities of the victims and help identify who might be responsible. Due to unprecedented national attention this case received, so you're just right there telling on yourself on how the public has such a strong interest here, coupled with the lack of leads of who committed the murders, the FBI and ISP provided assistance that would be more akin to task force-like collaboration. Each agency took portions of the investigation and managed their own team using their own resources to conduct interviews, follow leads, gather evidence, conduct testing and examinations, and then share what they learned. That is a 1000% a fucking complete contradiction to what Cy Ray is just saying right here. The reason that Anthony Dollinger wrote this fucking declaration is so that they do not have to give up these reports, okay? And they're trying to explain it away now in a complete opposite of what they said when this was all going on. Co-locating. Everybody was at Moscow Police Department, right? What did he just say here? I cannot believe that Anthony Dollinger just said that so the FBI, they put like, hey, you guys are running that part of the investigation however the fuck you want. MPD, you guys are taking this part of the investigation. You guys are running it however the fuck you want because you got who's ever in charge there. FBI, same thing. Are you kidding me? That was never, not once, ever said under oath by Officer Payne. And Cy Ray is under the complete opposite assumption as well, right? Because he's saying as a whole, it was ethically corrupt, right? Because of all the, what he said?
On the federal level, so tight, it was the entire case. The problem is the commingling of effort in this case was so tight, it was the entire case. A couple bad decisions that were made on the federal level infected the entire investigation.
Okay, so right there, I would disagree. Because it began where? On 11/15, Jacob Tisdall is not part of the federal is not a federal agent. Jacob Tisdall wrote a report on 11/15 claiming to be the white car.
So I don't know that I can separate those two, and I know there's a lot of discussion about, is there a bad actor? Is this intentional or is it accidental? And I want to be really, really clear with something because I think a lot of people love to put things in my mouth or assume what I'm trying to say with certain things. I do not believe that there's anybody at Moscow Police Department that intentionally misled or misrepresented the case. I think they all.
And then this is what I would have said. Holy shit. Cy, I got to show you Jacob Tisdall's report. This report is 1000% misleading for the purpose of what? How could you possibly get all of this wrong? Why are you even writing a report? Who told Jacob Tisdall to write a report that has nothing to do with what he did in this case? Because he didn't respond to the scene. Why is he writing up a report about what he did? And why would it be in this Moscow case file and not just a case file of his own with every incident that he did? Like what is going on? Well, because he's a witness, Lana. Yes, he's a witness to what? He wants to witness and say, hey, I saw people what? Going into the home. There were people, I made three, he didn't say 3 loops. He said, every loop we made around, we did the same thing. We went this way, we did this, did it, and came back down and blah, 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 blah. And on one of them, right before the band field, right, I had seen people approaching the home. Well, do you know what time that would have been at? 2:52. Is there any cell phone movements from Kaylee Gonsalves or Maddie at 2:52? Because if they're just approaching the home, right, they still have to walk in the house. They have to go up the stairs. They have to go up another flight of stairs. How about Xana? How about Ethan? And yet he wants to then say that he does this, this stop and that it ends at 3:32, but it really ends at 3:19. And then we talk about that they went to identity Are you aware of any of this? And guess what? I know that he's not. And so you'd have to ask yourself is, why was Moscow Police Department lying on 11/15 in the police report? That's a bad actor.
Or out there doing the best of their ability. Now, if somebody wants to say, well, their abilities kind of suck, there's arguments there that I can't engage in because, yeah, things could have been done better.
And I love that because that's all I've been saying is that these people suck. They are fucking horrible at their jobs and everybody should be spraying it all over. And what's being prevented here with the public records is you are redacting things because there is ridiculous questions that are being asked that have nothing to do with the case, and that needs to be shown. We need to show what these investigators were asking these witnesses that is in no way probative in any way possible form to what y'all were doing. And we need to show how bad they were at their fucking job. Or we should be able to just show them doing their job, right? And let us go ahead and decide how we feel about it. You're redacting the questions that are being asked because of how crazy it is that what they're doing. And you're acting like it's to protect the privacy of a fucking witness, and it's not. And that's, you are redacting in bad faith. And we need an in-camera review with the evidence that I've compiled. We need an in-camera review of what the fuck what Moscow's been doing. Because they hid behind the plea deal to do the same thing so that people wouldn't get fired. So this case wouldn't get thrown out because everything's inadmissible. And now you're using the public records and having clowns over there at Lake City law firm writing and trying to rewrite history on what took place the past 4 years. And we're just not going to allow that. This is fucking crazy.
But I don't think there's intention.
There is intention. There's 1000% intention. And this is where I would have to give him, I'd have to go back. I want to debate you on that. Because then let's go to the next person, Blaker. When did you guys receive the police report? What's the date? I know when Blaker wrote the police report, but when was it discoverable for you guys that they turned over Blaker's police report that told Ann Taylor and the crew that he took his happy ass to fucking Texas? Because Leah Larkin was not engaged until July of 2023. Gabriela Vargas was not engaged until the beginning of August, maybe even in the middle of August. When did Ann Taylor discover that IgG was used? Because it wasn't from the disclosure, right, of the state at any point in time. But you can infer things when you're reading these reports, but we need to know when that fucking happened. So when did that happen? And guess what? This is all before you were ever brought in on this case, because you didn't come in until October. So you don't know anything about any of that. But when you were brought in, were you brought up to speed on any of that? Because don't you think that's relevant to understand the timeline of this case? And you call it in your book, there's as you say in your book, there's a timeline and then there's a crime investigation. And the timeline that I'm most concerned with is, when did the officers that were involved in this case, when did they know what? And if we go to your book here, we're going to turn to page, we're going to turn to page, I don't know, 3, 4. Timeline. Here we go. The digital shift. I have to bring out my. Here we go. Documenting artifacts on a timeline. Timelines describe sequence, not significance. A well-ordered timeline can still support a false understanding of behavior if it is constructed without reference to how a person normally lives, moves, communicates, and responds, right? Artifacts matter, right? Timelines matter, but neither deliver truth in isolation. Truth emerges when time, behavior, and context are evaluated together, right? So it was imperative for you guys to figure out and find out when these investigators knew what. And did you do work product in that field of understanding the timeline of when these officers knew what?
And it's very limited. So when I say at the federal level, I want to make it very clear. I'm not saying the federal involvement across the board, but at the federal level, there's a handful of decisions that were made by a small group of people that are terrible decisions. And they were intentional decisions. They knew what was at stake. They knew what was being risked. So, I think that.
Okay, no. What decisions? What decisions was made at the federal level? Because Brian Kohlberg gets arrested December 29th, but back it all the way up. December 19th is this supposed we learn about Brian Kohlberg for the first time because the feds tell that to Payne. So what decision? We have to go back further than that, don't we? We have to go back to the point of the matter is this was not a federal decision. Why did Bill Thompson employ the use of IGG? He's the person that has to sign off on saying yes to use it. Okay. Whose idea was it? Where was it born from? Well, it was born from when they took the sheath, right? And drove it to ISP by two people. The chain of custody is really questionable on that too, but we're not even going to get into that. Fuck that. And then it's over there at the lab, right? And so then they're able to develop a profile on the 18th or the 20th, and then the next thing you know, they're flying this fucker to Texas. That is not a federal decision. That was a Bill Thompson state prosecutor decision. So what federal decision are you talking about? The feds do not come in on anything, okay, until when? Until somebody makes the decision again to say, Othram, stop working on the product that I'm having you work on because the FBI is going to take over. Is that the decision you're talking about? Again, not a federal decision. This is a jurisdictional case that belonged with Moscow. It belonged to Bill Thompson to make that call. And so who made that call to say, hey, we're going to have the feds take that over? And I know the date now. And so the dates would be December 8th. Well, when it was flown to Texas, that's 11/22. A profile isn't developed. They say a profile was developed within the 48 hours. They were working through, Thanksgiving, if you go according to Othram. Then Othram has to take that profile and they have to make a law enforcement kit for it to be uploaded into certain databases. And I know, and I knew that you have to pay a specific amount of money. And if you're going to rush it, it's even more. And there's going to be a paper trail of that. And then that's going to take you anywhere between a week to 2 weeks. And here in this case, it took it 12 days for a rush order. So then Othram doesn't even have the capability to upload anything to the databases for the approval until 12/7 or 12/8. And then upon uploading this, they then get this note, they see that, okay, we have just really low matches. And on 12/10, the decision was made to have the FBI take over. But why is Ann Taylor talking about this really big meeting that y'all had on like 12/4, December 4th, which would be before any upload and anything got back? What was that meeting all about? And she asked Matt Gammett about that. Matt Gammett about swallowed his own dick and didn't even know that. So again, who made the decision to then take it over? Because the FBI didn't take the crime scene sample. Othram had that. Othram never sent it to the feds. Are we understanding this? So how did the feds create their text file? And how did it double in size? And while all of this is happening and we're waiting for like these 12 days, so now we learn something new about how long it took to like, hey, we didn't get this back yet. We didn't get this back yet, right? Now go and take a look at all these investigative reports. And I started making little patterns of where there's gaps in doing things. Like they're just sitting around. It seems like they're not doing anything, okay? Like what's going on? You guys are following around what? Connor Chestnut. You guys are following around Jack Showalter. When does all of that stop? It doesn't stop on like December 19th. It doesn't stop on 18th, 17th, 16th, 15, 14, 13, 10, 11, 12, all those dates. Nope, no. What date? Between 12/4 and 12/6. The same day of that big old meeting. But Cyree probably has no idea what I'm talking about.
That's different than what I'm seeing with local law enforcement, if that answers your question. The other concern that I had...
What are you seeing? Okay, then I have to ask, what do you mean what you're seeing with local law enforcement? Like, what do you mean? The feds did not make any of these decisions. So he's wrong there. What you have to ask him, what fucking federal decisions are you talking about? Because they don't have the decision. Because they don't have any jurisdiction to make any decisions. They're assisting another agency.
Very quickly was, a lot of times when we get involved with a case like this, the prosecution can typically be just as surprised as anybody else by some of the actions or activities that took place in an investigation. And typically prosecutors are having to deal with and try to figure out how to explain certain things that happened within the investigation. This is a case where that is not the case. The prosecution team was incredibly involved and co-situated with the investigation pretty much throughout the investigation.
Yeah, and they didn't write any reports for anything that they did. Is that normal that you're not writing up any reports? Nobody's writing up reports. Fuck Blakers over here. Nobody is writing any reports. But that doesn't mean you weren't doing anything. It just means that you're hiding what you're doing. And then later down the road, you want to summarize and say crazy shit. Like, hey, I ran and I got, this, that, and the other and picked up these USBs and put them in my office. And then I found them later and I gave them to, the FBI. Well, that does not make the FBI the custodian of that fucking record. Sorry. Just because you didn't follow protocols and procedures doesn't mean that it's not your record. You didn't develop a record. But goddamn it, did you not go and get that fucking data? That data is yours. And you should have made a copy of it. You should have supplied a copy to the fucking feds. And you should have had here's a copy that's working for, your case file. And that you have the original. And you would show that you guys didn't follow any protocol. And if people aren't writing reports, then how the hell do you know what the fuck is going on in a goddamn investigation? Unless you're sitting there watching every fucking interview every day. But guess what? They're not getting turned over for weeks, months, years. And so that's why I agree with your methodologies, but the methodology, if people aren't doing it, it doesn't matter what methodology you have. What is the investigative timeline? And when you look at that, it blows everything up and there's a huge, big fucking problem. And it starts with the local law enforcement level. They're the ones with the shit to hide. They're the ones that are falsifying reports as early as 11/15/2022.
So there wasn't this opportunity, if you will, where we have law enforcement acting in a bubble and then delivering this package to the prosecution team who now is trying to solve how do we take this thing to court. These decisions are mutual. They were done in a group setting. And my personal opinion is they were really bad decisions. And some of them were made intentionally.
Okay. And yes, they weren't federal though. These were not federal decisions. because we're not even to the fact that the whole Brian Kober with the whole, how are we going to go about, writing up the search warrants on 12/23. We're not even anywhere near that time yet. And so this was all state actors, local state actors, right? Within the first 48 hours, who's making the decision? How about let's talk about the processing of the crime scene? The feds make those decisions? No. On 11/13, we have it listed in Matt Nodal's report. It's so perfectly amazing. And he's like, on this day, this is who was there. On November 14th, 15th, 16th, when you actually look at this, wait, you didn't bring in the lab people into the 17th. They were never there. The lab people were never there. So on November 17th, that's what they're walking into. And shit's everywhere. You have the officer, Payne, who is mislabeling all of these exhibits, or not exhibits, but all of the evidence placards, right? He can't count. Who's that guy? Is that a federal problem? No. This is not a pristine crime scene. You're supposed to be developing leads. This is a bunch of blood everywhere, right? Which we're going to get into because he gets into, but this was state and local actors.
So we're going to go through this. We're going to go through each area line by line, but I know when I was looking at your sworn affidavit, and I want to actually read your words, but your comment or what you put in the affidavit was so incredibly powerful. You said such a deliberate attempt to mislead the court on evidence in such plain sight. I mean, those are extraordinary words. Can you tell us a little bit what led?
Great job, question. Like, those are extraordinary words, right? And this was really taking a dig on the judge, right? Like, this affidavit. It's like, the state must think that the judge is deaf, dumb, and blind.
To you making that statement in your affidavit?
Yeah, and this is probably a really good time to start clarifying a lot of information that's out there that there's a lot of assumptions surrounding. So that piece that you're reading right there is specific to the timing data in this particular investigation. And timing, when we talk about timing and now the timing data, timing is everything. My report is now public, so I can discuss some of the things that are in my report. And what's important is the date range. In my report was dropped. The prosecution had read that report prior to me writing that affidavit and prior to the motion that caused me to write that affidavit being filed with the court. In that motion.
Okay, hold on. We have to slow this down because this timeline is really important.
There was a statement that AT&T did not produce AT&T particular investigation. And timing, when we talk about timing and now the timing data, timing is everything. My report is now public, so I can discuss some of the things that are in my report. And what's important is the date range. In my report was dropped. The prosecution had read that report prior to me writing that affidavit.
Thank you. I've been telling you guys this. And so this is really important that this was cleared up, and he cleared it up. I said, you guys, I believe that Ray's report was given to the prosecution. How I know this is because of the date that it was filed. It was under seal, but the prosecution sees it. But when it's filed under seal, nobody else sees it unless Ann Taylor was to give it to other people that were on her defense. Okay. This is how I know that Ray does not know what any of these experts have fucking claimed. I'm sorry. I have no problem saying this. Ann Taylor was working with each of her experts, and whatever that she was asking them to do, that's what she was asking them to do. Then they were providing the information. Then she has a team of her investigators, her criminal researchers, and her investigation team that she trusts, right? They're in that war room. My question is were you part of that war room? When? How many times do you think that you were in a war room with her investigators / criminal researchers? Now, his report comes first. That means they read everything that we fucking have now. And I said this, I said immediately that means they know what's coming, and they knew it in January. But that was right before the suppression hearing. Okay. And I'm over here saying, why wasn't this brought up? This would have been my question. Why wasn't this brought up to fill out this affidavit and to go ham for the suppression hearing? And he's going to start talking about it here. And he says it was strategic. Okay. That basically, listen, if you suppress certain things and it gets suppressed, right? then you can't show the jury how the fucking prosecutors and police officers lied and did all these things, right? You can't show this frame job, basically. And that's the route that Karen Reed's team took, is not to suppress things. Now, this is why I say, fuck no, that's stupid. Because the 448 is worth suppressing for your client. That would have went too. And how I've made that determination is listening to this interview. When Cy Ray goes and talks about this 448 time. Okay. And that's what he and anybody else could gauge to say, like, listen, he was out driving that night. Because this is where his phone pinged 448 over here. And so, like, we know that he's not at his house, right? And this is how I would have been in a war room saying this. Listen, guys, we're going to try to suppress this. If we can't, this is how we're going to go about it then the next way, which is this. The time of the crime began at 2:53. And why that is important is because Brian Kober cannot be the person that did this if this started at 2:53. Also, Brian Kober can't be the person that did this if this is continuing until 4:45. So if this starts at 2:50 and ends at 4:45, I don't give a fuck about if we cannot win the suppression hearing. This is our back play. Okay. And do I believe that it did start at 2:53? Absolutely. Do I believe that this was two separate killings at two separate times? That's what the evidence shows, because there's no transfer of blood in Xana's room. That whoever killed upstairs had to have taken everything off and re-clothed themselves, right? With new gloves, new knives, everything, because there is no transfer. And he is wrong when he is trying to sit here and say that there was transfer. The fuck there is not. No, there is not. In every single report, I've read them all. There is not a single piece of Kaylee's blood with anybody in the, Xana or Ethan. And there is no Maddie in that room with Ethan or Xana. None. And in fact, you have Ethan's blood, which is the most important piece of blood, that's by itself under a fucking White Claw container. And you know why that's so important? It's because the fucking container came after the blood. And if there's, depending on the transfer of if the blood went onto the box of the White Claw, and if there's no blood there, then it came way later. If there is, at the end of the day, the blood came first. Then the White Claw came, the box. And why that's so significant is because how does Ethan's blood get there with no mixture, by himself, not diluted? And I think that we can answer this if we actually have a timeline, a true timeline. This case and how this was investigated by, I believe, the defense team experts, and what Asai is saying here, it reminds me of the Holly Bobo case. You were starting you're starting at 4 o'clock and 4:20 based on what Clint Bobo would say, based on what the mom is saying, based on what the boyfriend said. Fuck what anybody says. Throw that out the window. Bethany alerted Dylan to something, not Dylan alerted Bethany. And that's very, very significant. Again, I cannot use the analogy enough of this. If I was to get into a car accident right now, and then I have to deal with it, and then I'm doing this, then I get on my phone 45 minutes later. and I say, oh my God, you're never going to believe this. I was just in a car accident. What time did the car accident happen? Oh my God, this guy just rear-ended me. What time did I get rear-ended? Right when I sent that text? Or at 45 minutes beforehand? Me telling you something in a text, okay, it is not indicative of when that happened. Me having a conversation with you about something and us going back and forth about that does not make it that that's when it happened. But Lana, there's that white car. Yeah, who's the cops who've already claimed it? Next. But they're speeding and they're getting away so fast. Next. Speeding and getting away from what? From when the killing happened, what Dylan just wrote. Well, that's funny because Dylan then is writing something that she knows of somebody just leaving. And it looks like it was wrote in concert. It looks like Dylan is colluding with whoever the fuck is in that car. To bolster what is about to go down. Or what I should say, like Bethany writing. Bethany writing this like what she heard, bang, blah, blah, blah. Anyways. I am just so confused as to why Cy didn't come on here and do an interview about what his expertise is, what he was hired to do. And this is what it showed. Period. But since he went this way about it, well, hell. I told y'all this was going to be like a 6 to 8 hour live.
And prior to the motion that caused me to write that affidavit being filed with the court. In that motion, there was a statement that AT&T did not produce AT&T timing data in 2022. Therefore, there is no timing data to turn over.
Okay, that's not how Ashley Jennings wrote that. Ashley Jennings wrote that saying that we want to suppress, so I'm going to pull it up because I have it right here. It's very important. We're not rewriting history here, man. You don't understand. My brain will not allow that. But we're not going to rewrite history here. Listen, Ashley Jennings just had a suppression hearing where Ashley Jennings says in a courtroom that, Your Honor, they act like a car can't turn around and she's acting like a fucking lunatic, right? That's for fodder for cross-examination. Those are the words of Ashley Jennings about this timing advanced stuff, about this evidence. She's over here like, that is fodder for cross-examination, basically. And so does the judge. That you will be able to cross-examine, right? When that is over and there's a ruling and an order that came in and that the fucking state won all of their bullshit on all of their lies, then Ashley Jennings moves and puts a motion in limine in on the timing advanced records of Brian Kohlberger, saying that Brian Kohlberger, his timing advanced records, we don't have them because the timing advanced, and I just want to bring up the document. And so he's going to go into this. We'll let him go into this while I'm pulling this up.
Anybody who reads my police report will see that not only did AT&T produce timing data in 2022, law enforcement, with the assistance of prosecutors, had already obtained AT&T timing data in 2022. Two of the victims had AT&T. One of the early investigative leads had AT&T. They received
That's Jack Showalter.
AT&T timing data on all three of those phones. They also did what's called an AT&T timing dump, where they received just a general area.
That's when they did the tower dumps.
All of the AT&T devices in that area, and that was done in timing as well. So when the prosecution team wrote a motion and filed it with the court that AT&T did not provide timing data in 2022, they were literally sitting on AT&T timing data of over 3,500 devices in discovery. There is a complete disconnect from the prosecution understanding their own evidence is what that showed me. I just have never seen that far of a deviation. And, there's a couple things that are really important. I'm sure some people are wondering, well, why is the prosecution so involved with this? In the state of Idaho, the type of search warrants that they were seeking at times.
No, what I'm so interested in asking about, fuck all that, is So you obviously read the public filing, and this is what they say. Are you the one that called Ann Taylor up and said, "Oh my God, Ann"? Or did Ann Taylor call you up? Why did you produce an affidavit right then and there versus because if you have all of this strong shit to show and you guys weren't in, you're not trying to get anything suppressed because you're going to use it against them and we're going to hit them with it at trial type of thing, right? Just because Ashley Jennings is moving for this motion in limine, right? Why was there no argument about the fact that just a week ago or 2 weeks ago, Ashley Jennings is talking about the fact that this should all be used for fodder for cross-examination? They can ask him all these things, right? That was never even put in as like an argument point. But why would you even issue an affidavit to play in terms of like, did you not feel that you were walking into a trap? Because you have to be asking yourself, they can't be this dumb to be filing something that is so obvious, right? Why would you ever be filing this to literally put yourself on a chopping block to get chopped? So do you feel like that was a ambush? Because then they knew what you guys would do, which was file how you guys did. Thereby playing right into the hands of Hitler being able to come back and say everything that he said about you. And they're poisoning the well of the potential jurors in this case. And he just labeled one of the defense's experts a conspiracy theorist. And that what you went ahead and basically said was that what took place here would be these people's career ending. And just because, and we're going to get into this part, which is you could have, Ann Taylor could have supplemented the file. It doesn't matter that you wrote this before and then they changed their argument. That's just going to be more for you to explain that they changed their argument and you would supplement the file. Why didn't Ann do that? You already knew that you were denied to be able to testify, right? Why weren't you adamant of like, Ann, I need to answer to that. We need to answer to that.
Actually require a prosecutor to sign off on. So it wasn't that the prosecution team was overextending their role into the investigation. There's actually a legal requirement that law enforcement writes and drafts the search warrant for these records, prosecutor reviews it, signs off on it, and then it goes to a judge. So the same prosecutor who signed off on the search warrants to obtain timing data, who signed off on the search warrants requesting Brian Koberger's timing data, same prosecutor who had received emails stating the FBI has clearly said timing data exists, is the same prosecutor who wrote a motion a couple years later that timing data doesn't exist. And I've never seen that far of a deviation in roles, if you will.
And that prosecutor would be Jennings?
That's correct.
Okay, so that's why when you say there's clear and convincing evidence that not only the FBI was able to obtain the AT&T advance records in 2022, they did so with knowledge of the prosecutors in this case. That's what you're referencing. So when they're saying they weren't able to get it by that time, they were.
Yeah, it's in evidence.
Okay, so this is the question though, because they asked for Brian Koberger's timing advance. Okay, the date of when they would have asked for this, even in the whole 7-day scheme of things, right? If they're trying to go that route, it's 7 days past the 23rd. So you're backing all the way up and until when? They should have at least had timing advance data, right? Going back from December 23rd minus 7 days. Was that available? Was that there? And the answer to that is no. But the argument by Hitler is saying that it would be irrelevant because it doesn't take you to it doesn't take you to the time of the crime or before it. And I would be saying my argument is, well, do we have the murder weapon? Do we have the murder weapon? They went out and got fucking shovels and shit and were out in the soilage of where Brian Koberger had went. They thought that they went with his vehicle after the fact, right? Well, why were they so interested in certain places that they were digging up soil and shit? We find the bloody clothes, the mask, the gloves, the murder weapons. No. I think it's relevant where Brian Kober would have went after the 13th. Potentially a discard of all of his clothing and his murder weapons.
I mean, to this day, there are AT&T timing reports that have been turned over that were disclosed from 2022 that clearly exist. Yeah, it's in evidence. I mean, to this day, there are AT&T timing reports that have been turned over that were disclosed from 2022 that clearly exist.
Okay, but the question here is that they didn't, okay, in the January 6th pipe bomb shit, okay, what they did is they went and they preserved a bunch of area for data, okay, because that way if we ever come across a suspect or something like that, that we're preserving all this data. So we want to talk about preservation here. Was that preserved? Was that time period preserved? And for what type of time period? So that when we would find somebody that, hey, we go back and we see, what's up. Isn't that part of the process of best practice?
Was there ever an explanation given for the disparity in what was said?
Yeah, and timing's real important here. The initial motion is filed that this doesn't exist, and there will be testimony from the FBI and or AT&T to confirm it. I wrote my affidavit. I actually got my affidavit signed off and got everything done. Remember, I'm in Arizona, so I have to send it to Idaho. About that time, the state drops a second motion clarifying, oh, wait, we just discovered timing data does exist. So what I wrote in my initial affidavit is true.
No, they didn't say that timing data does exist. They said that the 7 days was we're going to rephrase this. Okay. That it's all about 7 days. That's the argument with the refining of it. And I'm trying to pull up, because it's important, because I was like, no, that's not right. That's not what case of interest in Idaho, Brian Koberger. Thought that this might just be faster, easier to, why can't I pull up the case of interest page? Yeah, no, that's not it.
It does exist. However, AT&T is now saying it only goes for 7 days, and therefore it's not relevant. And I would still argue it's incredibly relevant. It's ground truth for what a device is doing that we are applying a pattern of life analysis to. Anybody in this field would tell you undoubtedly you want all the data. But there's something interesting with AT&T that never came out because it was never allowed in testimony. And that is sometimes AT&T, for a number of different reasons, must retain data longer than the 7-day limit. There are times when AT&T will tell you, hey, we keep this for 7 days, or we keep this for a year, we keep this for 7 years. But there's a number of things that happen at AT&T with different projects and different legal reasons that they're required to retain data longer. So if you don't ask, you don't know. And what's important is that both search warrants for Brian Koberger's phone clearly articulated they were requesting timing data. There's a fact sheet that's required to go to AT&T. And in the bottom of that fact sheet, there's a comment section. And somebody typed in that comment section, please send us the last 7 days of timing data. So
okay, right there. So in the returns, okay, because you guys can go and get these case numbers, right? And you can see everything that was given to the prosecution, right? And so why wouldn't you go look at the case data, okay, that existed with the 3 other people? Okay, where did that fall within? Are there missing Bates pages? Are there missing, where would this normally fall in the return? Were they identical on how they were, giving you guys these? But do they say records not known to exist? When you're getting a return like that, they just say like, here's everything. But if you're asking for stuff, wouldn't they make a note to say, what you're asking for, we don't have?
The idea that, well, it doesn't exist, we didn't ask for it. there's a clear paper trail that it was asked for repeatedly. And then when you look at, warrant returns are a thing. When you serve a search warrant, it's just not the end of the search warrant. You have to go back to the judge and say, hey, Your Honor, here's what we received. Here's the inventory
Exactly. What did they receive?
that was produced as a result of that search warrant. And in that return, it actually states everything they asked for was received.
There you go. Everything that was asked for was received. Exactly. That's the big part of it, is that here's the return that you have to go provide the courts with. This is what we received from the search warrant, and everything that we asked for, we got. How is that not in the argument of Ann Taylor? Was she holding back stuff to hit them with at trial or even on voir dire?
So, as an investigator on a high profile case of this nature, if I had purposely, intentfully requested timing data on 2 different search warrants, sent a cover sheet within an email stating, give me the timing data, and it was never produced, I would make sure to note that in either my report or the return, that items that I am specifically requesting were not produced.
And there is no report of that, isn't there? There's no report that says, I did not get that. Right? Because he's making a great point here. Listen, I am supposed to write a report about what I did and how I did it, right? And what I got back and blah, blah, blah. That's what you're supposed to do. Okay. Hey, I want to make a note. I asked for the timing advanced records, and this is the first one that I was not provided with. I've gotten everybody else's up until this point. And AT&T didn't, wouldn't I get on them with in an email form and say, hey, I didn't receive this. Is there a reason why? In all the other ones, I received it. And one would say, yeah, that's exactly what you would do. Okay. And so what's more evidence of this is just completely fucking crazy that they do have it, that they were provided it, not from them, but they got it from maybe their back channels or whatever, is that wasn't done. Because you would be, if you truly didn't get it, you would be frantically trying to get it, right? So there would be, I think, the absence of the evidence of not going and trying to frantically get this shit. The lack of a paper trail of frantically doing that is evidence of you having it. Because it's that important. You would be saying, did I miss the page here?
Would prevent, any argument now, but that wasn't done. So that's the timing issue.
Okay. And then another statement in your affidavit, just to clarify, you said, I've worked with AT&T Global Legal Demand.
I love where she's going with this, but it needed to be cleared up just right before you get to this. You have to clear up the fact of, why didn't you supplement your affidavit? Why didn't you put in a supplement to what they said? There was plenty of time. Even you getting denied to be a witness, we still need to supplement this, right? Before we go to the hearing. And I got to ask you, why didn't you go in person? You knew that cameras were, this is public, and that the way that they were showing the courtroom is that they would have shown you sitting there. And that's powerful. So I got to ask, why would it be that you were just chilling on a Zoom? This is really, really important. And is it something that you thought about in terms of going in person so that you could have been seen on camera sitting there? And Ann Taylor's like, he's right here to testify. Say that to my face, motherfucker. Flying into Boise is a hell of a lot easier, too, than flying into fucking Moscow, for the record. So,
Center for over 15 years. I have firsthand knowledge that AT&T GLDC is one way, but not the only way for law enforcement to obtain call detail records from AT&T. Is that, what does that mean?
In short, to just make this really simple, and I don't want to get too far in this rabbit hole because we can talk all day about how this happens. There are multiple entities within AT&T that produce records for different reasons. And I'm no way insinuating that it's not legal, that it's not compliant, and that
It is compliant. It is legal.
it's not proper. With the proper legal authority, there's different methodologies to which you can obtain this data. GLDC is one. But that is what it is. The important thing here is GLDC was also the receiver, if you will, of the other 3 search warrants that did produce AT&T timing data.
Okay, and then just
Okay, so my question is if that's the case, then their own argument on the second one, right? That was the first argument, and that's where he's wrong in the argument. The argument is that GLDC did not produce these records. That was the argument that Ashley Jennings made. Okay? Is that GLDC did not produce the records. And Cy Ray's like, whoa, yeah, they did. Okay? Then the argument was that we can't go back we can only go back 7 days. That's why I was trying to bring up, like, this is what Ashley Jennings it's imperative to read how she wrote it. And I would have no problem asking this. Did Ann Taylor fail in her arguments that day? Did Ann Taylor fail in her writing up of the motion that day? Did you help with writing the motion up? Because fuck your affidavit at that point. I mean, it's great, you have it, but what experts will do is they will provide, here, this is how you want to say this. This is how you want to word this. Because you're the expert and you would know how to say this and know this. And that's the whole point that you're leaning on. Did you provide assistance in that? Again, this goes back to, did you call Ann or did Ann call you about, hey, we want to issue this affidavit and blah, 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 because they're trying to suppress something, right? But it doesn't matter. Was it worth blowing your load like that when you know that you already have them by the balls on all this other shit? Okay? That should tell you that the timing advance data has to be that fucking intriguing to me, is what it tells me. And it does not help their case at all. To the point that maybe it's even more intriguing than you could ever imagine. That Ashley Jennings blatantly lied like this, and that she was protected, and in the process that you and your career were shredded. I would have umbrage with that.
to clarify, the timing advance data was not provided to law enforcement from GLDC until June 15th of 2023. So in 2022, they would have had to obtain it from a different source.
That is correct, within AT&T.
And you reference Boyd Jackson in your affidavit. Anything that you can elaborate on there?
No, and again, it's something very simple.
He's not going to elaborate on that because that's it. No, but that's probably right. I can call. He's not going to elaborate on that because that's a relationship. And how I would have asked that is I know that you brought up Boyd Jackson, and let's just cut to the chase. You've been on the opposite end of this because you've always testified as a prosecution witness. Okay. Have you been involved in cases where you've gotten your hands on timing advance records, like you said, that were well past the 7 days? Okay. Because you wrote it in your book. So that's where you have to go to the book and you'd have to say, well, if we bring up the book in the chapter that you go, basically, that's dedicated to the judge here, it specifically states how 45 days. And so you clearly have been on the opposite end of that. And then I want to mention the fact that, isn't it true that I provided you with the Shanna Gardner case out of Florida, where timing advance records were gotten by the ATF in 2022, in February of 2022, well before this case? I provided you, I said, hey, Mark Sonnendecker for the ATF dropped a 250-page ATF report and outlining all of the shit that he got with the timing advance records. And they were able to obtain timing advance records for multiple people well past the motherfucking 7 days. And can you use this to your advantage? Did I not do that? And the answer is yes, Lana, you did. And we had a nice conversation about that. You know, would that have helped here? Because that was me, Sai, looking out for your career and saying, here, this bolsters everything that you've been saying. And I don't think that a judge should come for you the way that a judge did, because I'm going to tell you why. Because of Brian Kohlberger. Because the appearance of prejudicial statements that were made on that platform, at his little podium at the bench, what he said was so prejudicial to Brian Kohlberger in that process that right there should have been declared a mistrial. Right there, I think that Brian Kohlberger has grounds to appeal. It's unbelievable. But
I've worked with Boyd for probably over a decade now, or I'm aware of Boyd, and he has touched a number of cases that I've been involved with. The point there is, I was hoping that somebody at AT&T would realize, hey, this affidavit or this initial motion is so far out of left field, it'll never stand on its own.
How are you hoping and wishing that AT&T would see that? Did you send it to them? And yes, you contacted AT&T, didn't you? Because you contacted what's his name? So what were you asking AT&T? Why didn't you get... Ann Taylor has the power of the subpoena, does she not? What other things could have been done before that motion hearing? Because a lot of things could have been done. Why wasn't that appealed? Why didn't Ann Taylor file an interlocutory appeal? What the fuck is going on? Oh, my white.
So, and it's important, I believe, when an expert like myself is writing an affidavit and saying, hey, here's what's really happening here. There are times that it's important to provide names, right? If I'm going to say this exists,
yeah,
and I can back it up with saying, not only does this exist, but if you contact this person, they will confirm that this exists. That's the purpose of that. So
that's not what it said, though. If that's what you wanted to have happen, that he was going to call that person and ask if this existed. What do you mean exists? That it, like, that Brian Kohlberger exists? Or like, I mean, that's where your affidavit, in my opinion, was ambiguous.
And to me, this isn't a mystery. This isn't some weird thing. It's very consistently seen. There's a number of criminal investigations that have dealt with AT&T timing data before 2023. Those of us that have worked in this field for a period of time are very well aware of AT&T timing data. Like I said before, we had mapped 2 billion phone records. At one point, I had actually programmed the ability to take AT&T timing data and map it prior to 2023. And how can I do that if the record didn't exist?
Yeah, but we're not talking about, we know the records exist. We need to know how much time existed before the records were, and it has to do with preservation of the location of it. Did AT&T preserve data? Does that ever even take place? And the answer is yes. They go and they can preserve the areas, because and so I provided Cyree with the January 6th pipe bombing shit. I'm just saying, like, I don't understand. Dude, my brain is just a wealth of ridiculous knowledge that does not matter to anybody ever, except to people within the case. You know what I mean? Like, I just want to provide you with this, and if it helps, it helps. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But I cannot imagine that does not help this case, because it's exactly what it's on. And I've witnessed it in the Jose Baez case with Shanna Gardner. They brought in people, not Jose Baez's side, but the state brought in people to talk about processes of shit. Okay.
Okay. And then with the timing advance data that was received on over 3,800 mobile devices, is it at all believable that there is no timing advance data on Brian's device?
I can't say it's not believable. It's incomprehensible to me that they wouldn't have got it, because there's other things that are happening at this time too. So I should probably clarify. Around the time the second search warrant was issued, the 6 months, but then it was also what we call a pin register trap and trace. So it was going forward as well.
Precision location, right?
So not only was it getting 6 months of history, it was getting real-time information going forward. And that's the type of warrant that a prosecutor has to sign off on. I've been involved in thousands of cases where a phone is being tracked in real time and elements
Was that in the Monica Simontelli case as well, or no?
and resources are being used to find and keep eyes on that phone. Anybody in this industry who tells you timing advanced data is available, but they do not want it or they would not seek it out for that type of an operation, it is out of tune to what they're doing with this type of information.
So there should be at least timing advanced records. Are you saying that exists from the moment that the 24th until the 30th?
It is a common law enforcement practice that I would say arguably the overwhelming majority of law enforcement agencies in the United States use, to include the FBI. So the idea that a live tracking mission is occurring and we're not using the resources that we're asking for and requesting from the carrier without making an issue that we're not receiving that is very abnormal.
Right there, he said it. Without making an issue that we're not receiving it. Exactly. That's what I've been saying, is that there is no way there would not be a paper trail of these feds, of the prosecutors, and of even the schmo joes of the local and state people. You would be, oh, I didn't get this in an email. You would be having this conversation and there none exists. And no reports exist to talk about the fact of what you're doing with the fucking records. Okay? There is no work product from anything that was obtained in this case from anybody. How do you solve a case with no work product?
So you would agree it's either a gross deviation from standard practice or potentially withheld information that wasn't provided to the defense?
I think that is a very fair statement. And could it be one or two or both? Absolutely. But it is outside the normal operating.
Do you think, in your expert opinion, that any information was intentionally concealed from the defense?
That would be considered Brady violation, which would automatically do what?
Ooh. Yes.
Yes. The answer is yes. That's why I believe that this case is 1,000% nowhere near from over. And I do believe that we will get a trial if Brian Kober wants a trial. Like, hands down. If Brian Kober wants to appeal this, hands down, he can and he will win if he wants a trial.
And I think my report makes that really clear. I
highlighted quotes from you, Sai.
It's a good read, Sai.
Very good read. Very good report.
Yeah, and it's a very good read because it's talking about the data. It's talking about what he was hired to do. And it's talking about all of the fuckerage that went on with the FBI and the state and the locals, to include the prosecutor.
I think I've been very outspoken that there is no doubt information was omitted, and very critical information. And, I wanted to probably say this before, but now is as good as time as any. I think to have a real conversation, and this is both with all four of you, or all three of you rather, and your audience, there's a handful of things as a group I think we all have to agree on to even have a real conversation about this case. And the first thing is, anybody who says, I will never believe that Brian Kober could have committed this crime, that's great. That's your opinion. I respect your opinion. But we can't have a conversation if that's where you're.
I agree with that. Like, you have to be open to, you should be putting the outcome behind. The outcome does not matter here. Okay. I want to talk about the process. I want to talk about this judicial process, this judicial system, and how it was supposed to work, and how it was grossly manipulated, and how it was grossly violated our rights. Okay. And that if they're going to do this while all eyes are watching, what the fuck are they doing when nobody is watching? And so the conversation shouldn't be do you think Brian Kober is innocent or guilty? When somebody asks me that question as the first question that they ask, Lana, do you think Karen Reed did it? I don't give a fuck. I want to talk about the process because that's all that should matter to us. And a jury should be left to that, right? I care about, did the defendant get a fair shake? Was the defendant properly represented, right? Because those are all of our rights. And did due process occur? And what evidence made it based on what the rulings of a judge? And is anybody abusing their powers? That's all we should care about.
starting this thing. If you're never going to believe that, what are we even doing? You have your opinion, I have mine. We'll go separate ways. So number one, we all have to agree it is plausible, it is possible. The second thing is we all have to understand this investigation could be so faulty, could have so many issues in it that it could actually not support a conviction if it ever went to trial.
1000%. That's exactly what it does.
We have to understand that is a reality of this case. And the third and the most important thing is we have to all agree that both of these things can exist. It's not one or the other, and I'm not talking about
exactly. Two things can exist, and this is what we say over here. Michael Proctor can be the biggest piece of shit, bigot, racist, fucking misogynistic piece of shit out there. Abso-fucking-lutely. Okay. Corrupt bastard. And Karen Reed could have done it. And Turtle Boy could be guilty of witness intimidation. But because of what Michael Proctor did during the investigation, and he didn't follow protocol, and the investigation was shit, Karen Reed should be acquitted because it does not pass the reasonable doubt standard. Period. Unfortunately for Aiden, he's not going to get that benefit because Michael Proctor was not involved in anything. There was nobody needed to be involved in an investigation. Turtle Boy recorded himself, put it out online, did it live. Now here, is it freedom of speech that he's arguing? Or is it crimes? Let a jury answer that. But do I believe that his rights were violated, like Karen Reed? Do I believe that he's being, there's been no suppression hearings, there's been no motion limines. Where do I see his rights being violated? No, he was not arrested and thrown in jail because of the witness intimidation shit. He decided to have Lindsay Gattani come over and do what he did while he just had gotten, arrested and charged in October. He does that in December, violating his bail provisions. That's why he was thrown in jail.
Innocence and guilt in trial. I'm saying it is very plausible that Brian Koberger committed this crime, and it is also very plausible that this investigation has so many errors in it that it is potentially corrupted from ever actually showing justice through a trial proceeding or through a jury.
Okay, and the other thing that he didn't say that was unfortunate that he didn't just say right there, and it's also plausible that he didn't do it. Is that plausible? Because we can't have this conversation, Sai, if you can't say that. So if you want to say to me, we can't have this conversation if I can't admit that it's plausible that Brian Koberger did commit this crime. Because I would never say such a fucking ridiculous thing. I would say that Brian Koberger was arrested for a reason. Let's find out. Let's go and look at the investigation. I don't care about who was arrested or who was not. I want to look at this investigation and truly look at it from the beginning. And if you do that, and if you agree to do that with me, I think I can change your mind, Sai. That's how confident I am. That you don't have the material that would change your mind. With starters, you don't even know there's another male's profile on the goddamn sheath. Because I agree with Sai about the whole clump of the hair, with the bed moved over and it's right over there. Dude, there should be hair all over that fucking house. They have how many girls living there? They all have long hair and they're not clean. Like they're not cleaning this house like how we would have, when we're grown adults in our house. So I agree, but we have to have it on. There's three things that create that triangle. And it's that there's a plausibility that he didn't do it. Because we know every single day people take plea deals to shit that they did not do, but it's like, okay, fine. I'll plead the stupid fucking obstruction of justice, which is a traffic violation here in Ohio for holding up traffic.
But there would be concern to sort of avoid the legal procedure that would be required that all of us hold near and dear to make sure that our liberty is where it
Great follow-up, Sam.
needs to be, and we have all of our constitutional rights to a fair trial. It would be fair to say that that's a paramount concern for anyone in the judicial system.
Yeah, and Sam, I think you just hit something that is probably really important for your audience to understand. I'm going to look at this at two different things, and it's really important that we separate for just a second, and I will put it back together in a second.
The answer was yes or no.
Let's separate this for a minute. If we don't look at the legal precedents and the legal requirements of how evidence is obtained, analyzed, used, demonstrated, visualized, all those good things, let's just say we're just simply looking at evidence that exists today. 10 out of 10 courts in the United States convict Bryan Kohberger.
I cannot believe he said that. That's when I went off the rail. What evidence are you talking about? And this is why this went into this talk of, what do you mean 10 out of 10 courts convict Bryan Kohberger? First of all, we're going backwards in this case, okay? But Paulette Sutton literally got fucking annihilated by Brent Turvey, but more importantly, by Matthew Nodell and Ruth Ballard. Paulette Sutton had no answers. Like, Paulette Sutton should have looked at Ruth Ballard's report. Nobody's even heard of Ruth Ballard yet. I cannot wait to talk about Ruth. I cannot wait to talk about, I haven't even talked about Matt's shit yet. Barbara Wolf. I'm sorry, but you're not getting these type of names to come into a case and get up on the stand and make fools out of themselves. Come on.
There is overwhelming evidence that Bryan
Right there, that is a trust me bro statement, and I could not believe I heard it. There is overwhelming evidence. Where? What? The most overwhelming evidence for me is obviously this sheath that came back to Bryan Kohberger, right? Interesting. But how did we figure that out? How did we, when we went and did the swabbing of this, would you normally do certain things to swab it versus try to go for latent prints, right? How would this have been handled? And where was this located again? And how does it fit in the crime scene? And wait, that's the only piece of evidence, but nothing else fits. So that's when everything, it's like this. You go into a bar and someone's smoking hot. Woo! Fuck yeah. Then you get up closer and they smell. Oh man. Then they open up their mouth and their teeth are rotted. Okay. Then they have one drink and they are fucking a sloppy mess. And now that 10 just became a what?
Bryan Kohberger committed this crime. And anybody who's telling you something different is either cherry picking certain things, committing or creating conspiracies that don't exist, or they haven't seen all the evidence, which is most likely the thing here. Now, when we
which you have not either.
Add the legal issues of how you can obtain that evidence, the proper way to analyze that evidence, the proper interpretation of that evidence.
This all relies on the time of the crime, in my opinion. If you move the time of the crime with this case, it changes everything, in my opinion. And I also think that just because Bryan Kohberger was arrested, does that change the fact that if the evidence supports that it'd be more than one person, should we be looking for more than one person? Right? I don't care that you have Bryan Kohberger, but there's more people here. How is that possible? Oh, but Bryan Kohberger didn't talk to anybody else. He didn't? He didn't have like a burner phone or anything? How do you know that? What have you exhausted to say that?
Now we get to kind of a 50-50 thing. I think there's probably 50% of the courts throughout the United States that would have suppressed a lot of evidence in this case.
Absolutely agree.
Enough so that a conviction may never be obtained. And, if anybody doubts me, they're like, that IRA guy, he's crazy. He's a conspiracy theorist. If you don't believe me, All you have to do is simply Google Jeffrey Nye, Fox News. And Jeffrey Nye is one of the AG, the attorney generals in Idaho, who did all the oral arguments in court as it relates to the DNA evidence in this case. And if you listen to that interview, he'll tell you firsthand, everything was at stake on the DNA. If they lost the DNA, everything that comes behind it would have been gone. And he'll tell you that's a lot of evidence. That's all the cell phone records. It's all the Celebrite extracts. It's everything.
No, what the argument here is about a Franks. It's about the probable cause. It's about lying throughout the whole probable cause. Okay. And so if you lose the DNA, but how do you lose the DNA? You lose the DNA because your entire case that was built on probable cause was all a farce. And they're called sanctions, basically. But because you lied about all of that, it's what this fruit of the poisonous tree, but then you are suppressing what came from the material. Like, that's the process. And so one should ask themselves why you had to lie about every single thing on that probable cause. So you would bring up the probable cause here and you would say, speaking of which, the probable cause is the document, 19 pages. It was so long. It looked so great, but everything in it was a lie, right, Cy? First thing, 2 and 4. What did you guys do as a defense team, or you were hired to do, or were you not, to prove? Because in your methodologies, you don't just take a witness statement, you have to then validate it, okay? So based off of your methodologies with this book, what did you do when you heard that the police wrote in an affidavit and said that Bethany and Dylan were basically the sources to say that everybody was home by 2 and asleep, or in their rooms by 4. Home by 2, in their rooms by 4. And yet there is not a single witness statement that says that. In fact, Bethany and Dylan both say that they never saw Ethan or Xana. So when you start from the beginning here, you have the devices. What did Ethan's device show as far as they all have Wi-Fi? It's 2022. The house has Wi-Fi. What time? So for an example, Cy, Karen Reed really strongly relied on the fact that her phone got on John's Wi-Fi at 12:36. That was really, really big. 12:36. And so if this happened, it had to happen 12:36 minus it takes 6 or 7 minutes to drive there. Then you start, subtracting all this shit, right? And so the Wi-Fi. What was the results of the Wi-Fi in that house? What time did Ethan or Xana get on the Wi-Fi? Do you know that? Maddie and Kaylee. Now, Dylan and Bethany. Because remember, just because you came home doesn't mean you couldn't have left. And if we're talking about 100-meter radius, right? I guarantee you, though, the Wi-Fi doesn't go 100 meters, right? So did they leave, meaning Dylan or Bethany, did they leave at some point where then when they came back, they would have then been back on the Wi-Fi? And it, alerts to the fact that now they're on Wi-Fi. So we're going to go off of your methodologies with the truth line and behavioral fusion and everything here. How was this validated? So the first thing is Wi-Fi. That did not come up in this entire interview.
And then he'll go on to tell you that they didn't even argue for some other exception to that rule, to the fruit of the poisonous tree, if you will, because it didn't exist. So, you have a major player on the prosecution side who's telling you, when we went into court to argue that we felt the IGG would be upheld, the legal process in which we got it, we knew we were risking everything. And, I think that's really important for people to understand, because.
But here, Cy, Ann Taylor put everything into separate motions versus I'm going to here, this is everything I'm suppressing, but I'm going to use one motion to show how this investigation did not start off of a white car. Or let's say if it did, okay, it didn't even lead to Brian Koberger, and that's not how you were like, hey, you guys need to start investigating Brian Koberger because y'all are looking for a white car. We found this white car. It matches the description, and here we go. We gave it to you, and we gave it to you on 11/29/2022, which is exactly what the probable cause claims. So the first thing that I would think that you need to show is that that doesn't exist. And I heard on this show that you're saying that it does exist. There is no report that has Bryan Kohberger's name in it. None. But I got the CAD notes. I got Tanego and Whitman's CAD notes from 11/29/2022, right after the midnight hour. And guess what was queried first by Tanego? How in the world was Bryan Kohberger's license plate that wouldn't have been on a car anymore because he changed it on 11/18, and we have proof that it was on it on 11/22 because he's on an ATM camera, right? He's on an ATM camera on 11/22, which Michael Douglas found with the financial shit. And in that, on 11/22, he has his Washington plates on. So then on 11/29, Tanego couldn't have been driving around and saw, oh, here's this white Elantra. Let me hit my cruiser here in my little MDC deck here and typing in this number, this plate number. So why would Daniel Tanego, and where did he ever get it from, that somebody would say to him, hey, here's this plate, run it for me? Well, that's interesting. Guess what Curtis Whitman was doing right before this and right after this? So again, you would expect to see Bryan Kohberger's plate that is the Idaho, or that's the Washington plate, being typed in because he came across it. But guess what? He didn't write a report and wrote up he didn't write, Tanego nor did Whitman write up a report that said, these are the plates that I ran. This is where I found them. They lead back to this. I ran an NCIS check, blah, blah, blah. None of that happens. In fact, they don't write up a report at all. And why they tried to, so there could be none of this. So it's false and misleading to the tribunal because they do not talk about IGG. And so the argument in a hearing to suppress, or an argument in a hearing for a Frank's motion, for a Frank's hearing rather, is to articulate, and I can prove that y'all didn't go and try to get this information, because I had the custody queens ask if you've seen a report and you know anything about this 11/29/2022 shit. And the answer that you told the custody queens at the end of this interview was, Lana's right, there is none. I haven't seen one. Well, then why did you buy 11/29 and put that in your book and act like it exists when you've never fucking seen it? Because it doesn't exist. Do you know how long it took the Washington State University to get me back my request on everything I went after for Daniel Tanego and Curtis Whitman? A fucking year. They've been trying to duck all of that shit. And then I went back a whole 2 months, and then I went forward a month. And I am able to show when WSU is assisting in another agency's investigation, they most certainly write reports. And they write up what the fuck they do. Why was there not a single report from WSU saying how they're assisting in anybody who's doing anything? Where the fuck is it? You are not going to testify to something that there's no report of, or you're going to be able to make a big motherfucking splash. And what it would prove, or I should say beyond a reason, the preponderance of the evidence looks like here is that this circumstantial claim that I'm providing is that, wow, somebody thought that Bryan Kohberger still had his same plates and realized real quick when they typed in the old plates that he didn't have those anymore. And the new plates came up because that's the type of information that would come up. And then guess what happens 25 fucking minutes later? Curtis Whitman, who left work early the night of the murders and lied about why he left work, he's the same person that comes in contact with what you would think would be the car. But that doesn't necessarily have to be true. What would have been true and potentially true is that Curtis Whitman obtained the information from none other than Daniel Tanego, because Curtis Whitman didn't let Daniel Tanego in on why he wanted him to look up that, vehicle in the first place, so it wasn't under his fucking name and number. He's notifying him, hey, it actually comes back to a new fucking it comes back to a new plate. And now you're going to tell me that did not set off alarms with two veteran investigators, that they would immediately go to, I don't know, the FBI or Payne or Chief Fry and say, holy shit, this car just changed its fucking license plates from Pennsylvania to fucking Washington right after the murders. The absence of evidence is evidence, and they didn't do shit, but they use it in a probable cause. How did they really get to Brian Kohlberger? Because it wasn't through IGG. They hid behind it. Because if this doesn't end in a what? Well, hey, let's just say that we did it this way. We'll go use IGG, blah, blah, blah. IGG covers up what? Covers up the real reason and how you found him. Especially after your own agency alerted and said, no, that was us making those loops. Me and Nate Rosendahl. Jacob Tisdall wrote that in. So they were not interested in a white vehicle anymore. And hence, if you're going after Jack Showalter and Jack Decor, you think that the killer's on foot, don't you? And so you need somebody to come and claim that white car. And what this investigation tells me is that certain people were in on the know, and then other people weren't. That's what it tells me. And then you look at Becker's report, Stephen Becker, and what does he find at Identity, right there on Main and Identity? That's where the guy was stopped with a sign by the undercover vehicle that was drove by Jacob Tisdall. And in this report, who's for the defense, Stephen Becker, it just got released this past week. And I know that Cy Ray has never read it. There is no way he's fucking read this. Because the question would be, is on the second to last page of the report, video files from Identity display a four-way multi-lane intersection with light-colored sedans that were consistent with the Ridge Road video. Unknown vehicle of interest based on the side window shapes, side body lines, and tailgate positions. As many of the other police identified videos, including the King Road video, also do not provide details of the window shape and taillight position. The Identity video vehicle were similar. Images 22 from the video the police used to determine there was no front license plate on an unknown vehicle of interest appears similar to the front end of image 29, which was going into Identity where the stop was with the kids. And that would be the fucking Ford Fusion. Which blows up number 2 out of the top 5 for Cy. The path of travel, the white car, and who truly did it belong to?
Because I don't believe the IGG was done properly. I think that we have a lot of issues. I think technology has outpaced our ability to understand what's happening with evidence today. And the courts will.
Oh, and by the way, none of these vehicles are white Elantra, and they most certainly do not have front license plates. And so they would have been vehicles of interest. The purpose of what Becker did is to say, if you use the methodology that the MPD and Idaho State Police and the big buddy here, the FBI, did in trying to go about this, you would have no choice but to include all of this, because this is from your surveillance that you just pull out the ridge. I mean, you're trying to follow around a car, right? And you have Indian Hills over there. This is right there on Main. You're trying to track this car down. These are vehicles with no front license plate, or what would appear to be no front license plate. So how many people were driving around that night in Idaho with no front license plate? And we're saying that it was multiple killers, multiple weapons, multiple no front license plates?
We'll catch up, but it'll probably take 10 or 15 years. But yeah, it's going to be real interesting how that works out.
And just to clarify real quick, when you said we were risking everything, you're talking about the prosecution when they were risking everything, right? You're not talking about you being part of that.
There was a decision made fairly early in this investigation to proceed with IGG. And then that decision was further predicated with knowingly conducting an IGG investigation outside of the recommended policies, if you will, of the Department of Justice. And that was not an accidental decision. It was an intentional decision that investigators at the time who made that decision felt that it was okay to step outside of policy because of the nature of this
That was not an investigator that made a decision, though. That was Bill Thompson.
crime. And
It wasn't local. I mean, it was local, and it was Bill Thompson and Payne.
the way that they did it is, in my opinion, very problematic when we start looking at legal rights to how we manage this type of data. And I want to go on the record very clearly here. I think IGG is a very powerful tool that law enforcement should absolutely have the ability to use. But I also feel that we have to properly use it. There has to be a legal process. That legal process has to be transparent, and we have to have the public's trust that we're doing it properly. And when we make decisions to go intentionally go outside of policy, conceal, hide, and omit the process that we did, I think that cuts to the rule of law completely and everything that you guys.
But the question here is why did they do it that way, Cy? We know that they did it. Who gives a fuck? Why? Why did they do it that way? If they have such overwhelming evidence against Brian Kohlberger, if there's all this overwhelming evidence, why did they omit and go about it this way? If they could truly track him down by this car, and he is just such a strong candidate. That's the question that needs to be answered, is why wouldn't you just disclose what you did? It's because you have to obtain a search warrant, right? To be able to go into databases and do all of this shit, right? And you want to know what you need? You need probable cause to do that, right? And my guess is that there was no probable cause to go and do that, because that there's multiple stages of the intern policy, right? That you must go and obtain a search warrant. The question is did they try to obtain a search warrant at any point in stage where they were denied? Because Ann Taylor went and got the disc that had all of the audio for all the search warrants that they went in front of Meghan Marshall. Did you ever listen to any of those? Were those transcribed?
Probably see on a daily basis that you fight for, right? We have rules for a reason. And when we start to violate that, that's that.
So that would mean that there was no probable cause. They didn't think that they could get it to, it was going to be a big secret that they were doing this. And they made that decision when? To do, right? When? So with Othram, was there, since Othram developed the profile, because you took basically a piece of the crime scene evidence, and you took it out of evidence, right? You signed it out, right? You took it out, and you took, because it went to the lab, right? And they processed, okay, here, now you need to take this vial, right? You didn't take the sheath. You took a vial, right? What'd you take? Yep. And you took a piece of evidence, right? Crime scene. And you went and you flew with it to Othram. At what point are you supposed to obtain a probable cause search warrant to do X, Y, and Z? To even go into databases that are allowable. And the best way to explain this, Cy, isn't it to say that if there was no probable cause to do that, right? Because otherwise they would have just done this. I mean, we're all acting like IGG hasn't been used in cases where they don't omit it and they talk about it. And that's how they use it and charge somebody from all these years later, because that's what led to everything, right? you can't omit that and just go and arrest somebody and say, we're just arresting you, but we can't tell you why. And we didn't make up anything, right? So in this case, there was no probable cause, right? That's the point. And who makes that point very clear in the dateline that got taken down is Joe Bolton. Well, my guess is why they didn't go and do this and blah, 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 is because they didn't have probable cause. And my question was, did they attempt, though, to put this in front of somebody, or did somebody know and they said, well, I'm not signing off for that, so don't even bother coming to me? Was there communications that were tipped off that you don't think Meghan Marshall, you think she's just like this fucking straight arrow? Because now all of this shit can come out and play and talk about who we trust and shit. Bill Thompson and Meghan Marshall never had lunch.
That slippery slope where we start losing other tools and the process itself becomes corrupt.
It seems to me that the use of the IGG was more a violation of the public's privacy rights or rights than.
No, see, it wasn't, Ron, because of the process. And that's where Cyray should have been saying, well, no, it's the process and us going and deciding that we're going to do IGG. There's a process there. And that's what Ann Taylor, I thought, did a great job of oral arguing to say they never obtained any search warrants to do any of this. And in the interim policy, you have to do that. And there is a difference between a policy, right? Procedure, policy, what? Policy is just
necessarily of Brian's, because it was searching public information. Is that maybe why the prosecution felt safe enough, at least in this prosecution, to go that route?
No, because I want to hear how he answers this.
I don't want to speak on what the prosecution felt or didn't feel. I'll summarize how I feel. And, my opinion in $5 may get you a cup of coffee at Starbucks. So this is my opinion.
Like 10.
Of looking at the laws, understanding how IGG works and how it was done in this case. The first thing, and this is really important, they would have got to Brian Koberger without the IGG. That was.
Woo! That is rich. And I'm saying right there, yo, how? Let's put the IG. How? They would have got to Brian Koberger regardless. All right. I'm here for it. Look at these three faces. So I'm take a screenshot of that shit right there. That is the best pause, Lana. Woo! What? Look at that. Love it.
Already in motion when they would have got to Brian Koberger without the IGG. That was already in motion when the FBI identified Brian Koberger to local law enforcement and the prosecutors. Because of the IGG results, Brian Koberger was a known investigative lead.
No, he was not. Dead right there. Wait, excuse me? This is Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services. What the fuck are you talking about? Now this is fucking amazing, because here is where you need to say, this is Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services. What the fuck are you talking about? When the feds tell Payne testified on the stand. We did not know Brian Koberger. We had no idea of his name. Does he not know what Ann Taylor was able to obtain in the suppression hearings? Ann Taylor got fucking Payne to admit on the stand that we did not have Brian Koberger's name at all. Nothing. We did not know this human existed before the feds told us. In quotes, that is what Payne says. And I think Ann Taylor was just like, okay, perfect. Thank you for fucking saying that. Like, wow. You know what I mean? Because and now what you needed to say, Ann, is, well, then why in your probable cause affidavit are you saying that you had Brian Koberger's name on 11/29/2022 and you made it seem like you did to fucking Magistrate Marshall? You don't think that this paragraph right here, Officer Payne, is telling the magistrate that this is how you got, because nowhere do you mention IGG and that you used it, right? So let's go and look at this page right here. I think that it has to be. I don't know if Ann Taylor was not expecting Payne to say this shit, but you would then need to hit home and say, yo, right here, you tell the magistrate that on 11/29/2022 about the Curtis Whitman and about the Daniel Tanego. You do not tell the magistrate what? Do you say in there that we did not learn about this until 12/20/2022? Where is that in the probable cause? Ann Taylor said, did you know about the pullover of my client? Nope. Did you know about the enlist all these things? Everything, the Reddit thing, everything came after what? The tip that the IGG, okay, the tip that the feds gave you, right? Yes. And what was the tip? Brian Koberger's name, right? Exactly. So everything that you did in connection with my client came after 12/19. Is that correct? Yes. Why does your affidavit that you swore under oath against the pains and penalties perjury, did you claim that you obtained Brian Koberger's name from WSU on 11/29/2022? Your Honor, just a moment. I got to confer with my colleagues over here.
They had his DNA from the knife sheath. All it would have taken, known and Koberger to local law enforcement and the prosecutor. That was already in motion when how IGG works and how it was done in this case. The first thing, and this is really important.
Okay, so this is how he gets around the question. What was the question again?
On what the prosecution felt.
The IGG was more
Again, another one of Ron's just boom.
a violation of the public's privacy rights or rights than necessarily of Brian's, because it was searching public information. Is that maybe why the prosecution felt safe enough, at least in this prosecution, to go that route?
I don't want to speak.
You should have explained that. I think he has the process wrong here, and explained, like I just said, everything to do with, no, you have to obtain search warrants at different points in time to even do what Othram did. Fuck anything coming with the feds. Okay. Othram has a policy in place with Idaho State Police, and they follow the interim DOJ policy. And I did an amazing live about this back in 2020, November and December of 2023. And then Dateline comes and makes their stupid shit right before the trial. And Joe Bolton basically says verbatim, what the fuck? I said in my live on 11/20 in 2023, in 2024, 11 and 12 of 2023. And I was like, exactly. There was no probable cause to go and do any of this to obtain a warrant. And that's why they knew they wouldn't be able to get one, because you did not exhaust any investigative. You're supposed to do this when you've exhausted your investigative tools, and that this is a last resort. You just were at the information gathering stage when you took this on 11/22 to Texas. The murders happened on 11/13. Payne's not even like fucking like, He has no clue what's happening. He's just bamboozled at the time. And so instead of just answering this question to explain to why they didn't do this, and this is what the prosecution and investigators, these are the steps that you had to take, and it was obtaining these search warrants. They were never going to be able to get them signed off on because there was not probable cause to go and do this yet. Otherwise, if there was, you would have just done that. And that's why my question is how do you know that they never tried to get a search warrant? And that was how Ann Taylor was arguing it. And she was absolutely right. And then what Judge Hippler comes and does is absolutely mind blowing to anybody that's a United States citizen. In his order that he wrote of the 39 pages. But Ann Taylor did not do herself any favors in her oral arguing and nor in her questioning when she did not hammer home the biggest things.
On what the prosecution felt or didn't feel, I'll summarize how I feel. And, my opinion in $5 may get you a cup of coffee at Starbucks. So this is my opinion of looking at the laws, understanding how IGG works and how it was done in this case. The first thing, and this is really important, they would have got to Bryan Kohberger without the IGG. That was already in motion when the FBI identified Bryan Kohberger to local law enforcement and the prosecutors because of the IGG results. Bryan Kohberger was a known investigative lead.
I just cannot. He was a known investigative lead. Did you not? So you're an expert in this case. Ann Taylor doesn't say to you, you had no idea what Officer Payne testified to at the suppression hearing, at the Franks hearing, at the IGG, to be able to get a Franks. They basically awarded a Franks for the IGG. He was not known to local law enforcement.
They had his DNA from the knife sheath. All it would have taken is that match.
It was in CODIS. You're right. What match? How? Right there. What are you talking about? They had his name. They didn't have his name. They uploaded. They were able to make a single profile, uploaded to CODIS, came back negative. Do we know that they checked? Doesn't matter. It's there. It's unnamed. It's unnamed. Bryan Kohberger is not known to anybody in this case. It is testified to under oath. So how are you sitting here saying that they knew who Bryan Kohberger was? And that's why I said you have to ask this question, which is, where did you see any reports with the name Bryan Kohberger in at WSU? And I already knew the answer to it. That's why I want the question asked. There are none. None. Not a single one. In fact, the CAD notes that produced what I was able to go and get show his old license plate right before his new license plate by two different people using their mobile cruiser MDCs, okay? MCDs, whatever the fuck they are. The mobile data, whatever the fuck it's called, computer. Meaning that you had to type in a fucking license plate. And the first one that was typed in was Bryan Kohberger's one that was no longer on any motherfucking car because he took his plates and changed them. So how are you knowing or seeing Bryan Kohberger driving around in a vehicle that he doesn't have plates on anymore like that? Boom. And then you don't put it into any police report when you find out that the guy just changed his fucking plates. Oh my God, like this would be a pretty big lead. Not in a single police report.
Right. So number one, I don't feel like IGG should have ever been done in this case. IGG is something you do at the end of a case when your case has gone cold and you've ran out all of your leads. And if you look at the DOJ interim policy, it states that very clearly in Section 5. Before an agency takes on IGG, you're supposed to eliminate all investigative leads. Brian Koberger's name was in a report and was the most viable investigative lead in this case before the IGG results were.
Where? And then it comes at the end. So remind that here's the timestamp. 28:50. I would have been fucking. The custody queen say Lana has a question here at the end.
Girl is a victim. I think absurd. And I just.
It's now been 3.5 hours.
This one really. Come on, homeboy.
Well, I will say I really, and I know I can speak for Kristen and Ron and everyone out there, I really do appreciate you taking the time to, it's now been 3.5 hours, talk with us and go through all our questions. So thank you so much for your time.
Truly, Sai, thank you very, 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 very much. And I know we have questions we didn't get to. I'm gonna ask this one really quick because it was for Lana. Lana wants to know what report.
Lana wants to know. Trust me, and I've texted with Sai since the interview. Lana wants to know.
You didn't. Truly, Sai, thank you very, 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 very much. And I know we have questions we didn't get to.
I said, Kristen, give me a grand finale. I said, all I want is a grand finale. One question. This is what I wanted.
I'm going to ask this one really quick because it was for Lana. Lana wants to know what report had Brian's name in it because from WSU, because we don't have anything released with his name in it.
I would say there's a lot about that hasn't been released. Obviously,
incorrect.
I think the lawsuit with WSU has some things to go with it, but
it's funny that he's bringing up the WSU lawsuit because I've been hit up by very important people with that lawsuit to get my requests because they were hiding stuff from the families. And I turned it over with open arms, and I will turn over anything because these agencies are a fucking bunch of lying pieces of shit. But my question is, where's that report?
there are some emails out there that actually talk about the report.
There's some emails out there that talk about the report.
So, you know, the report exists. There's been
The report exists.
testimony. The report. So, you know, the report exists. There's been testimony that.
There's been testimony about what?
The report was transmitted, that the report was seen, you know.
Where was this? I've seen every single hearing. This has never, ever been testified to, ever, not once.
As far as turning it over, I'm with Lana on that one. I would like to see it today as well.
There we go. I'm with Lana on that one. I would like to see it today as well. He's never seen it. It does not exist. It is not in evidence. It does not exist. I get that we don't have everything. I understand that. But I have tracked this piece for a very long time. Officer Payne testified under the pains and penalties of perjury. And this does not exist. And he said it under oath. We did not have his name prior to the FBI giving us his name. Period. And Sai agrees. I'm with Lana. I would like to see the report. Well, we're never going to see the report because it doesn't exist. And it definitely was not created because I went and got every single incident report that Daniel Tanego and Curtis Whitman has authored between the dates of November 1st to the end of December of 2022. So now we can go back here.
Either cherry picking certain things, committing or understand what's happening with evidence today. And the courts will catch up, but it'll probably take 10 or 15 years. Further predicated with knowingly conducting an IGG investigation outside of the recommended policies, if you will, of the Department of Justice. And that was not a accidental decision. It was initial results that they were hoping for. There was a decision made to go even further outside of those guardrails. And this is where Othram was told to stop work. The FBI took it. It's really important for the people to say, I'll never believe Brian Koberger did this case. He was already on the radar. And I think they would have got to him. Man, if they would have got to him that way, this entire case changes. I think it gets much.
He was already on the radar. Radar love. Oh my God. Dude, but this isn't Sai's fault. He's clearly being provided with information, okay, that, you know, it's just, he says he's never seen the report. Everybody understand that? He who has seen the evidence. Sai, you've seen the evidence. You guys have not seen what I've seen. Have you seen this report? The answer is no. Which goes to, hey, you got to understand, this is a really important thing here. You got to understand. It's really important. And he knows I love him to death and Carrie, but it just, you can't make that statement.
Cleaner, but the decision was made to go down IgG. The problem is when the IgG did not produce the initial results that they were hoping for, there was a decision made to go even further outside of those guardrails. And this is where Othram was told to stop work. The FBI took over. There's some things that happened with that sample. And in my...
No, he shouldn't be speaking about any of this. Leah Larkin's report very clearly states, and she basically shoved it up all of their asses, okay? And she refers to it's because it's important. What Othram received was the crime scene vial for them to then work on and create that S&P profile that was created within 48 hours. From that point, it took 12 days to get the kit approved through the rush services of a law enforcement kit for you to enter it into acceptable databases. Again, no search warrant though. Then they upload this on or before between December 7th and December 8th. And then immediately they see we have low matches. And then what was testified was that Matthew Gamet, in his understanding, was that, yep. So then Othram then sent everything that they had to the FBI. That did not happen because of emails that exist. And so they set Matthew Gamet up. And what the FBI did is, how did they create this double-sized text file? From what? Because there's an email that exists between David Middleman and somebody from the FBI. And he's saying, you just download this, you just upload that. Like, he didn't give them anything. He didn't give them their, and then she comes with the biggest tit drop ever. And she says, guys, let me explain how this works. Brian Koberger's text file's already uploaded. You don't need it. It's already there. It's in the databases. You don't need to do anything. And that is, whoa. What is the FBI asking you to provide them with? Ding. Dumb.
Opinion, this is where
if you're just going to take over and do the genealogy work and blah, blah, blah. But that's just not what happened, is it? They are nuts.
Enforcement needs to be held accountable. And I'm saying that as a law enforcement officer for 20 years and someone who's helped law enforcement for the last 15 years and currently today still working with law enforcement on cases. When we don't write search warrants and we go through back doors and we try to hide the way that we're doing things, there's a problem. And, you know, I just don't ever want to be in a position where I have to sit on the stand and explain to a jury why we wouldn't follow normal policies and procedures. And in this case, they knew that they couldn't. So they intentionally went through a back door that they knew there's a policy. You can't do that. And they did it anyway. The more important thing is, I just don't ever, currently today, still working with law enforcement on cases. When we don't write search warrants and we go through back doors and we try to hide the way that we're doing things, there's a problem.
Okay, right there you have to say, though, yes, but the search warrants needed to be written before Othram even did what they did, right? Let me understand that. Why would the FBI only need to be doing any of the search warrants? And the answer is, oh wait, yeah, no, you're right. It starts from the beginning. There's all these different phases have search warrants that need to be written, right? And you're tracking this and you're documenting, and I mean, right? And there was no work that was ever provided to the defense in either one of these.
And, I just don't ever want to be in a position where I have to sit on the stand and explain to a jury why we wouldn't follow normal policies and procedures. And
why you wouldn't write reports, right? Why you wouldn't document what you did and so that way you're not on the stand saying, I don't recall, I don't know, I have no idea what I did in this case, because you just don't remember. But there's a reason that we make sure that, hey, it's okay. We get that you may have to testify to something in a year or 3 or 4. That's why you have to write these reports to refresh your recollection of how it happened and what you did, right?
in this case,
So it's not even just the fact that they just didn't go and get search warrants then, but they didn't report and document what they were doing. And in fact, they were told to not communicate anymore via emails or anything like that, right? Everything had to be over the phone. Why?
they knew that they couldn't, so they intentionally went through a back door that they knew there's a policy, you can't do that, and they did it anyway. The more important thing, and I think I'll push back just a little bit, Ron, is the public's privacy rights compared to Brian Koberger's. And I think this is a really important.
That has nothing to do with shit. I'm passing.
When I got the idea that Brian Koberger's DNA wasn't searched, it was family members, is completely inaccurate. They didn't that DNA. It's fair game. I left it at the crime scene of a crime I committed.
Yeah, duh.
But when I go as a law enforcement officer and I take this S&P profile and I start loading it into public databases, I'm not searching for your DNA necessarily, Ron. I'm searching for DNA that we share. So the idea that Brian Koberger's DNA wasn't searched, it was family members.
That's why the oral argument has nothing to do with that. And if you oral argue in any of that type of capacity, I think you are an idiot. Because that's never been my argument. Okay? You violated policy. Period. After that, do I believe that you have the right to claim other people's fucking DNA as privacy? No, just like I don't think that Moscow Police Department and who they're being represented by the city right now and the Lake people for the EWU shit, do I think that they have a fucking an ounce to come into a courtroom and start claiming privacy concerns and rights for people that they don't even know, and they're not there to do that on their behalf? Oh, you can't release this because none of these people would ever want to. They'd be mortified to find out if they were on a YouTube video being, having an expose of what they said in an investigation. Excuse me? No, actually, maybe they'd be really happy because then here's exactly what I said. Now move the fuck on. Nothing to see here. We do not have any legal grounds to go in and argue about other people's privacy rights. What the hell is going on in this world? It's unfucking believable. And they're doing it because they don't want to say the real reason, which is no, we actually just don't want to show how ridiculous our investigators look and the questions that they asked in a quadruple homicide. That is what they're hiding. And we have a right to see what questions y'all thought was pertinent. So maybe if you want to sit there and, I don't know, delete or redact the answer, you do not have a right to redact the question. Y'all have lost your minds.
Is completely inaccurate. They didn't have family members' DNA. They had Brian Koberger. And where I think people miss the connection here is that we share DNA.
Absolutely.
So the question doesn't become, is Ron's public expectations, of privacy violated here?
That's why you don't argue it that way, and nobody would.
Later in this interview, get through why specifically you believe that Brian Koberger is guilty. But I do want to backtrack a little bit to the specific scope of your.
I don't care why he thinks that Brian Koberger is guilty. I don't care what size opinion would ever be other than an expert opinion. Because no offense, my opinion on his guilt or innocence, who the fuck cares? I never say it. I say, believe him. Hey, he wants to say he's guilty, whatever. Believe him. When he wants to say what? If he wants to appeal it, believe him that he wants to appeal it. Who gives a fuck? what Cy personally thinks. I do not care. Just like I don't care what your politics are. I do not give a fuck. I don't care. I care about what your logic and reasoning skills are all about. I care about the information that you use to form your fucking opinion. And then after that, I don't even want you to tell me your opinion because I do not care. I want to know what you use to formulate your opinion. That's all I care about. Because I will cheer you the fuck on for your opinion. Like, because I don't care. Yes. You know what I mean? That's your opinion. That's awesome. Let's go have a beer now. I don't care about how you look at a case. I care about what you used to formulate your opinion. That's all. Just so I can understand where you're coming from. Try going out to dinner. And hey, let's have a conversation about not what we think or our opinion is of something that's like here at the end. Let's just talk about what happened. How about that? Let's talk about the process. Let's just say, hey, oh my God, can you believe it? Tommy and Sarah, oh my God, they're fighting. Why? What happened? And then you're telling me this. And I'm like, oh, wow, well, that's not what I heard. I heard that. Oh, really? That's what you heard? Oh, okay. Wow, that's interesting. Well, someone's lying.
Representation within this case.
And it's like,
I watched.
I hear about that type of talk more because I'm like, why do I care about why do you have such a strong opinion about something? Oh my God, because did you hear this? It's like, well, why did they say that? What are they basing it off of? I'm not like, oh my God, what a fucking lunatic. To me, that's my logic and reasoning is I just, wow, well, I would love to know what you're basing your opinion off of.
Your testimony May 30th of 2024, and I wanted to kind of talk you through that or ask you some questions about that because I know part of your testimony talked about the 2 search warrants that happened on December 23rd of 2022.
Sure.
So with respect to the first search warrant, is it unusual for law enforcement to issue a search warrant, have enough time to analyze that search warrant, and then issue that second search warrant in the same day?
All right. So it depends on the situation. If this is a life or death circumstance where I can articulate if the delay in my action could potentially cause a death or severe injury, I would expect to see turnarounds like we see in this case. And I don't think there would be anything wrong with that. And it'd be perfectly normal. In a quadruple murder of this nature with limited evidence, and then this first search warrant kind of being the linchpin of my case, right? If this first search warrant falls, potentially everything that happens after the search warrant falls with it. I just don't see the need to rush. If anything, this is the time in the investigation to put the brakes on, to reassess, maybe get some fresh eyes on it. Let's look for those potential catastrophes that could happen at court, and let's make sure we're functioning in a very significant, solid way that we know we can uphold. And your question hits the main problem that I see with this case is in rushing. Why typically do we not like to rush? Because as all of us know that in any line of work, when we rush, we're more prone to make mistakes. And in this case, there's no doubt that those 2 search warrants, well, mainly the second one, but the first one to some extent, were rushed. And there are critical errors in those search warrants that just are not accurate. And I'm not talking about 1 or 2 slight ones. There's major inaccuracies in the search warrants.
I just have to say, Kaylee V, you said no the first time, you lying fuck. Kaylee, tell us how you feel. I don't even know. I'm not even paying attention right now. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I was looking at my phone. I was texting Bella. And I was like, what do you want for lunch today? So I just happened to see that. And so I'm like, oh, I just have to highlight that. Fuck it. It's a Friday. All right. But I'm sure I was probably saying in chat, this is heavy word salad.
In rushing, why typically do we not like to be anything wrong with that? And it'd be perfectly normal. That DNA. It's fair game. I left it at the crime scene of a crime. I could potentially cause a death or severe injury. I would expect to see turnarounds like we see in this case, and I don't think there would be anything wrong with that, and it'd be perfectly normal. In a quadruple murder of this nature with limited evidence, and then this first search warrant kind of being the linchpin of my case, right? If this first search warrant falls.
Okay, you just said it, with limited evidence. With limited evidence. You said the word limited evidence. You're saying also victimology. 4 people were murdered. What had taken place up to that point? Nobody, and you said it in your report, or you said it in your book, that law enforcement made the decision not to like bring Brian Kober in and ask him any questions, or, you know, go and just try to get like search warrants beforehand with every single other person. Everything was deviated from how they were handling the investigation. All the investigative methods changed once the name Brian Kober was brought into the picture. You understand that? Why? Your book touches on it. And your book says that they made a huge mistake by doing that. Let's talk about that.
Potentially everything that happens after the search warrant falls with it. I just don't see the need to rush. If anything,
I agree with you, because you already have eyes on him. You're going to follow him around. You're going to make sure that he doesn't harm anybody, right? You're going to babysit him, right? And they know they can do this. So let's talk about the real reason why they rushed. Because school was coming back in session, Cy, wasn't it? So who was calling the shots? The University of Idaho?
I think this is the time in the investigation to put the brakes on, to reassess, maybe get some fresh eyes on it. Let's look for those potential catastrophes that could happen at court, and let's make sure we're functioning in a very significant, solid way that we know we can uphold. And, you know, your question hits the main problem.
But then I would say, but Cy, even before they get the name Brian Kober, did you see who they were talking to? And like, they were obtaining stuff, but then they weren't analyzing any of the information. So for example, with the surviving witnesses, right? Roommates. Are you aware that the phones, like, normally you're trying to figure out to corroborate what the surviving roommates said. Okay. And that what they're talking about and everything, that they're not, but they didn't even look at the extractions of the victims because they didn't get those and get their hands on them. Maury says until 11/29/2022. Why is everything coming in on the same day? Danny Vargas, Indian Hills, 11/29. Brian Kober over there, 11/29. A report written by Maury saying on 11/29, I got everything back. At my earliest convenience, I will start going through the extractions. 11/29. They already knew who did this from jump. Because this investigation, there is none. There's no work product.
I see what this case is in rushing. Why typically do we not like to rush? Because as all of us know, that in any line of work, when we rush, we're more prone to make mistakes. And in this case, there's no doubt that those 2 search warrants, well, mainly the second one, but the first one to some extent, were rushed. And there are critical errors in those search warrants that just are not accurate. And I'm not talking about 1 or 2 slight ones. There's major inaccuracies in the search warrants.
The major inaccuracies, are you talking about what they wrote in them to get them? Or on the return? I mean, what do you mean? What they did then to pump in the work and, hey, this is what it said? So think about what they did for the whole month leading up to that. This didn't just fucking happen with Brian Kober's fucking timing advance shit. It's just that fucking obvious. It's just,
if you were testifying as an expert, and this case actually went to trial, and you were going through those search warrants, could you prove that much of those allegations in the search warrants were actually false?
Absolutely. I feel very, very comfortable.
okay, but you mean the allegations of the probable cause? Like, what do you mean the allegations in the search warrant? So we're talking about the probable cause to obtain the search warrant, right? Because the search warrant is then provided to, you know, whatever's being searched or seized, and then they're going to be producing you your records, and then you write a return that, hey, this is the inventory of the items, and you provide that back with the court. So the probable cause to get the search warrant, right, And that needed to all be summed up, like I said earlier, to do
that in the event the defense or a defense team wanted to suppress the cell phone records, they would be successful in doing so. Trying to show that these search warrants would not stand up, or if the judge had the new information that we now know is true, it would have changed his or her opinion. It would be very easy to do. And the follow-on question is probably going to be, well, if that's the case, why didn't the defense do that in this case? The cell phone records in these search warrants help.
This is what I told you he was eventually going to talk about, and this has to do with the Karen Reed case in terms of me saying you don't want to suppress certain things because you want to be able to show things at trial to the jury on that you cannot trust anything that they've done here. Look at this.
The defense team more than they hurt them. His or her opinion, it would be very easy to do. And the follow-on question is probably going to be, well, if that's the case, why didn't the defense do that in this case? The cell phone records in these search warrants helped the defense team more than they hurt them. Because
okay. And now I would have pushed back right there. And I said, like I said earlier, and I would have said, wait a second, hold on. Are you talking about the same returns that say that Brian Kohlberger goes off? You don't know why, if the phone dies or if it was shut off, but he goes off the, the grid from what they lied about, 247 to 448. Are those the returns that we're talking about? Because the 448 is really damning. Remember, that's my argument there. And the second way that you would want to do it is you go that route and then you do it how I said that, okay, now we're going to, if they don't suppress it, okay, then this is how we're going to combat it, because it doesn't change our argument and we're not lying. But if we can just throw the whole thing out, we're going to throw the whole thing out. And so that's how I would ask it. I would say, well, I got to push back on you here and ask you this, because this would be a strategic question, but explain to me why you wouldn't suppress something because of the 448 returns. Because without that, you nor any expert could ever say that Brian Kohlberger left his house after the phone was turned off, correct? Correct. Thank you. Boom.
It showed the investigative process by the investigators and the errors that were being made. So suppressing them could potentially hurt their defense. It is my opinion that the search warrants actually probably helped Brian Kohlberger's case more than hurt it.
But you would just use the PCA to show that and these claims that they made. Because didn't they testify to stuff like that at the grand jury?
Except insofar as they used that information to craft the PCA.
Yeah, it gets to the point, and I'm not going to.
Good job, Sam. I'm
not going to say one way or the other because I think it depends on a lot of speculation. But there's no doubt there are things in the search warrant that are incoherent, that there's no backing for. There's a map that just simply does not jive with the evidence in more than one way. There's statements that we know.
Where did the map come from? Right? And you talk about it in your report. And so don't you see that Nick Balance would have done, this is not his first rodeo? The stuff that he's claiming about using a Google map that he didn't, and it was actually streets and whatever the fuck that was called.
Are absolutely wrong. There's a very clear statement about a white vehicle traveling south to Highway 270, which connects Pullman and Moscow, and that's where he's going. And here's where he turns the phone off. And when you look at the video, the car's actually going 180 degrees the opposite direction. And these.
And so, like, why wouldn't you show that? Tell me that Ann Taylor did not put that in her Franks. Have you read the Franks? Because that's still sealed. It's coming though. And my answer, I already know, is a big fat fucking no. I can already tell by the answers.
There aren't little things that, it's somebody's opinion. When you read the search warrant, you actually look at the evidence, there is critical errors in those search warrants. And Sam, I think a follow-on to that is.
And when you mean critical errors, you're talking about what they wrote to obtain the search warrant. So what the, and it's a big thing going to get that second one because you're making false claims, right?
They never corrected them. When they did discover that they were off.
Now, I talked to an expert about this, and I'm going to push back on Sai based on what I wanted to ask about this, which is I'll let him give a spiel here about that they could have corrected this and to show like this whole, like, good faith exception that there is. But this doesn't happen. This isn't what fucking cops do. Because it doesn't go down like this.
They just simply changed the direction of travel. They never went back to that first search warrant and told the judge, hey, Your Honor, we made a mistake here. We want to reissue the search warrant. We want to do a timeout, start over. Here's where we made the mistake. Here's our correction. Do we still?
Yeah, but why would they ever do that, Sai? They need the phone and the car moving in concert. That's how they got the fucking judge to say, yeah, this is what would be leading us probable cause, that Brian's phone and car are moving in sequence. If all it took was to show, here's the extended video, the car is not going left like it says here. The car is actually turning right, and they knew it. And they told the magistrate that the car was going left when it was going right. That is a blatant lie. But why the lie? And it's because you need the phone and the car moving together to be able to then say that, yep, that's the path of travel. And then guess what happens? Here he is. He's this car in Indian Hills. And it's just like, there are so many cameras between that point and Indian Hills, and none of them caught it. And that's what he writes in his book. Brian Kohlberger didn't get lucky 10 times. It's like, no, but they knew, based on all the surveillance that they were getting way before that time, they knew of where any sightings were between the hours of 3 and 4, even 3 and 5 of cars on the road, period. So then you're creating a map and you're blowing it up really big, and you're taking a little push pens and you're marking everywhere that any of the surveillance videos that you've obtained have a vehicle, and your red ones are trucks, and your yellow ones, those are white sedans that could match what we've seen of the circling. But then you have to ask yourself and keep going back and ask, wait a second though, why are we interested in a white vehicle when fucking Jacob Tisdall claims ownership of it on 11/15? They lied from jump, because originally they lied because it was like, we can't give, when we prosecute Jack Decor for this, or Chestnut / Showalter, that car and its movements, we need it to be claimed because you're going to be able to use it by the defense down the road for reasonable doubt. And so here, how are we just ignoring the fact that Jacob Tisdall, the undercovers, have already claimed that vehicle? And so unless you're going to say that the cops are responsible for this killing, okay, and that's what I would be arguing if I was Ann Taylor, that the cops and the universities seem to have known from day one what took place here. Because when we go and provide all of the contradictory evidence, you're going to see that it's coming from cops. It's coming from statements of cops. It's coming from the omission in reports of leaving out stuff that somebody would have said. And unless you listen to that interview, then you're not going to get the full, oh, wait, this is also, oh, wait, wow. How come the cops, how come Vargas knew to just go ask if the timing advance records don't exist, and they weren't able to go back as far as they were and shit like that and really know where the fuck Brian Kohlberger goes or who he could potentially met up with or whatever? Why does Gabriel Vargas go and even seek out the Indian Hills street to begin with? And Ann Taylor asked that of Payne on the stand. See, Ann Taylor knew what she was doing. She knew this case very well. She is not telling Sai or any of these other people anything. She's hiring you to do a job. And all I've seen here is expert witnesses come out and literally talk about stuff. And this is to include the prosecution. They're experts. Is to come out and talk about stuff For what purpose? If you're not going to show your report, if you're not going to show the whole scope of something, why the fuck are you speaking? If you're not going to sit down with the defense or the prosecution and be interviewed like that, why are you speaking? What is the purpose of any of this? This is the job I did. This is what I was asked to do. And the question should be asked is, were you brought on by Ann Taylor to be involved in the criminal research and investigation in terms of putting everything together? And I already know the answer. Because then it shows in the lack of, in the way that stuff is being answered.
They'll have probable cause to continue. And that's concerning.
Do you believe in the normal scope of business that they should have made it more public with respect to that they put wrong information in the search warrant, fixed it, and tried to hide it with an asterisk? Do you think that should have been handled differently?
Well, I don't just think law requires it. This isn't, hey, sass says so. It's I think a very clear thing that as an investigator, if I present a search warrant to a judge and I later find out that information in that search warrant is inaccurate, I would say you absolutely are obligated to go back and correct that, write a report that explains it. Yeah, there's a repair process that has to happen. But there's a more important piece here, Kristen, that I think we have to make sure everybody's got their head wrapped around. We're talking about third-party data at this point. We're not talking a physical arrest. We're not talking the physical seizure of evidence. We're talking about third-party data. And why that's important is, let's say on a Monday, I write a search warrant to AT&T and I get phone records on Monday. And I start analyzing them. I start building my case. And by Friday, I realize, oh, I screwed that search warrant up. There is nothing that stops me from rewriting that entire search warrant Friday, going to the judge saying, hey, here's where I screwed up. Here's the new search warrant. Will you issue it? And if the judge issues it, I reserve it to AT&T, get the new set of phone records, and I can pick up right where I left off.
Hold on, though. You're not getting a new set of phone records. You're getting actually the same set of phone records, right? Just on different circumstances, right? But guess what? That's not what would have cured this. Because if once you tell the judge that you made a right, that the car goes right instead of left, there is no more probable fucking cause. What are you talking about? I'm so glad that I did not conduct this interview, because I have no idea what it would have looked like. This would have been my face the whole time. Are you done? Okay, now back to my question, which none of that answered. I mean, what are you talking about? What do you mean you realize that you made a mistake? No, these aren't fucking mistakes. This is somebody who absolutely fucking knows because they watched a goddamn video, a surveillance video of the car going right, and they're purposely saying that the car is going left. But guess what? Let's just show this little fucking clip here so that we can so that we can deceive the magistrate. This was intentional. They had already went out and got all of the surveillance cameras. And so you have to ask, who was actually watching the substance? Just because you went out and got fucking noms fucking stupid shit. Great, you got the DVR, or you got this, oh my God, you got this hour. Woo! Yeah. Are you going to watch it? What am I looking for, though? Exactly. What are you looking for? Do you know how long and how tedious it is to go through that shit if you don't even know what the fuck it is that you're looking for? The surveillance stuff started in Moscow. You need to work back from the crime scene and fucking follow this vehicle. Otherwise, it's an end. It's the only people that are cherry picking here is the fucking state, is the fucking cops. You cannot place that car going back to WSU, just like you can't place it coming from WSU. Can you? No. So then it's a dead end, because all you're going to be doing is testifying, and I'm going to be objecting for cause for speculation. And now you're confusing my fucking jury. Sidebar, we need to talk about this. This isn't coming anywhere near this jury. And I need to voir dire these people. voidar, as they say. Because we're going to start talking about personal knowledge. We're going to start talking about what the fuck did you do in this case? Where did you get this information? Well, nobody is testifying to fucking hearsay in this trial. Do you understand me? If you didn't fucking perform the act, god damn, you are not sniffing a single question. And I don't care if this fucking trial takes a goddamn year. Lana, why aren't you an attorney? Because attorneys suck. And I don't suck. As I have 3 attorneys on the screen. No. I believe that I could be a phenomenal asset to attorneys with ethics. And I believe if you truly want to get to the bottom of something, that I could help you find a way to prove your case, whether you need it beyond a reasonable doubt. Because I wouldn't care about the side. It's not about a side to me. It's about the truth. Or if it's to, hey, they're totally lying about this. I need to find where the fucking wheels went off the fucking train, right? Well, Sai has no idea when that occurred based on his interview here. Because the wheels, motherfucker, 11/15/2022. That's when.
They hadn't used the information from those phone records. The tree, you hear about the fruit of the poisonous tree, it hadn't proceeded yet, right? We hadn't gone through a threshold of a home. We hadn't made an arrest. We haven't seized a physical piece of evidence. We're still investigating. So not only were they obligated to, it wouldn't have hurt anything. It only would have improved the standing of the case if they did.
Can we talk a little bit about that 247 timeframe that was placed in the PCA? Because it sounds like that was wrong, that everyone knew it was wrong, that it's really 254, and that suspect vehicle 1 could not be suspect vehicle 1.
And yes, and when you say everybody's seen, there was finally a correction in June, July-ish of 2024, where it was admitted that that was wrong. But, you know, it's almost a year.
Who and how and where did that occur? That somebody admitted? You mean by Ashley Jennings saying, who cares if it's 6 or 7 minutes? Your cars can't turn around? Is that what we're referring to? Because that is not an admission. She's saying, who cares? It doesn't change anything. And yeah, it does, bitch. Because we're not just talking about that. We're talking about when they knew it, Your Honor. They knew of it when they got the material back in 2022. We're just now arguing this in 2025, right? Because it was the motion in limine or the motion to suppress, whatever one this happened. I think it was the motion, motion to suppress, when Ashley Jennings is fucking twirling around like a fucking buffoon. Ashley, and then so this is where Antonia to get her fucking ass up there and say, Your Honor, I cannot believe that actually Miss fucking Jennings had the nerve to say what she just said to this court. Miss Jennings is well aware that if the car is going right and not left, and the phone is where? Not off, it's still on. And the phone can actually track, and it goes all the way actually right and not left, as they said. So we got the phone and the car, then actually moving in concert the other way. And then the tower that it gets on is actually the home tower of my client. And they knew this. And they've already labeled that as this is consistent with Brian Kober being at his residence at 242. Well, it is then consistent at 254 when the phone was shut off, which at the time they didn't know if it was shut off or if it died, right? Or if he just turned it on airplane mode because he's, I don't know, going to sleep. They didn't know those things, right? They're speculating because at that point, you don't have the records yet, aka the Cellbrite download to confirm what truly happened. But it would be consistent with being back on his home tower and at his residence if you've already made that statement here. And so that's already been claimed. So at 242, that's the claim. And then at 254, the next claim, or I'm sorry, at 247, which is completely erroneous, they're saying that the phone stops reporting to the network. Why? Because they don't want to talk about what the phone is doing from 247 until 254. Because the phone is not in concert with anything of going to Moscow. And in fact, it goes back to the apartment. And you would have to say that. And then so it is not consistent with the phone and the car on its way to Moscow and then shutting off. And it's consistent then with why the prosecution and the investigators were unable to find a single camera along Main Street. You know how many businesses they have? This is why they are unable to find a white vehicle to place my client in to connect it. Yep, here it is. No, they have to use a vehicle that they're trying to say at 12 or at 326 over there in Indian Hills is now, poof, that's my client, right? But Your Honor, I have to leave you with this. On 11/15/2022, a young man by the name of Jacob Tisdall, who was working in undercover detail that evening, he authored his report from that evening. And in his report, he writes and claims the movements of the vehicle in question, making these circling around and talking about seeing people approaching the house and then coming it down and around and then pulling over and then performing a stop at Banfield. And then he makes an omission, or I'm sorry, then he makes a statement. He admits that that took him until 3:32. And he was clocking everything based off of his radio. Well, Your Honor, we don't have to base this off of his radio. He is mistaken. And we are here to prove this Frank's hearing is needed and warranted because Mr. Jacob Tisdall went out of his way to lie on 11/15 to an act that nobody except Jacob Tisdall would know that he needs to cover for a time period that would exclude him from possibly being the vehicle on Indian Hills. How would Jacob Tisdall know that there was even a vehicle over there at 11:15? Unless he is the vehicle. Your Honor, this is a blatant attempt to say that you were covering a call until 3:32 when in fact it was 3:19. Giving then Jacob Tisdall all the time in the world when he pulls away from 3:19 until then he is seen on his body cam again at identity, pulling over a gentleman with a sign. Do you want to know where he came from? He came down Main Street, passing the Sunset Mart, which is the license plate that is missing. And then on Indian Hills, you can't see the license plate, but on identity, we have these 6 pictures here. These are missing front license plates. The state in defense or in investigators needed to not look any further about this white vehicle because it was already claimed by their own staff. And that took place on 11/15 of 2022. Now, what you got to say about that? I submit, Your Honor.
Year and a half later. There's no doubt.
That's inside. Do you recall what document that correction was made in?
It is a report from the FBI, and I do not know if that has been released yet or not, but it was admitted. Like there, and the only report finally a correction.
One.
And yes, and when you say everybody's seen, there was finally a correction in June, July-ish of 2024, where it was admitted that was wrong. But it's almost a year and a half later.
Yeah, it was in the report of fucking Nick Balance. That's not a report of like investigators. Nick Balance had nothing to do with the search warrants. What the fuck is going on here? I cannot even read. I cannot even.
There's no doubt.
That's inside. Do you recall what document that correction was made in?
It is a report from the FBI, and I do not know if that has been released yet or not, but it was admitted. Like there, and the only reason I'm saying this is that there is no doubt about this. There is no argument anymore. That's been put to bed. Everybody agrees this phone was powered off at 2:54:45. Not
Yeah, but the issue is when did they know it? And they knew it then. They didn't know it in 2024 or 2025. They knew it when they wrote the fucking probable cause.
2:47. And that dramatically changes the entire narrative. If that phone stays on until 2:54:45, which it did, and it stays connected to AT&T's network, which it did, and we look at the connections during that 7 minutes and I think it's 45 seconds, the entire narrative changes. That vehicle is never on Highway 270. It's never eastbound on Highway 270. Everybody wants to talk about Floyd's and fog lights and all this other stuff.
So then, Cy, exactly. Why did you fill out an affidavit to try to force something to happen when if you're playing the long game, you are going to fucking blow this motherfucker up at trial. I mean, that's when the bombs are going to come. And there ain't nothing that Hitler can do when all the cameras are rolling and he's got to be in front of a jury and he's got to present himself as an unbiased motherfucker. And if he doesn't, there's a huge problem because the jury will sniff that out.
It's a silly conversation because there's no reason to talk about a white car eastbound on Highway 270 because there's no evidence of Brian Koberger traveling on Highway 270 during that time, as the narrative says.
So what did you think exactly? They didn't have any evidence of that. But see, this is why I would have ended the conversation. We're not going to talk about the white car because I'm going to explain the white car to you. And then you're going to tell me on how, if you present it this way to a jury, how there's any, I mean, Jesus, wow. They claimed it themselves, right? Oh, thank you. Oh, you want to do some shots? Woo! I'm just toe tagging people today, baby. Woo!
In 15
Shots in 15, baby.
And I'm not saying he didn't travel east. I'm just saying there's no evidence that he ever traveled on Highway 270, and you're going to have a really hard time convincing me that because the physical evidence shows the absolute contrary of that statement.
And so that 2:54:45 is both verified by the AT&T records and the Celebrite forensic extraction. Is that correct?
Yeah, and that's a real troubling thing, Sam, because one of the things we like to look for as investigators in a case is co-corroboration of evidence. If I have two different types of evidence that are saying the same thing, that's really important that I make the jury understand that. So very frequently when we're looking at a set of phone records from AT&T and the phone disconnects from the network at 2:54:45, and then I go look at the operating system logs from that phone and it says 2:54:45, I have two independent sources saying the same thing. And for me to say that is a standard practice in investigations, I can't overstate that. So the fact that
Yeah, but Cy, they didn't have the Cellbrite then. Okay. They didn't have the Cellbrite when they wrote up. This is why they didn't go and this is why they never talked to him. Okay. They didn't have the Cellbrite, right? When they write up the probable cause, they're just going off of he turned his phone number in, we have it, and then we're pumping it in, and this mumbo jumbo shit. Okay. So that doesn't matter right now because they weren't able. They wrote up to get a search warrant before they ever even had his phone in their possession to download for Cellbrite to back that up. Okay. So what would you do in this situation, right? Then you can prove that they could not corroborate what they were saying in the probable cause, even if they were accurate and told the truth, right? Damn, man, I'm out of Jim Beam. Oh, shit, you got to get that DoorDash. They omitted in the first search warrant what time the phone stopped reporting to the network, period. And they gave a wrong turn of a vehicle that they needed to have going left towards Moscow, okay? Knowing that the car is going right away and back to his apartment. Right? Right, Lana. Two huge lies to get what? Probable cause to get what? More data, right? Yeah. But the narrative, they got more, but their narrative is all wrong. And they have to stay with that narrative, right? Otherwise, they would be admitting, right, that they never had probable cause. And that is what's sick, is that they thought that they could go into a courtroom and gaslight 12 people in their brains, because it's like, it doesn't matter when we show them that DNA, baby. That DNA, man, that we got on that sheet, baby. And that's what they're saying in their war room. And that should scare the shit out of everybody.
There's everything in the search warrants are relying on this 247 timeframe in order for the narrative to fit. Yet we know the physical evidence shows 254-45 on the Celebrite. That's more than just inconvenient. That's a real conflict that someone needs to say, yeah, it never occurred to me that maybe we should look at both pieces of evidence together.
No.
What evidence did you guys see? Obviously, we haven't seen a lot of this. What evidence did you have that
But they couldn't have done that until after January 9th. They didn't know that until after January 9th, when Brian Colbert's phone is coming back on a fucking external hard drive from fucking Philadelphia's lab. Please. My fucking documentary and book is going to be fucking insane. People are going to be like, fuck that bitch, but she ain't wrong. She's crazy, but she ain't wrong.
prove that it was 254?
Well, we have the actual time stamp on AT&T's records, and we have the actual timestamp in Celebrite's report. Like, Celebrite will show an on and off log. AT&T will actually show when the phone, and I explain this in my report that's been released as well. So it's public information that's out there. And I want to make it clear, I'm not saying somewhere around 254 we think it turned off. It's 254-45. Like, I can tell you the second that phone was powered down, because it's recorded on logs that are separate logs kept by two completely different entities, if you will, and they perfectly match. So why would we believe it wasn't 254-45?
And so that was a power off. That wasn't a lost connection or something else. The phone was actually powered down at that point, is what the evidence is showing.
When we look at just the AT&T records, we wouldn't be able to say that. We just can say that it disconnected from the network at 254-45. And there's a number of reasons that could have happened. When we look at the Celebrite, it does show a powering event. So the phone was physically shut down. Now, whether that was, I don't know how much of that has come out, and I'm not an expert in Celebrite, so I'm not going to go any further than that. But other than it appears that it's a powering event in the Celebrite report.
But you used that in your report to say that this is a fucking Brian Colbert does this regularly, right? So how did you validate that to say that in your report if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about right now? If you're not an expert in Celebrite, and I don't want to talk about Celebrite, but then I'm unclear how you validated your statements in your report that's saying that it is normal for Brian Colbert to power down his phone. Like, that's a normal. He drives all over the place, all at different times. This is his normal. And it's normal for his phone to be powered down.
Did Ann Taylor?
So, like, right there, I would have said, well, what kind of access did you have to these other experts? Were you allowed to talk to them? Were you allowed to call up, like, who's the Celebrate? So the Pendens. So you have, how often did you talk to? I don't need to know what y'all talked about. Okay. I want to know how often, and if you did talk to Kevin and Carol Pendon, the Celebrite experts on the team.
Did she agree that was the time, the 254-45? Did she agree? Was she of that opinion as well, based on the information?
I don't believe that anybody in this investigation, prosecution or defense.
Yeah, like Kirsten was just in the wrong section here. Like, yeah, that's already been like every 254 is 1,000.
You mentioned before that there were some specific, I guess, errors or omissions that the FBI made that kind of snowballed or kind of led to the issues. What specific decisions or errors were those? Do you recall, or do you know?
Yeah. A little late here. I was blowing up chat. I was like, if I was to show chat right here, maybe I should on the side just to see what I was commenting when I was commenting. You guys can see my real time, my real time statements. Great question here. Let's hear the answer.
Yeah, I mean, I think I made it really clear in my report, but we'll kind of condense that down into a very quick summary. AT&T records are very unique. AT&T shows us handoffs. So if I'm sitting here talking to you guys, and let's say I'm on my cell phone, even though I'm stationary in one place, my phone is handing off between cell sites. If I'm driving, it's handing off along cell sites when I go. Some of the providers don't provide a very granular view of that, but AT&T is different in that it shows all
Time on tower, baby. Doesn't it, Sai? Time on tower.
of those connections, and it shows what's called time on tower. So I know how long each one of these connections last. The other thing that AT&T's network does very, very well is it maintains a data connection with the phone. So if you think about all the things you have loaded on your phone with the different apps and things running in the background and all the stuff that our phones do, they're constantly seeking this data connection. So for example, in this case, from 2 a.m. to 2:54:45, Brian Koberger's phone is connected to the AT&T network. Every second of that time, we can account for which cell site, which sector it is using to maintain that connection. So the idea that, we map 2 or 3 or maybe 4 cell sites and we say, oh, look, he's south or he's eastbound, when, we eliminate 94, 95, maybe 97% of those other connections that tell a very different story. It's hard to say that, that isn't a cherry picking or a intent.
It's not, it's purposeful, isn't it? And so why wasn't this argued in this manner for the suppression? I mean, and Ann Taylor, I got that like that, man. And I know how I would make my argument. You don't need to be a lawyer to argue. We argue with people every day. You fucking do it on Twitter every fucking 2 seconds, these motherfucking people that are arguing. Okay? 95% of them just gaslight with no receipts. But argue that position.
Intentional omission of data that tells a different story. I've been teaching this subject matter now for almost 20 years. You map all the data. You always map all the data. There is never a reason in any forensic discipline that I get a terabyte of data and I decide to analyze megabytes of it, right? We get big data sets for a reason. So any argument that anybody makes that, well, there's just no reason to look at those handoffs, that's absurd. Like, of course you're going to map that. And when you map that, it tells
Why isn't he saying, what he means there is the statements that Nick Balance made. Nick Balance, and see, maybe I would just been like way more specific here. Nick Balance said that you don't have to, it's by a case-by-case basis on how you fucking go about stuff. What's your thoughts on that, Sai? That's like saying our methodology just changes based on the case. That's absurd. And who made that statement? Nick Balance wrote that because he doubled down in his report, right? And you were going to eat his ass, right? Because he's fucking liar, right? Yeah. Yes, he is, Lana. And you gave him a chance in May of 2024 to realize what the fuck is going on here and that this is career ending if this continues, right? Yes. And what did he do? And you don't want to go back and look at this investigation from the beginning based off of the choice that he just made? Come on, Sai.
a very different story.
And is that when you looked at the CAS draft, is that where you were referencing that they're really only mapping like 18% of the connections between 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. the day of the crime?
Correct. We can see all of the connections in the phone records. So it's not hard to look at a report and say, okay, they mapped 5 connections during this time period, but the report shows 15 or whatever it could be. And I think it was more like 92% of the data that wasn't mapped. And the issue, there's other reports that weren't mapped as well. And that's in my report as well. It's not just necessarily the handoff data. There's other really accurate data at this time frame that tells a very convincing story. When you map everything, it changes the narrative of this case.
What would be the rationale?
No, when you map everything, it outs the lies, the violations of our rights by somebody in power. It outs the corruption. It outs the corrupt railroading of Brian Kohlberger, correct? This doesn't change a narrative, Sai. This is what? Say what the fuck it is. This is, wow. They did all this. Why? Why would you ever do this? and think that you can get away with it.
Now for only mapping a small portion of the connections during that time period for the state. What's the rationale of that? Is it just sloppy or intentional?
It's tough for me to say because you're asking me to kind of get into what somebody's mindset at the time was. When the initial omissions were made, I can't tell you if it was just pure sloppiness or it was intentional. 18 months later, when it's still not being corrected, it's intentional. So, I don't want to come out and say, oh, this was intentional, it was manipulated from the beginning, because none of us can say that. What we can say is that it should have been done in the beginning when it was made clear that it was missing and that it needed to be done. If you watched my testimony, you probably saw the very last thing that I said is I reserve my right to change my opinion when all of the data was mapped. And that wasn't, some happenstance statement that I made as a parting shot on the stand. If nothing else, it was kind of a story could change when that's mapped.
Okay. And then, so like in your report, when you're writing the conclusions and you say that it's justified to believe critical exculpatory evidence has been concealed by the investigators, what did you mean by that?
At the time that I was writing my report, it was clear that there was issues in this investigation with the timeline. And of a case of this magnitude, I would absolutely expect a third, fourth peer review being taken place at the very least, if not a complete deep dive by somebody else in this. And there's just no efforts. To this day, I have never been provided the complete mapping data for the phones that are pertinent. I'm not saying I haven't mapped it. I'm saying I've never received the entire map data from the state. And I think that's very telling, right? Why would you not do that?
Do you find that's intentional? That they're not turning it over or they're concealing it? Because if it's not normal, as an expert, do you find that intentional?
I would say that it's intentional, that there's definitely a decision being made not to do it. But I want to frame this correctly, where some people will probably immediately go, well, they're trying to hide it. The problem with this case is when you look at all the evidence, it changes and it doesn't get weaker.
I love it. It doesn't get weaker. It gets stronger, he says. Wait, when you change the what?
Normal, as an expert, do you find that intentional?
I would say that it's intentional, that there's definitely a decision being made not to do it. But I want to frame this correctly, where some people will probably immediately go, well, they're trying to hide it. The problem with this case is when you look at all the...
Right here, he should have said, all I can say is I believe that it was intentional. And that's all I can say. Because Brian Colber has the right, and Taylor has the right. I hired you to do a job, and you have a duty to your client. You have a duty to Ann Taylor. Okay. I didn't ask you to do anything except X, Y, and Z. Okay. You are now getting, in my opinion, into a very, very, very interesting box. Because if you don't have you weren't asked to do anything this is what you were asked to do. Okay. Period. So what he is about to say here is very, I think, reckless and dangerous.
Evidence, it changes and it doesn't get weaker. It gets really strong. So
where is that in your report? Where is that in your report? That's not in my report. What? It's not? Why isn't that in your report? Sorry, guys. I have to eat or I have to stop this. Because I've been going on not eating at lunch. And I have to keep myself hydrated. So I'm pulling a JLR. You guys, this was unreal. Oh, for lunch today, I think I've had this maybe once in my entire life. Panda Express I let Bella pick. This is what she picked. This is borderline unethical, in my opinion. This is wild territory. To say this stuff, woo! I'm telling you guys, this is where is any of this in his report?
You know, I'm hesitant to say that it's intentional because then you're going to have to convince me why law enforcement would intentionally not try to present the best evidence in this case. And
because it's not the best evidence. What are you talking about, Sai? Like, why are you getting yourself into these fucking hypotheticals that just don't exist? Don't even get me into this part where we're going to start talking about in order to frame Brian Culver that it had to start in fucking March in goddamn fucking Pennsylvania. Because you guys ain't ready for that yet. We're not even there yet. That's why I said, when's shot time? Listen, law enforcement covers their own asses, period. 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 They don't, when push comes to shove, in this case, careers were fucking going down if this went to trial. I still think that it's career ending because the reports are public, the reports are there, and how this is going to make its way if it goes to I mean, depending on how I guess the families want to go about it. The WS lawsuit, if that goes all the way, if these families settle out, you guys are still going to win. Go. But depending on how they want to go about this, the only people that the police were protecting and why they didn't do everything that they did was to protect themselves, to protect the two universities. That's it, period. They did nothing on the behalf of these victims and these surviving roommates or the community at large. And this was about money. And they said things like, there is nothing going to bring these kids back, okay? But our universities in this town, if the truth comes out, we're done for a while at least. Just like what happened with Penn State. Penn State Pervin over there. Jerry Sandusky. You want to know what that did to Penn State for a handful of fucking years?
I'm speaking firsthand about this, looking at the records. When you look at 6 months worth of data, which is how much data they obtained on Michael or on Brian Koberger's phone, when you look at that 6 months worth of data and you map it, and you understand those daily patterns and that pattern of life, this case becomes incredibly strong against Brian Koberger. So, you know, I think there's some.
Then right there, then you need to say, then your report is a mess. Then your report is a mess. Because your report says nothing of this. And you used the report, or in your report, you use the historical data that says the complete opposite. So now now you're making me not respect why it is that you did this in the first place, right? I'm not asking you to lie about the data, but what you were revealing, or what you think that you're revealing because of what you think you know, has to be protected by client attorney privilege. In my opinion. Because Ann Taylor and Brian Koberger have the right to not call you as a witness ever, not once. I don't care how many reports Ann Taylor can choose not to call him. And Ann Taylor, in my opinion, was probably maybe considering it because of what just took place in the courtroom leading up to it, that I'm going to have to go with Tom Slavinsky here. because we have a huge liability issue. And guess what's going to come out? Guess what? When Cy is on the stand, guess what they're going to do? They're going to bring up Colorado. And you become a liability for me in cross-examination. And I'm not going to kid you. If I was Ann Taylor, I am going with Tom Slavinsky, and that's it. That is in my client's best interest. And I would welcome the state to go ahead and call Cy Ray. Go ahead. Because that's going to all be on direct examination then. And I don't even know if you can do that.
Sloppiness. I think there was over-reliance on DNA. And I also felt that there was probably
Wait, there was over-reliance on DNA. What?
patterns in that pattern of life. This case becomes incredibly strong against Brian Koberger. So, I think there's some sloppiness. I think there was over-reliance on DNA. And I also felt that there was probably this thought that there would.
What are you talking about? There was just lies. Over-reliance. No, everybody, they just made all this shit up. God damn.
Never
I
be
feel bad for Kristen and Sam and Ron because they are lawyers and they have to maintain a level of professionalism and have to sit here and be polite and kind. And what do you think they're just going to come out and say, what the fuck are you talking about? This is Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services? No.
be somebody within the defense team capable of challenging the way that these reports came together and the narrative that was being presented. And I felt that there was, so, I think there's some sloppiness. I think there was over-reliance on DNA. And I also felt that there was probably this thought that there would never be somebody within the defense team capable of challenging the way that these reports came together and the narrative that was.
Wow. Well, they had, just so we're clear, Ann Taylor had 16 experts who independently, with their careers on the line, and only based off of what they were asked to look at, came up with 16 independent bombshells against what the state is offering with their experts. 16.
Being presented. And to some extent, there was some truth to that.
Now,
Yeah,
there were
one of the
more-
worst investigations that you've ever seen in your career, correct?
On sloppy errors that were not, look, we all make mistakes. I guarantee you, I've had.
What do you mean sloppy errors? No, this isn't, it doesn't go down as the worst investigation I've ever seen. The book says I've never seen such a chaotic investigation in terms of where's the material. You wrote in your report that you could not find stuff because it's all over the place. That's what your report says. And that you had to try to put things together. Where's Jack DeCore's all of his records? Where's Bethany's all of this? You think that that wasn't by design, motherfucker? Because it was.
My fair share of mistakes on a crime scene. Any investigator who tells you they don't is just lying to you. So we've all made mistakes. So it's one thing to make a mistake. It's another thing that when you realize that mistake has been made, not making an attempt to clean it up, not trying to fix it, or doubling down and actually, sticking to that story despite.
Part of me wants to ask Cy Ray, hey, did you ask for material and Ann not give it to you? And then did you start with an assumption that she wasn't giving you that because it was like bad or something? Because I know Cy is one of the best. And you know all the awesome things that him and Carrie have done for all of us. Do you know how many fucking sick motherfuckers Cy Ray and Carrie Ray have single-handedly got the fuck off the streets for us? If I needed to find somebody and I could only have a lifeline to call one person, do you know who I'm calling? Cy and Carrie Ray. If I had 48 hours to find my motherfucking son, or he wasn't going to make it, I'm calling Cy and Carrie Ray. Now, can you imagine if I only gave Cy some of the information that I knew and didn't give him all of it? Could he needs everything, right? But defense attorneys, especially this case, hey, I'm only giving you this and I'm only giving you that, each person, because I want you to stay within your wheelhouse, whatever. That's it. But to maybe question if you think that Ann Taylor didn't give you something that you were asking for, maybe Cy thought that it was bad or something. Because I am confident in all the conversations that I have had with Cy and will continue to have with Cy. I firmly believe that if I had 2 weeks with Cy on a fucking island with just this case, if he was to be interviewed by these three amazing souls again, there ain't no way that he'd be given this interview. Because what I have is compelling. And I didn't just pull it out of my ass. I have a lot of public requests that I know that he's never seen. And if we were able to say, here, everything that you didn't get to see, then here, let's find it. We'll find it. Let's go. And I just think that I think when he says this overwhelming shit, and there's overwhelming evidence against Brian Koberger, and he uses those words, and he can never elaborate on them. That for me is problematic. And it should be problematic for him too.
By overwhelming evidence. And that's where your bias starts to come in, that we can really start to see that there's an issue here.
I want to make sure I understand the different types of data and stuff that was received, because we've been talking about the cell tower connections. And I guess the benefit of that is a cell phone is always connected, as long as it's on, to a cell tower. And so you can have a pretty continuous picture of where it connected and where it was handed off. There's also, and you in your report, you talk about these historical precision location information reports, which I understand is proprietary with AT&T. But those are not always available. I guess the phone has to be doing something for it. But AT&T can actually give, when it does ping, like as part of that. And I want you to correct me if I'm wrong in my understanding. It'll give you latitude and longitude within a certain number of meters. Is that information, the historical, the HPLI, was that used by the prosecution and law enforcement?
So specifically with AT&T, the report you're talking about in 2022, 2023 was called Loctobor. I know it's a weird name, but it's called Loctobor. The problem with Loctobor is sometimes it is incredibly inaccurate. In this case, there's an incident where we know the phone is in Seattle, yet it's pinging in New Orleans, right? So it can be incredibly, like, states half the country wide off. But there are certain things that somebody can do with their phone that location accuracy increases. And there is evidence of that in this case that happened. And I wrote about this in my report. My concern is, to this day, I have never seen a report or any mapping files that anybody in the investigation actually mapped that data. And we're not talking about a couple dozen. There's thousands of these locations. More importantly, when you map those, it changes the narrative of how Brian returned back to Pullman that morning. So when I said earlier, the search warrant showed this map in, allegedly the way that he went to Moscow and then the way he returned. When you map that location data, it changes the route back. And it changes.
Okay, right here. None of this should be talked about. I'm going to put on the side. Hopefully it doesn't bother you guys. But I think in real time, it would be beneficial to us for me to see. Where is the live chat? How do I get live chat up there? Open the panel? Does that make it work? Oh, yay. Okay. Okay, good. Now, we need to see this. Please tell me that live chat will play. Okay, let's see if this will work.
Changes it in a very significant way. It's also changing in a very telling way that would help investigators not only better understand that route, but it could potentially reveal where evidence may reside and more accurate timing of when certain access roads were taken. So it was incredibly surprising to me that that data didn't appear to have been used in the investigation. And I've testified before on that data as an expert.
Okay, so the question there is, so it wasn't used ever to do any, not just Brian Kohlberger's, right? Okay. I don't know that answer. We need that answer. Okay.
Challenge on the scientific admissibility of that data. We've won all of those challenges. So the idea that, well, we just can't use it, that's silly. We requested a search warrant for a reason. We obtained it. We're going to analyze it. In this case, it wasn't done. So, again, sloppiness, but.
Okay, here. I say these summary statements. Oh my God. I say these summary statements or conclusory statements with the overwhelming evidence in quotes wouldn't fly in a courtroom. So let's talk about how you could map Kohlberger going east after 2:54 a.m. without the phone on. Oh, that's
you add that data to
it's popping up here on the right.
This case, it dramatically changes.
Considering that that's significant for the amount of times we're saying sloppy, mistake, error, it seems like those are piling up pretty.
This is what I would love about Kristen. Okay, like let's say I was like, hey, Kristen, Ron, and fucking Sam, I want us to go to take on a wrongful conviction case out of Pennsylvania together. I think that we can free somebody. I'm not a lawyer though, but you guys are. And I've done all the work. I trust in my work. And I have expert witnesses who are willing to work for free, which is what we need when your client doesn't have any money, for their little portion of what we need to do here to help free this kid, Sheldon Jeter Jr. Lana, why would you want us? Listen, Sheldon's black. I want pretty, confident white women representing a black male, and I want a white male representing a black male. I want the Beaver jury to see this because I believe that there would be a retrial. Because it matters. That's how nuts, like, it matters, right? And if you divide Ron, Sam, and Kristen, they all have to, like, combine them, right? They all have their strengths. And so right here, when Kristen's like, well, let's just get down, because how I wrote that conclusory statement stuff, I'm like, come on, Sai. These conclusory words of this overwhelming, we haven't seen shit. Okay. And guess what? The prosecutor went on the mic and said, we don't have anything.
Pretty quickly with respect to the
Changes.
So Kristen is the perfect person that you'd want with a witness in someone that's going to cross-examine the prosecution's person, right?
Considering that that's significant for the amount of times we're saying sloppy, mistake, error, it seems like those are piling up pretty quickly with respect.
It seems like those are piling up pretty quickly, right? That when are you going to start saying that's deliberate?
Back to the casual mistakes. What do you think about that?
When you want to talk about the because everybody has to say the totality. Well, I want to talk about the totality of the goddamn sloppiness. Thank you, Kristen, right? At what point are you just going to continue to let your girlfriend tell you something until you say, okay, yeah, you're cheating on me? Okay. Bitch doesn't want to fuck you anymore. Bitch got skinny. Bitch did this. Bitch did that. Well, I bet that bitch is fucking someone else, right? What'd it take? She's pregnant. It's not my kid. Okay, dog.
I would agree with you. The mistakes are piling up.
So that's the totality, right? The totality of, and if you can place this upon multiple people, do they all suck or are they all in cahoots? It's not just one person that's just, God, fuck, this person just blew it for them. It's everybody.
$1 for every time we said silly, I'd be getting rich pretty quick here.
Yeah, and I think it's important, and I've discussed this in a number of ways, both in my report and in different times.
I want to give you guys a shout out. Now, here's Jules. If that is true, why would they not have used it once it was mapped Ray? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, cheers. Yay. Look at these little things. Oh, God, it's hot. Here you go. Oh, yeah. I feel like I just went to the Japanese restaurant. Oh, it's hot as hell. Okay, thanks. Here's Jules. Ray, question mark. That doesn't make any sense. Question mark, period, exclamation point. You get him, Jules. Jules is just...
It's important to understand that the prosecution team, the initial prosecution team and the initial investigative team were just lacking experience, right? And that's not a dig on them. That's not berating.
What? The initial people? What is he talking about? Dude, Gary Jenkins from WSU. He's been around and been boning bitches all day over there on that campus. Who are we talking about? I just need names. Who? What? Nick Balance. You guys, somebody going right instead of somebody going left. I don't care how many years of experience you have in anything. I think, when do you learn the difference between your right and your left?
Or beating up those entities. That Moscow is a pretty safe place to live, and that's a good thing. So that's not what Coomer Scott Green said. He said he went back to his alma mater to be the president there, and one of his main goals, and on top, was student safety. He wanted to bring that back because it was lacking. How about that? Are you aware of that? So there is no safety over there in Moscow. They just report it differently. Everything's a suicide there. Not a lot of experience on the field. There's not a lot of experience in managing this type of data. And when that happens, typically law enforcement agencies will rely on subject matter experts that are given to them or loaned out to them. And I think it's important that we acknowledge that, you know, I, as an investigator in a very small agency who's investigating this major investigation, I'm now.
Yeah, Gilbert, Arizona. That's not a big agency. Gilbert, how big is Gilbert? I don't know.
Now relying on the subject matter expert who I believe has incredible insight, authority, and knows what they're talking about. And they tell me a specific narrative. Why would I doubt it? I don't have the technical training and expertise to look at a data set and show them where they're wrong. And this is the whole reason we bring a subject matter expert into an investigation. So, you know, yes, they're piling up, but when you look at the experience level and the technical background of the investigators that are making these mistakes, it is something that I can say I do believe was completely accidental, and it was just because they didn't know any better. And the people that they were provided to rely on were giving them terrible information. And you know, that this is the result of it.
Yeah, but what are you talking about? What are you talking about? What the fuck? Who told them to write in a fucking probable cause affidavit that everybody was home by 2 and in their rooms by 4? Nick Balance? There is not a single fucking witness statement that says that shit. Not a single one. Unbelievable.
Did you analyze only Brian's cell records?
Good question.
No.
So you
Right there. Whose? Just don't say who else did you do?
analyzed others as well.
Yeah, and in my report, so we can just keep this on the record, I outline all of the records that I actually analyzed. There's 6 months of
You know, actually what you do show us is that
records that were obtained on all 4 victims, as well as Mr. Koberger. And
no, all 4 victims, there was partials missing. I said MPD wasn't doing the work though. So how could it be blamed on them is what I say here in the comments. MPD wasn't doing the work though. So how could it be blamed on them?
you know, another disturbing or another problem with this case is, to this day, I have never seen a mapping file produced by any investigator that shows all 5 of those devices on a map and their correlations over a 6-month period. We just don't see that. And
how about this? Fuck that. How about the victims themselves? Where is victimology? For 7 weeks, why wouldn't you be overlaying to see where these victims went? Where they could have potentially ran into somebody that was stalking them. Or, oh my God, they went to this person's house. Who's this? This isn't one of their friends' house. Instead, they're passing out questionnaires, and Joe Lake is doing interviews in the perviest voice I've ever heard.
And I can tell you I've done it, and I've looked at it, and it does tell a story. There's things there. Some of that I'm still not at liberty to discuss. I would love to, but it's not out there yet. It hasn't been released, and some of that evidence hasn't been released yet.
Do you know why that happened?
What are you talking about? Your exhibits, you mean, that you're going to talk about? They would have to pertain to your report. Unbelievable. Unfucking believable.
That evidence hasn't been released yet? I mean, we're over a year out. Do you know what the holdup or what the problem is there? Because it might eliminate some speculation from both sides.
I couldn't agree with you more. I have no problem with my police report, my investigative report.
I see this question right here by Kathy. Kathy's like, Mr. Ray, what about this alibi? Because what she would want to ask is, why is Ann Taylor even mentioning that? You know, asking for like this alibi or whatever. She doesn't have to say shit. But you only announce that if you're going with an alibi defense. So, Ray, do you have any idea if Ann Taylor was planning on moving the time of the crime? Because if the time of the crime isn't when, in her analysis of everything and how she's going to present it to the jury, she was going to present it in a narrative way. And she made this clear. And that's why she has the amount of experts that she has. Because she's going to present a completely different narrative to this jury. Because that's what juries want to see. That's what will create reasonable doubt. If off of the same evidence we're able to show this, and they aren't able to eliminate it. And with that, that is called reasonable doubt. And there is so much reasonable doubt that I was able to get 16 expert witnesses in all the fields that they have experts in and use the same data. We didn't go creating our own. We use the same crime scene. We use the same DNA, everything. All that we're showing is that if the time of the crime happened here, which they can't rule out and never will be able to, then everything changes. And even if you aren't able to move the time of the crime because for whatever reason you just don't want to, that means that you're just going to go with their narrative. And that's unreasonable. That 911 call came in at what time? Nobody was in fear of their life.
Report being released the day the plea deal was signed. You know, I can't explain why this thing has drug on as long as it has.
So in your report, you talk about the record.
And I would leave with one thing because I don't want to have an argument. The only people that the witnesses and the surviving roommates were afraid of was law enforcement. Clad in all black.
Records that you review, and you
the same law enforcement that decided to hide that they were working that night, a plainclothes operation for drugs and CI type work. Yeah, that too. Put that in there. I'd be scared of them too.
You reviewed and mapped Jack Showalter. Can you describe what you found, or is that something you're not at liberty to talk about at this point?
Okay, I say over here, why didn't the state do that or FBI? How does I know that the FBI didn't do that? About mapping. And wouldn't that be a big problem? Why didn't the FBI map to do victimology that way? Have you ever seen an investigation where they don't know who the target is here, right? They don't know if the house is targeted, what's going on here. Well, let's map and put all the victims, and that would require us actually laying out where these victims were and actually finding out what time they got home and where they went and truly taking witness statements and blowing them out of the water with data. And it's just absurd. And it's absolutely absurd. But Cyree wasn't asked to do that shit. Carol Pendon and her husband, Kevin Pendon, were.
I will just put there's no reason for me to believe that Jack Showalter has anything to do with this crime. Like, there's zero
1,000. Jack Showalter, 1,000%.
evidence.
Was he being surveilled? Was he under surveillance outside of Moscow that you're aware of?
Jack, Connor Chestnut was.
I know there's been information that has been brought out.
Jules says, what report named him prior to 12/19, Cyree? Where is your map that tracks his path? Oh,
That him and another potential person of interest were being surveillanced, and one of them might have had a cut on their arm that was untreated.
I've heard bits and pieces. I can't cite anything directly. I'm unaware of, the direct actions. There was a lot of investigative leads that were looked at in this case. I'm yet to see any that answer the questions that as an investigator I would be looking for as a viable suspect. And more frequently, when we look at DNA comparisons, I think we have to come back to the DNA. We can start to rule some people out as well.
who? But see, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about during the investigation in real time, nobody was trying to be ruled out by DNA because the DNA wasn't being tested that was being collected. That's the facts. And that's when we go back to your methodology, which is it's all about a timeline, right, Cy? And when did these investigators do what? Are you aware that they didn't even know what the results were from any of the swabbing of inside the home until after the arrest of Brian Koberger? That's what the reports show. And that's what I told Pavarotti to go back. I said, Pavarotti, why don't you look at those dates? And why don't you see when they can actually start even remotely giving a narrative of if there could be one perp, two perp. They did nothing off of scientific evidence in this entire case before the arrest of Brian Koberger. It's pretty crazy, but it speaks. And I would just simply ask him, well, you claim this methodology in your book. Did you apply the same methods for how you did this case internally? And did you start from the beginning? And the answer to that is no, because otherwise his answers would have to be different because the dates are reflective of after the fact. Moscow did nothing in real time. Nothing.
Can you confirm that Bethany was at home on 11/13/2022 from midnight to the time that the 911 call was placed?
I don't know that I can get into that yet. I will say this. The two surviving people in the house, I have no reason to believe that they're anything other than victims. And my personal opinion is any social media.
My personal opinion is I didn't ask you for that. No offense, but Sai, I don't want personal opinions. I don't want any of that. I want to know what evidence was relied upon for the state to make a claim that everybody was home by 2, in their beds by 4, killed after 4, and stayed in the house if you were not killed until noon. Period. Go.
Media, podcasts, news, reporters, or anybody else that tries to spin some type of conspiracy theory that these two girls somehow pulled off this quadruple murder just defies all common sense and logic.
Okay. Well, I'm going to go to your book, and it's a chapter in your book, and I knew this was going to come up because we're going to talk about being duped. But if you are being duped and protected, that's a deadly combo, wouldn't you say?
There is
So you don't think that anybody could have inserted themselves more and made statements not realizing, well, Jesus, I cannot act like this and say these things.
no reason to suspect these two as the murder. Now,
no one's talking about murderers. Nobody's talking about murderers. We're talking about liars. We're also just talking about evidence. What does the evidence say? Were these phones walking around? Were any of these phones answered? Were any of the victims' phones moving after 2:53? How come Xana's phone is in the bed, but Ethan's phone is next to Xana on the floor? What is the health data saying on all of the available phones? You would never rely upon just what the victims say and what their cell phones even show. You would then go and look at the victims' phones and what they're saying. So, like, come on. What's the timestamps here?
You want to beat them up for a handful of other things and some very poor statements and some misinformation. I get it. But the idea that these two pulled off this giant conspiracy and were able to avoid any detection of actual committing this murder.
They didn't pull off anything. Your methodologies weren't followed through when it comes to them. If they were boys, what would you say?
Murder or physical evidence that would be there is absurd.
Well, we're not making any accusations here. But did you find, so you sort of brought up Dylan, did you find her different interviews? I know she did quite a few following the murders. Did you find them credible?
I think it's obvious that there's some credibility issues with everybody involved.
That wasn't the fucking she said Dylan, but I get it. Because now you just made it even better for me. Exactly, with everybody involved. But why? And normally what I would expect somebody to say here is people will lie about things because they're covering up, like, hey, dude, I was drinking and I'm underage, or I was fucking with someone with drugs. Okay. I just don't think he has the material. And I don't think this is the part of the investigation he worked on. And I just don't know why he just doesn't say that, because the report that I have in front of me, it doesn't give any expert opinions about anything that we're talking about here.
With the initial reporting of this case. And I think there's a number of things that can be attributed to that. I also think it's very consistent with very traumatized witness/victims that experience.
Dylan didn't seem too traumatized when she was talking to Noon. She was just right there, like, just, oh my God, this is what happened at 4 a.m. And they lied and tried to make it seem like Dylan started all of this. Dylan didn't do anything from 3:51 to 4:19. Bethany started it all. And actually what it seems like to me is maybe Bethany's calling to say, hey, what's up? Are any of you guys up there? I just got home.
Something like this. So, can I speak to their credibility? I can't. I can see why some people would question their credibility, but also the investigation that I'm looking at, the evidence that I've seen on this case does not rely on their credibility. This case doesn't make or break because of something they said.
Okay, how? Because in the beginning of this case, their credibility is everything because it's the fucking probable cause. It does make or break. They're the ones that you have to sit down and understand everything with and interview them and really get a grasp of, like, okay, when you were sending these text messages, was this at what point? Here, these are the text messages. Here, these are the phone calls. Well, Bethany calls first. So how, Bethany, why were you calling somebody first? Why are you calling Dylan at what did you hear? What made you call Dylan? Because Dylan didn't call you. God damn.
Or didn't say, or something that they did or didn't do.
So when you're looking at whether or not your ultimate opinion on this case and on Brian, you're not really considering the eyewitness testimony potentially of Dylan.
Oh, absolutely I am. I think it's...
I'm absolutely considering it. You just said there's credibility issues and what?
I think it's difficult for us to dismiss it because while it is vague and it did change over time, it doesn't necessarily describe somebody who doesn't look like Brian Koberger, right? It doesn't.
Oh my God. That description describes all of America who's not a fat
doesn't describe somebody that we could say that's weird. This statement is in complete contradiction of what Brian Koberger looks like. The timing is also very, very important. There's things that happen in her statement and her text messages that also does provide her some corroboration to what she's reporting. So
no, it actually is the opposite. It's corroborating that she just talked to a cop. That's what it's corroborating. Man, a cop, what are you talking about? Yeah, because Jacob Tisdall on 11/15 claims the fucking car. And then 11/16 and 11/17 are there interviews that were outside of the whole 11/13 day. And then Dylan tells us something so important, which was the fact that when she was coming back or going to meet people at the Sigma Chi house, that there was a cop right there. And that he was right there on the stairs. Excuse me? Motherfucking shit. That's crazy.
I think she saw somebody 100%. I think that her description is more similar to Brian Koberger than it is contrary to Brian Koberger. And I think
he said it could be, I don't know, 2 inches or 2 inches lower than me or taller than me. Those were her words. And guess what? If you're coming towards somebody, a little step up or whatever, and then guess what? When she tells you that she thought that fucking goddamn Jack Showalter was the killer this whole time, Jack Showalter is not fucking anywhere near. Dylan's taller than him. Unbelievable.
I think it's important that all of that happened before anybody knew about Brian Koberger. So, there is some.
That's not even true. What is he speaking about? That is not true. Because you have no idea when they found out about Brian Koberger. There's nothing to prove it. They knew about Brian Koberger a lot earlier than anybody knows. Based off of this investigation. Because none of the material that they've provided backs like what he's saying. Jesus. That they knew Brian Koberger and he was in a report on 11/29. That is not true. And that was definitely not told to anybody for any reason at all.
Things we have to consider could be credible there.
Well, what do you make about the fact that Dylan herself, if you assume that what she's saying is true, that she's repeatedly told investigators that she couldn't tell whether certain memories were real or dream related? She repeats this in many, many interviews. So her testimony, if we're to believe it, we would need to, I would assume, also give her some credence to her own admissions, which are that they may have been a dream.
100%. And I just find it very convenient that her dream was pretty accurate. So, I think that we have to look at this from two sides. Number one, we're dealing with somebody.
What? Her dream was pretty accurate. How I would have said that is Dylan's saying and writing stuff at a time frame, okay, that, and I'd give the car crash example. Oh my God, you're never going to believe this. I was just in a car accident. Dylan tells Bethany when Bethany calls her, after I believe that Dylan was the person that screamed and thud, okay? Bethany calls Dylan, and Dylan tells her, well, Bethany's saying, oh my God, did you hear that? And Dylan's like, no, what are you talking about? She's trying to play dumb about whatever it is that Bethany just must have heard. And she's like, I just saw a flash, boom, firework. Did you not hear that? No, I have no idea what you're talking about. But earlier I saw a guy in our house with a fucking mask on. What? Do you understand that it had to have been said over the phone about that? Because then what led Bethany to say, well, Xana was wearing all black. That's why Dylan plays dumb about that. I have no idea why Bethany's saying this. And all that's happening here is that they're trying to make it seem like right then and there, and Dylan's the one that's doing this, and this is how this will look in text. It's whether they tried to make it look that way, whether they didn't, I don't care. But based off of what Dylan said, her dream about being accurate and it being Kaylee, that has to be at 2:50 in the fucking morning. It cannot be at 4 or 4:15. Period. Period. And then who brought the dog in? Why would the dog start barking at 4:17? Okay? And not be barking when they're getting stabbed to death. The owner is right there getting stabbed to death. There's your dog. And the dog's just not barking or doing anything. No blood, no nothing. The bedroom door to Kaylee's is open. Both doors are open. The dog was free to go wherever the fuck the dog wanted. And none of the barking starts and continues during what? Any of this massive attacking. But then the dog starts barking at 4:17 and doesn't stop until 4:45. Well, I think that not only would the dog have to have been brought in or maybe close the slider or something, but also maybe the dog was also laid with and kept completely away from that room. Don't know though. But nobody, neither one of them talk about the dog. But a dog is barking nonstop. It is the most annoying fucking thing in the world.
Who is young, I think their life experience is very limited, and we know that that person is impaired at the time. How they're manifesting, how this thing worked out over time, I think we have to take that into consideration. The other thing that I think you cannot just dismiss is, what was this girl subjected to personally? What did the media say about her? What did social media say?
And you know what I just can't believe, though, is why are we assuming anything? Why is Sai sitting here assuming anything? Why isn't he saying, guys, here's the information that you need to understand. Dylan's phone is not moving at all from 2:30 until 4:19. There's no steps on Dylan's phone. Wow. Well, the first thing I would say was, then when was she walking over and back and over and back and over and back to, check outside the door? When did all that start happening? Because according to Dylan, when she hears Kaylee say, hey, oh my God, I'm ready to go to sleep, or it's time to go to bed, I'm going to go upstairs. They got the music playing, the JBL speakers, right? Her and Murphy are going upstairs, and she's like, oh, okay, so then it's time for me to go to bed. There is no reason to be sitting here having a discussion about evidence if Sai Ray has seen the evidence. And that's why I was just so sitting in this chat, like, what the fuck are we? I didn't realize we're discussing something that, like, no, we're interviewing you to ask you about the evidence in this case that contributed to your reporting. And so that's why it's imperative when you're asking somebody about the evidence that contributed to their reporting is to say, what evidence are you talking about? What specific evidence do you have that supports Dylan's statements other than the fact that there's 4 dead bodies in the house? Digital evidence, that's what you do. Digital evidence. What is the health data doing on Dylan's phone? She is walking all over with this phone. Does her phone die? Does it power down? Does it power up? Are you aware that Cellbrite was not used on these phones? Are you aware that nobody looked at these phones and what was behind the curtain of these phones until after 11/29, according to Maury's report? Are you going to sit here and say the FBI did? Who? When did Jeff Tanzola come involved? That's Pennsylvania, and that happened what? With Kohlberger. Who looked at the victims' phones and started mapping the digital overlay that you're saying that you never saw anybody do? Who would you expect to do that? And then the people that they think are persons of interest prior and before Brian Kohlberger, where are these overlayings beginning? Because there is no evidence that it's no different than Jennifer Drake saying, I'm on the phone with my husband and he tells me that he got shot through a window. What? Yeah, on the phone. What? Yeah, then I hang up and I call 911. Well, why isn't there a 911 call? Huh? Yeah, why isn't there a 911 call from your cell phone? Why isn't there a 911 call from the dispatch, Kootenai County Dispatch, of taking any 911 calls from either your cell phone, a landline, anything at that time frame in Kootenai County? Huh? Start from the beginning, motherfuckers. When you start from the beginning on cases and not in the middle, everything will change. Brian Kohlberger was not known to anybody for any reason. Nothing that has been ever proven and how and why. And guess who testified to that? Brett Payne. Hold him to that. Hold him to that. Otherwise, he lied under oath.
Say about her. Did she have some other reasons over time to start to distance herself from this case? And anybody who tells you she didn't.
She didn't distance herself from this case, Si. Every time that the cops asked for to fucking interview her, she was with bells on, waving her tail and getting interviewed fucking 5 goddamn times. The only person that distanced themselves from this case was Bethany Funk. Not Dylan Mortensen. Was Dylan Mortensen offered immunity? Why would you need Dylan Mortensen or Bethany Funk to testify at the grand jury in order to indict Brian Kohlberger with all this overwhelming evidence?
Just simply doesn't know what this poor kid went through, not only in the incident themselves, but was subjected to by the general public as a result. I mean, I've heard people on podcasts actually implicate her as one of the potential murderers. That's how far it's gone. Mm-hmm. So, is there maybe some other things at play here that a person?
No, I just simply say that she hasn't been ruled out in any type of involvement. And nor have you in this interview have persuaded me in the least. Because you too have not provided me with any evidence that she is not, that anything that's corroborating her movements that night, that she would have been sleeping from 2 until 4, like the state claimed in their probable cause statements, and that they've continued to claim all the way up until trial, to the point that they want hearsay statements in and accepted in a hearing. I mean, in a trial that is to this magnitude. It's unbelievable. What about this? What about Dylan Mortensen's social media accounts, especially the Pinterest that has nothing but all different types of knives? Have you seen that evidence? What about Dylan's diary? Have you seen that evidence? Is there any evidence that any of these people were confidential informants or quote unquote have ever talked to the police prior to this incident in any capacity?
Person in her shoes might start changing their story and say, I don't remember anything. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, now you mentioned that that there's no facts that support that they were
But she never really said that. Why did Bethany stop talking to the police?
Involved in actually committing the murders. But let's take a step back and let's look at any evidence that they were possibly involved in any of the preparation, the cleanup, or anything that else was surrounded by these murders. Because when I'm reading her transcripts, she sounds like the most not credible person I have ever dealt with in my legal career of 16 years. I'm not saying
you're already starting this conversation that there's cleanup. I'm very familiar with this case. I've walked through the house. I've seen all the crime scene photos. Mm-hmm. Nobody can show me a spot in that house where there's any evidence of cleanup. And I know.
Okay. And so this is where I'm like, I agree with you, right? If you guys were ever seeing my chats or the chats in here, I was like, let me tell you what I think though. Fuck a cleanup. 2 different times of crimes. The bedroom upstairs happened, and then a period of time went by, and what took place in Xana's room happened. These did not happen back to back. And show me evidence that does not support that. Because multiple weapons were used, right? There is no blood transfer. And there's no trail leading out. There's also no drips of like, if you were to take the knife, like, what'd you do? Immediately know to like, okay, immediately I gotta gather myself. Okay, gotta take my knife and I gotta put it in my hoodie pocket or something. I mean, because I'm not gonna have any drips here. I gotta take off my, even if I had booties on, they're gonna be covered in blood.
Dr. Turvey said that in his opinion, the lack of things in the bathroom is because of cleanup. That's not evidence of cleanup. That's his observation of a picture where he said, well, there isn't a towel hanging up. There isn't a bath mat. Therefore, somebody must have cleaned it up. Well, he didn't.
No, what would do a really good job to explain that is what does that bathroom look like prior to the murders? That's all. But I would agree with Cyree as far as like, look at this bathroom. But more of what Brent Turvey was saying is that y'all didn't consider a cleanup, and you should have checked the bathtub and like done tests on it and done tests inside the sink of the bathroom and checked in the drains and everything like that. Because that bathroom does not look like the other 2 usable bathrooms, right? And that's how I took what Brent Turvey was saying. And he was just using the physical description to show that there are no towels, that there's no mats in there, right? And that's consistent with somebody from the other bathrooms, right? It's night and day.
Didn't see that before this incident. He doesn't know what that bathroom looked like the day before or a week before.
Now that tells me everything. You guys didn't see any photos that were in these girls' phones prior to the murder to see what that bathroom looked like? You hear that admission right there? Brent Turvey's never seen what this bathroom looked like before the crime. Well, then what the fuck? What I would expect him to say is, I've seen those. And that bathroom is consistent with how it looked. You know, we have pictures from a week before. We have pictures from, 7 weeks before.
Where he said, well, there isn't a towel hanging up. There isn't a bath mat. Therefore, somebody must have cleaned it up. Well, he didn't see that before this incident. He doesn't know what that bathroom looked like the day before or a week before. And this is a very bloody scene. And let me make something really clear. I've investigated a lot of cases. I was a blood spatter expert for
See, I don't know. Just right there, I would have said, have you seen them? But the point is that nobody has, right? And if nobody has, then what were you looking at when you got these phones downloaded? That's all these people do is take pictures and selfies of themselves in all of these. Like, that's all they do. I was able to tell you that the fucking Dylan's bedroom, because they try to lie to us and try to talk about that they were on the first level. And I took just the pictures and it was like, dude, I was like, this is either, and it did. It went pretty viral with it. I was like, Dylan's bedroom is on the 2nd floor. Why would Dylan know to sleep downstairs on the night that this would be taking place? Because that was the narrative that they put out to all of us, is that there was no witnessing anything and then running downstairs and all of this crazy shit. It was just that the 2, and I was like, what? I was like, well, what? Like,
a number of years. When people clean up bloody scenes, it is obvious. There isn't a, hey, maybe there's cleanup, maybe there isn't. Nobody in this case, nobody can produce you a photo showing you evidence of cleanup. So when we start the conversation about, well, what's Dylan's?
Well, yeah, we can't because it wasn't processed properly. If it was processed properly, I think that we could, because the bathrooms would need to be processed properly, because the front door would need to be processed properly, the first floor would need to be processed properly. This crime scene is so contaminated, and that's what the other people with their reports say. And that just wasn't what I get what your background is, and I'm not going to discredit that. Like, yes, 1000%, you're labeled in all these areas, and I get that. But you weren't asked to do those things in this case, and then therefore, so we have no idea what you were provided with. And he just wants to go off of the crime scene photos. Well, those crime scene photos are a joke. Because we have the experts' reports that actually were hired to do that. And they're talking about the fact that everything was moved around. Read the report.
Rolling the cleanup. Where did we get cleanup?
Mm-hmm.
What do you make of the
what
diluted
evidence-
blood?
I'm sorry?
What do you make of the diluted blood?
Diluted blood can happen for a number of reasons. So it could be
No, it's where the diluted blood is. Diluted blood can happen for numerous reasons. We know that. It's where it is and who's it only belong to.
are we talking about sweat? Are we talking about, if we want to talk about the infamous beer pong table, we don't know what type of liquids may be there before. Could somebody have attempted to rinse off a knife or try to do something with a knife? That's possible. Diluted blood is incredibly common on a crime scene. It doesn't indicate anything specifically without more context. So
Exactly, more context. So let's get into that context, which would have to make you talk about each of the areas.
to me, that diluted blood is not evidence of cleanup. And when I think cleanup,
That's why I would have said, I'm not saying the diluted blood has anything to do with any cleanup. I'm saying that it needs to be explained, like you just said, contextually.
I think of evidence of somebody physically trying to clean something up. And in this case, if that had happened as bloody as this scene was, there would be clear evidence of it. And I can tell you and all of your listeners right now, nobody is ever going to produce a crime scene photo that any credible, reputable expert in this type of evidence is going to say that is evidence of cleanup. And even Dr. Turvey, if you listen carefully to what he said there was cleanup based on things not being present. But again, he doesn't have the knowledge to say that because he doesn't know those things were present before the crime. He doesn't know what cleaned up. And I can ask you guys, did somebody recently move out of that house prior to the murders?
We know there was an empty room.
Possibly.
So maybe somebody took some stuff from the house and maybe some things got moved around the house. So without us being able to say what that house looked like.
Now that's wild. That's wild. Did somebody move out of the house? Well, if you're referring to Kaylee Gonsalves, she did not move out of the house prior to the murders because she wasn't on the first floor. And her entire bedroom, was on the second or on the third floor, and her and Maddie shared that bathroom. Are you suggesting that Maddie used the third floor bathroom and that it was Kaylee because she did her work on the first floor and she was like, you know what, I want to have all my stuff down here because I work out on this treadmill and then I just want to get right here in the shower? I don't understand that. What do you mean someone moved out? Are we talking about the couch girl? Okay.
The day before, we can't say that there's evidence of cleanup just simply because something isn't seen, like a bathroom.
Yeah, early on in the investigation reports, the ones we got fairly early on, it said by law enforcement that there was significant evidence of a cleanup.
I would again ask for putting in a report, there's significant evidence of cleanup, doesn't tell me anything. That's not how we do an investigation. We put a marker down, we take a picture, we show a swirl mark, we show a rag, we show a P-trap that we took from a sink that actually has evidence. There is nothing that
There was no testing. Nothing was tested to see if there in fact was a cleanup because you can't test it from you can't see it from the naked eye. Where in the bathrooms, in any one of those bathrooms, was anything tested? That's what I would be asking.
I've seen in this case that shows any evidence of cleanup inside of that house. And
What about the footprints? What about the lack of footprints?
There you go.
Well, let's talk about the lack of footprints. No matter how this crime went down, no matter who the suspect was, let's take Brian Koberger out of the equation for a minute. If the theory is there would be footprints in the house, then there would be footprints in the house whether Brian Koberger committed this murder or not. The lack of footprints is not surprising to me. In fact, working a lot of very bloody crime scenes, it's not surprising at all. If my feet are in contact with the floor while blood is in flight, it would be very conceivable that there's no blood on the bottom of my shoes.
I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that. For the third floor killings. For the third floor killings. There was somebody cool, calm, and collective on that third floor. Because none of the spatter that ended up getting on the floor, it wasn't smudged. It's very interesting.
Is super common. In fact, one thing that you're trained in blood spatter expert is if I have 5 people and 4 of them have bloody feet and 1 of them doesn't, and they were all in the same area at the same time, I can tell you which one was standing and maybe which ones weren't standing because, blood doesn't go on my feet when I'm standing. There is a bloody footprint. There's an issue with that footprint as far as, whose it is and where it came from and when it was potentially deposited there. But more importantly, let's say that I have a bloody shoe tread and I step on carpet and I step on wood.
We're not talking about carpet here. But in Xana's room, unless this person was on their knees fighting Xana, right? Was this person on their knees wrestling around with Xana? Then from on their knees, you know what I mean? But in the second floor bedroom, because of where the blood is and it's all over the floor and the way that it is, and I mean, let's just be objective about it.
Or I step on any type of flooring and then I clean that up, there would be evidence of cleanup, right? I would be able to see a swirl mark, and maybe I don't see a footprint anymore, but I see the swirl mark of where that cleanup happened. And in this case,
how do you see the swirl mark? You know how much time there was to clean this up? Where was it tested? Where do we see pictures of that test?
That simply does not exist.
So do you believe?
Here's an issue I've had with this, because I know that the 2 scenes, the 2 bedrooms where it appears the murders occurred, Xana's room and Maddie's room, there is a lot of blood reported. And I think we've seen photos on the floors in there, and there are swirls of blood. There's blood, for instance, on the bottom of Xana's feet, indicating that there was some sort of a struggle, that at least she was stepping in blood in her room. So there was a lot of blood in those rooms, but then none in between those rooms and from those rooms to any entrance. That troubles me a bit with regard to how, what happened after, or was there something? Because you would think with the amount of blood that was on the floor.
Yeah, and also something that didn't get touched on here is the time frame of how this happened. How much time, okay? So let's even just say, you want to say that somebody wasn't on their hands and knees and didn't use, cleaning products or whatever. This person had to have changed in between the killing upstairs and the killing downstairs. Or otherwise, you're going to talk about the fact that this person got so lucky that they would just be dealing with the laziest amount of motherfucking workers in their existence, that, hey, we're not going to swab a bunch of areas and we're not going to touch a bunch of stuff because we don't care if there's a mixture here. We don't care about that. We're not trying to find out who was killed first, second, third, and fourth. What? There is no mixture. And Cyril speaks on something here, and I just don't know where he's getting this information from. And
there are some clear marks indicating somebody moved, and we know Xana did. How is it that whoever did this, if it is Brian or if it is somebody else, escaped any trace of blood between those rooms or between either of those rooms and the exits?
It's actually very common. And there's something that we have to discuss here for just a second. Mm-hmm. There's a lot of blood on the floor. If I step in that blood and then I walk through the house and I leave a bloody trail, you're going to see where I first stepped in the blood. Mm-hmm. That's going to be obvious. And if somebody tries to clean up or manipulate that area, it's going to be very obvious.
when you say it's going to be very obvious, Give me an example. And that would also require doing a really good job of what? Processing the scene.
In this case, we don't see that. In order for somebody to have bloody shoes, they have to step in blood, or blood has to get deposited on the bottom of their shoes. If they're stepping in blood, we would see that in the areas where there is blood deposited on the floor, and we don't. The crime scene.
Right. So, but the way that this all happened, like he just said, Xana was fighting for her life. Isn't it plausible that this person and Xana were not on their feet? They were rolling around. There are stab markings into the side of the fucking of the bed. What type of a swipe do you think that is?
Photos don't show that. There is no reason in this case to believe that the evidence, the bottom of the suspect's shoes, whoever the suspect might be, the bottom of those shoes would be covered in blood to leave a trail. There's nothing to indicate that in either one of the bedrooms. Now, is there potentially some very small invisible blood that was transferred through the house on the path, whoever the suspect was? Sure. I can't speak to the ability and the amount of effort that was put into looking for that in a way that would produce all of it. But again, this is one of those rabbit holes we can get in. We can go way.
What would happen here if the way that you went about this, okay, was that I'm not going to wear any shoes and I'm going to go in socks, okay? Socks, which is cloth. And so if somebody did this and this happened and they were in socks, what would it look like? I'm just trying to say that even if this was Brian Kohlberger, okay, then Brian Kohlberger wasn't wearing shoes either, in my opinion. And did Brian Kohlberger have, two pairs of socks on that you're going to take off then the pair, and then there's your pair that you have that don't have blood on it? Yeah, you'd be slipping all over the place. Well, look at Xana's room.
Way down. Whether Brian Kohlberger committed this crime or not, those facts are the facts. You insert any other suspect in this place, that issue still remains.
And so again, just another great situation here where we're talking about a lot of time, but we're also talking about, wow, Brian Kohlberger is just getting really fucking lucky with all this shit, right?
I'm saying it's very common. It doesn't surprise me at all.
Who else besides Brian Kohlberger, what type of a person would know how to stage a crime scene? How can we have 16 experts in this case, and every single one of these experts that is in this case says that this is consistent with some type of a staging? And to answer my own question, law enforcement.
So if we take for a second the footprint issue and put it to the side, if you look at the fact.
Did she say panties to the side? I'm just kidding. Go get them, Sam.
That, like, what do you make of the fact that there's no blood transfer from the two rooms? So
yes, Sam. I love it. Well, let's go ahead and put that to the side. Let's talk about the transfer.
the knife presumably and the murder weapon or weapons presumably is
and
covered.
The gloves that you'd be wearing. The gloves that would be all right close to every single stab wound on Xana and every single stab wound on Ethan.
In blood. So why isn't that transferred?
I don't agree with you that there wasn't blood transfer. And
whoa. And that's where you just should just blow. That's right there. And I was just like, oh, wow, he doesn't know. That is inaccurate. Based off of everything that's been tested in this entire case, there is no blood transfer from the people upstairs to the people downstairs in the fucking bedroom. No mixtures, none. And I'd be prepared for, I knew what he would say here is that, there's just so much areas like swab and stuff like that. Well, wouldn't you tell your people they're swabbing a bunch of stuff, right? Well, you guys kept the crime scene for how long? Right? Well, we have yet to produce a mixture that could be indicative of this, right? So we need to keep testing until we can find one mixture that we can have all these bloods convert, because that's your guys' own, that's your theory. Don't you want to back up your theory?
I'm not going to get into a bunch of detail with that because I don't know what has all been released on that. I don't keep up with the document dumps. I just don't agree. There's blood transfer.
There's blood transfer. Dude, sigh. And see here, say, no, it has been released. It has been released. Every single lab report has been released in this case. Every single one. There is no mixture. No transfer.
Can you?
No, you go ahead.
I was going to say, so I know it's pretty clear that you don't believe that there was a cleanup, but you can't exclude that there was either. So by the same sort of rationale, if you don't see any evidence of it because the absence of evidence isn't evidence of a cleanup, you can't also exclude the fact that there was a cleanup.
I think we should probably define cleanup. If you're telling me that somebody took time to clean up the crime scene itself, somehow remove physical evidence that was critical in this case, like blood evidence, I haven't seen any evidence of a cleanup. If your definition of cleanup is somebody took a couple of items out of the house before law enforcement got there, I can't speak to that, and nobody else can, because there's a lot of different people in that house, some of them by themselves at times. I don't know. But I haven't seen anything in this case that would indicate that there was an effort to clean up the crime scene itself.
Mm-hmm.
Now, with respect to the bathroom that was on the one that we're referring to, I think.
Well, the state's theory is that this all happened by one person, right? And are you aware of the test run that they did? Have you ever performed a test run like that before? How many homicides have you done? Have you ever issued a report and said that that's how you and a friend, coworker, were doing test runs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Now go over there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Have you ever done that before?
Dr. Turby talks a lot about this in his report. Nothing in the bathroom, to my understanding, was ever tested. Is that your understanding?
I don't know anything in the bathroom that could be tested. I mean, we have to collect something to test something.
Mm-hmm.
Well, first of all, there was a missing crock. There was one white crock that was found outside of the bathroom, and it was noted in a bunch of the reports that the other one wasn't found. But is that significant that
How about the piss in the bathroom and the toilet paper? How would that not be tested? Have you ever heard of such a thing?
that bathroom wasn't tested?
Not to me. It's not. I mean, we have to overlook so much other really critical key evidence to say that a crock that may or may not have contained some type of biological evidence on it could change this entire case.
No, the fact that there's only one, it's a missing crock. From my understanding, it's just one. That's not the question. So the question is if you're doing something in real time, you don't know what you're looking for. You don't know what the situation is, and you need to be extra cautious. And out of abundance of cautious, you're doing what? We don't even know what we're looking at here. Holy shit. We have 4 stabbed kids, 2 in each room, but then there's 2 people that didn't get harmed, and they were by themselves. And one of them saw somebody. And you know what's crazy is that house is notorious for having multiple people in it. So why wouldn't any of these surviving people, especially Dylan, say something like, I had no idea where the person went. I have no idea if I saw that person, they went out the door. I have no idea if there was multiple people. We have people that come into our house and it's not just one person, so it's multiple people. So I don't know where anybody could have been. Why is Dylan so, what's the word? Oh, dead set on one person. Dylan, have you ever been at your house where there's only been one person lurking around with a mask on? Is that normal? No, but it is normal for one person or multiple people, right, to have masks on, and y'all do fucking weird ass shit with the frats, right?
It could complicate this case, and it could definitely open the door to some other questions. But all of those factors do not change the evidence against Brian Koberger. It just muddies the water to, hey, is there other things? Here's the other thing.
Oh my God. The way that the crime scene was handled and processed and it being a problem could actually bolster this whole like Brian Kohlberger shit, right? But if it would have been done properly, right? And if you're doing it truly and you're leaving all of the cards on the table, when did you see a report where law enforcement is ruling out the fact that this was not done by multiple people? Where did you see an FBI report? Let's talk about the FBI report of this being a ritualistic killing here. Did you see that report? Where is there any reports where they're trying to determine how many people committed this crime? And the only thing that I see is this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then I went at a slow pace, and then I was at a fast pace, and then I took the fucking average of my 2 speeds, and this could be done in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. What the fuck? This is Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services. Wow.
Can people have blood on items that aren't related to a particular crime scene inside of a house? And the answer is, of course we can. So, a crock that may or may not have had blood that somehow disappears, and I can't speak to all that, and I think I've been very clear on my idea of whether this crime scene was sloppy or not sloppy, or as far as the investigation itself being sloppy. I can't speak to that. But a crock does not change this case. Cleanup of a downstairs bedroom or bathroom does not change this case. There is still overwhelming evidence pointing to a suspect in this case, regardless of what we find with those things.
Now, with those words, overwhelming evidence, totality of circumstance, can you give us your top 5 pieces of evidence that you believe actually prove without a doubt that BK committed this crime? And do you think he did it alone?
I don't know what's been publicly released and what hasn't been publicly released. Motive, opportunity, the ability, pattern of life, events of that evening, video surveillance, all provides a pretty clear picture that Brian Kohlberger is an excellent candidate of somebody who could have committed this crime.
Wait a second. What? Wait, does Kristen just drink
clear
that?
Picture that Brian Kohlberger is an excellent candidate of somebody who could have committed this crime. And like I said before,
she's like, oh my God, an excellent candidate. Wait a second. What are you talking about, Sai? What?
I'm not going to talk about the admissibility of that evidence because I do believe that there's issues with the admissibility of all of that evidence.
But even still,
10 out of 10 juries in the United States would convict Brian Kohlberger for this case if all of that evidence was allowed to be presented.
10 out of 10 juries would convict Brian Kohlberger if all of us. Wow. Did that opinion? Did you tell Ann Taylor that? Were you like, you need to share with Brian Kohlberger my opinion is that any fucking jury that hears all this shit, they're gonna fry your ass, motherfucker. I am just curious. That would have scared the shit out of me too, because I'd be thinking that this motherfucker saw all this evidence and dude, they're railroading me. But what else did they fabricate here? Fucking A. I'm sorry. 10 out of 10 juries. Damn. 10 out of 10 juries. Well, I don't think that this would be talked about if 10 out of 10 juries. I don't think this would still be a hot topic if 10 out of 10 juries would convict Brian Kohlberger. That's just my fucking, I disagree. And the reason I disagree is because what you're deeming as all the evidence is not what's accurate. Sorry.
To that jury. And that's a legal thing that would have to happen in the court. And I've been very clear about, I do not believe law enforcement acted appropriately.
And everything that you're saying should have Steve Gonsalves should be absolutely outraged. If I was Steve Gonsalves, I'd be calling up Bill Thompson and putting my dick so far up his fucking ass. Okay. If I was Steve Gonsalves. Why the fuck wasn't there a trial? Because when he wants to talk about if all his evidence was presented, right? Y'all made it through everything. Nothing was suppressed. Motion of limites went your way, right? What happened? Think about that. If I am Steve Gonsalves, we're going through hell because you didn't give us a trial so that this could all be transparent and so our kids could get the justice that we deserved. And instead, you lied to all of us. Dude, Bill Thompson, is your phone ringing off the hook? Ring, 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 ringing.
In the way that some of this evidence was secured. And I think that we need to hold some accountability there. And I've been very outspoken about that to my own detriment. Like, I don't have a dog in this fight. And this case has, been more of a detriment to me than it's been helpful to me by a long shot. So I'm not making this argument because I think, I want to show the world.
I just think that I agree. He's probably like, what the fuck? But this book is banging. I mean, there's bad actors though, but
right. That's not what we're talking about. The evidence in this case is clear. I've been in a lot of jury trials.
The evidence in this case is clear. This is when look at Samantha, look at Ron, look at Kristen. I wanted to buy them drinks. This is when everything went off the rails. The evidence is clear in this case. Oh my God. That is against everything that he wrote in his report. The evidence was clear in this case. What the hell are you talking about?
When I say 10 out of 10 juries convict Brian Kohberger, if all of this evidence comes in, that's based on 30 years of experience of seeing these cases. And I think the three of you...
No, because the media, everybody's saying you're a conspiracy theorist. The media's getting Dateline leaks and producing that shit. I mean, why do they have to go to these links?
You are ever allowed...
Look at Ryan. Like, what am I going to do?
To see all of the evidence in this case would have experience of seeing these cases. And I think the three of you, if you are ever allowed to see all of the evidence in this case, would have a really hard time defending him. And you would agree, like, man, I've got an issue. Now, if you want to talk about
a really hard time defending him, what? I have no qualms about defending him only because I'm defending this process that led to him, and it can't be trusted. And Ann Taylor to this day believes that Brian Kohberger is innocent. Take that to the bank.
About legal issues and your ability as attorneys to potentially get some of this evidence out, that's a whole other conversation, and I think you have a great case. But if all that evidence comes in, you might be seeking a plea deal. I'll just put it that way.
But that's the thing, is that Ann Taylor wasn't seeking the plea deal. Bill Thompson went to her because Hippler basically said, have you guys all talked about a plea deal?
And we should talk about this. The defense team had lost almost every single motion they had filed.
Not when they were in Latah.
Almost every single one of them. This was going to be an overwhelming case for the defense to overcome in trial. Overwhelming. Now, we get into the legal issue. This is also a case that the prosecution would have a really hard time explaining some of the processes that they did. So both sides are having issues with how this case could play out.
So circling back a little bit.
She's just like, let him rant. Now, we want to go back to actually what we asked you. Sam's like, Lana gets it. Yeah, I'm just like...
You've mentioned that there's overwhelming evidence, and it sounds like some of that evidence, unfortunately, is not available to the public. And so at this point, we can't really evaluate.
Actually, wrong, Sam, but I give you credit for giving him so much grace. The answer to that is Bill Thompson got on a podium, and his entire team with Gilbertson, all these motherfuckers got up there and said, we have nothing except for the DNA on the sheath. That's it. We don't have any. We don't know why he did this. They say it themselves. We don't need, there's no rewriting history here.
Evaluate it on the same level that you can evaluate it on, because we're not privy to that. But talking about the evidence that is widely available right now, is there any evidence within the scope of your expertise in this role, like the mapping data, the AT&T records, et cetera, that you've seen and reviewed that would provide you with a different explanation of the story associated with Brian and what happened that night?
Yeah, so a really good way to summarize at a very high level is Brian's activities that night leading up to the time of the murder is very suspicious. So let's just go down the conspiracy road. Maybe this is a better way for me to.
Oh my God. Wait, going to Walmart and Safeway is suspicious? You guys, this doesn't mirror any of his report. I have his report right here. He does not say in his report that Brian Kohlberger's movements on the night of the murder are suspicious. He says Brian Kohlberger this is any other day to him. This is what the evidence says. I mean, wow. I feel like I should call Ann Taylor and say, Ann, I know you know who I am. Did you see Cy Ray's interview yesterday? Do you have any comments? Because I mean, I have 1,000,001 questions, but I think it could all just be summed up with, what was he asked to do? And are all of his opinions news to you? Is that news to you? And I think she would say yes. Yes, it's news to me. Well, besides the fact that he thought he was guilty before the case ever, before he got involved with the case. I mean, I don't know. You guys, what's going on? What world are we in? Black Cat and Jam 10 to the transparency memberships. You're the best, Karen. Karen, I was going to do my live last night and I just couldn't. I had to breathe it in.
To do it. For me to frame Brian Kohlberger for this case, here's what I got to do.
Oh God, here we go.
I've got to start this framing in March of 2021. And I want that date to be really clear for everybody who's listening to this.
Everybody in Idaho has when I found out how prevalent these knives were in Idaho, and everybody basically has a K-bar knife. Everybody has knives, period. Multiple knives. These girls have motherfucking machetes. Okay. All these people have knives. Everybody has knives. And they're knives like this.
I'm going to start framing, of all people in the world, Brian Kohlberger.
But there's other weapons that are inconsistent completely with that. So what?
For this murder in March of 2021, because I'm going to make sure that there's a paper trail of him obtaining the murder weapon, or what could potentially be the murder weapon. So 9 months almost before the murder, I'm going to start this planning. Take in mind, I don't even know he's going to be in Pullman or Moscow in March of 2020.
That's not true. You know that he's going to be in Pullman or Moscow because of Brian Kohlberger. And so I write in chat because I was irate over this. I said, yes, Gary Jenkins did know. Gary Jenkins did an interview with Brian Kohlberger because he was one of 4 candidates. And I would hope to believe that there would be way more than just an interview with Gary Jenkins for I don't know, via Zoom for 15 fucking minutes on how you're picking your people, unless you're saying we're going with the girl because I want to bang her. Gary Jenkins all of the sudden gets rid of his cell phone and gets a new cell phone on the 14th on Monday. He gets a new fucking cell phone. Gary Jenkins. What, Lana? Yeah, Gary Jenkins. Holy shit, Lana. Yeah. Gets a new cell phone. Oh, Lana, how can you prove that? Well, because Ann Taylor did a phenomenal job asking for all the data to do with Gary Jenkins in his phone. And then you could see his phone. And it was wait a second. He didn't go and buy a new phone, though, did he? He used an old one that he had. Yes, he did. Is that right? Gary Jenkins. That's just the same guy that interviewed Brian Kohlberger in April of 2022.
2021. Yet my mastermind of conspiracy, I'm going to plant a paper trail that puts him in connection with a potential murder weapon back then, right? And then on top of that, I'm going to spend about 4 months in 2023, I'm sorry, 2022. My 2021 date's off. Let's say around 9 months prior to this murder, I'm going to have to plant that, so it's 2022. But then in the fall of 2022, I'm going to physically take his phone a number of times, and I'm going to create a pattern of life that is consistent with activity that would have had to happen that night if Brian Koberger is the suspect in this crime. So I'm going to create this pattern of life that starts to mirror what would have actually happened in this crime. That's really hard to do.
Wait, what are you talking about? Because there is no, you're saying that you're mapping stuff prior to the murders. Using what? You guys, again, this is just so inconsistent with his report.
And I'm going to do that without his knowledge because he never reported. He's a PhD student. You think he would recognize some of this stuff. He actually asked for a job with law enforcement because of his technology abilities with evidence, yet he is completely unaware of this. So I've got that piece kind of planned, right? I've got to put his phone at or very near the crime scene a number of times without his knowledge. That's another piece.
What are you talking about? What? I mean, Tom Slavinsky, what do you think about this interview? I'm shocked.
Piece of evidence that I've got to pull off. And then the night of the murder, I need him to go out. I need him to drive around because it's clear his phone is moving around. It's not stationary at home.
He drives out every fucking night, though. This is what you said. I'm going off of your report. Are you going back on the report?
Need a vehicle that is incredibly similar to his. I'm not talking right now.
His pod says, Cy knows Kohlberger's pattern of life and where he deviated from it. No, actually, Miss Potts writes that in the comment section, and that's not accurate. And if it was accurate, then he lied in his report. Because his report for 31 pages says the exact opposite. That there is nothing about what Mr. Kohlberger did that night that is out of the norm. That he didn't deviate. The fuck is going on around here? We're not gonna start sniffing our own farts in 2026. We're just not gonna do that. But people are getting high off of their own asses, and I have no idea why. How would get high off of someone else's ass?
Leaving Pullman, I need a vehicle that's very, very similar to his to drive around.
Okay, so I must have wrote in chat. Hold on, let me see what I wrote in chat because it was important. This is when I lost my ass. I broke my ass off and it fell on a fucking chair or some shit. I said, if the crime was at 253, what happens? That's what I wrote. What did I write before that? Because we're talking about this whole big conspiracy about framing Brian Kohlberger. I'm like, no, actually, if you just move the time of the crime to 253 when it started and that it was not completed until, I don't know, about 5 o'clock in the morning when the dog stops barking at like, and then you look at what's going on at Simon Getty's house with the Moyes and shit, and then you mix them in with the cops. It's a whole completely different ball game. And what the cops were doing over there.
That starts to mirror what would have actually happened in this crime. That's really hard to do. And I'm going to do that without his knowledge because he never reported. He's a PhD student. You think he would recognize some of this stuff. He actually asked for a job with law enforcement because of his technology abilities with evidence, yet he is completely unaware of this. So I've got that piece kind of planned, right? I've got to put his phone at or very near the crime scene a number of times without his knowledge. That's another piece of evidence that I've got to pull off. And then the night of the murder, I need him to go out. I need him to drive around because it's clear his phone is moving around. It's not stationary at home. I need a vehicle that is incredibly similar to his. I'm not talking right now about leaving Pullman. I need a vehicle that's very, very similar to his to drive around the crime scene multiple times just prior to the murder. And more importantly, I need that same vehicle.
This is where I'm just like, that vehicle was claimed.
To flee the crime scene at a high rate of speed immediately afterwards.
Right when Dylan wants everything, right after Bethany calls Dylan, right? Could that be potentially consistent with them with one of them leaving that you didn't want to talk about earlier?
Without his knowledge. I then need his phone, and I'm assuming his car, well, we know it's his car, to go.
I'm assuming it's his car. I mean, I know that it's his car. What the fuck? Dude, Ann Taylor, okay, she came out and made a comment because of what Turvey did. What do we expect Ann Taylor is going to do about this? This may get Brian Kohlberger to break his silence. I guess if he's like, hey, if you guys are going to I need to go on their channel. This is what Cy told me is I'm going to go on the Custody Queen's channel. And I was like, what? What do you do? Okay. Well, when do you want me to pencil you in for coming on my channel? Because what are you talking about? We've been waiting to do this for how many months? I need to go clear up some things on their channel about all the shit that fucking Brent Turvey spewed. And that they just let him. What are you fucking talking about? Who gives a fuck about Brent Turvey and what the fuck he said? You know what I mean? Like, what? And so I said, hey, listen, go do that interview. If that's what you're going to do, I don't need to have you on my channel. I'll just do this. What? Because I look at it this way. To come on my channel and do what? Talk about the same shit? No, I can just make my points like this and here it is. And then you could see that I had all of these statements that I'm saying right now in real time in the live chat. And that's why I chatted in real time on the live chat. So nobody could say that I waited, a day, 5 days to do my live. Bitch, I was in that motherfucker and I had a pregame for it. Like I said, I was up for this. Hey, Sai, you know how hard it's going to be for me? Because we're cool as fuck. We're cool as fuck. But I got to push back on this, right? And we can disagree to agree on what we think, but I don't give a fuck about that. I care about the facts. What did you have? What did you rely upon? I care about your book. I care about your book because I agree with what you said here. You shouldn't be labeled anything because you could save people's lives. And what this judge did is like unforgivable because somebody down the road could use what happened here. And here you actually are able to save someone's life with something. But because of that, then you're deemed, not as credible as we need. And boom, that person's guilty. These judges have incredible power with expert witnesses. And that's why I believe that expert witnesses need to start making a contract with the lawyers to say that if a judge was ever to act like this, that I have assurances that we're motioning and we're appealing, that nothing like this should ever happen. And so I need assurances that that defense attorney has my back. Same thing if the prosecutor has my back. This can't happen with what Hitler did. We need to correct that.
South of Moscow and to reappear down south where he doesn't really hang out. He hasn't been down there before. And then I need him to drive this perfect little trail back to catch all of the cameras at Pullman, Washington State University, just in order. I need him to do a lot of other things that I don't know has been released to the public. The level of manipulation it would take to paint Brian Kohlberger as a suspect in this case is overwhelming. It would require a small army.
No, actually, what it shows is that they knew exactly what went down that night and knew exactly where to go find him who was part of it. That's what it shows me. It shows me that there's a lot of behind the scenes with those three agencies, Pullman, Washington State University, and fucking Moscow and their little local law enforcement. And then you have the Idaho State Police, who are even fucking worse. They suck at their goddamn job. I mean, literally suck dick, a bag of them. They are so bad at their job. It is disgusting.
to do it. And it's just illogical.
Okay, so if we sort of take your fact pattern, and we know that in your report, your summary, you specifically say that, and so no, this.
All I wanted to say there when he would have given me this hypothetical, and he knows that I was going to nail this, to say, okay, well, that's if the crime's at 4, right? 420. But if the crime starts at 253, and Ann Taylor, you have no idea what Ann Taylor would, how she was going to maneuver things. Because are you aware that Ann Taylor was interested in the personal use vehicles of every single Moscow employee? And she was interested to know what every single fleet that Moscow Police Department owned and had? And I gave that question to Custody Queens, and they asked it. And do you want to know what his answer was? No, I have no idea. Huh, funny. Well, Ann Taylor was seeking that. How the fuck do you not know that? How do you not know that? That Ann Taylor would even be asking that? Why do you think that she's asking that? Why do you think that Becker is over here nailing the fuck out of shit in his report? Because Ann Taylor was building one of the most comprehensive takedowns that I think I've ever seen. And I think Ann Taylor bought herself time, and that she was willing to potentially sacrifice herself with ineffective assistance of counsel and to be able to possibly get this in the hands of somebody else and to tell them exactly what she had to do. I don't know. But this is one of the most comprehensive, strategic displays that I think I've seen in a long time of a defense attorney being so meticulous and being so just detail oriented and knowing the case. And she didn't tip her hand, I don't think, to any of these people. Nor should she have, because she doesn't owe anybody anything. She owes everything to Brian Kohlberger. That's her client.
It's at least public that he routinely drives in random locations late at night and early in the morning, that he's constantly cycling the power on his phone for different periods of time, and that his daily geolocation patterns are chaotic, random travel patterns are normal. So if we accept all that is true, part of the overwhelming evidence is that would make him the person that committed this crime, because he did that as a pattern of life for the 6 months prior.
There you go. And that was the best moment that Sam displayed right there in the entire investigation. I mean, in the entire interview investigation, fuck. That was said perfectly. And that's because Sam knew Sai's report. You can't come back with that unless you know his report. These girls didn't get paid $1, and nor did Ron get paid $1 for all the time that they spent preparing for this interview. And that was magnificently said, Sam. So kudos. Right here.
Routinely drives me.
A small army to do it. And it's just illogical.
Okay, so if we sort of take your fact pattern, and we know that in your report, your summary, you specifically say that, and so no, this portion's at least public, that he routinely drives in random locations late at night and early in the morning, that he's constantly cycling the power on his phone for different periods of time, and that his daily geolocation patterns are chaotic, random travel patterns are normal. So if we accept all that is true, part of the overwhelming evidence is that would make him the person that committed this crime, because he did that as a pattern of life for the 6 months prior to the murder, because we can't actually put him in the house, right?
Well, you can put something in the house that's pretty critical that, I understand touch DNA. I understand.
Fuck that, man. And what does he do? She asks that. And now he wants to go to touch DNA. What are you talking about? She just simply asked about the fact pattern of your report, and it's completely opposite of what the fuck you just claimed here. And I believe that this interview right here has bowed out Cy Ray from potentially being able to ever, well, first of all, fuck, if this was to come back into the courts, what the fuck is going on here? I am so confused as to say these things.
And, all of the arguments around, and as part of the defense team, when I say I understand it, trust me, I understand, but there is a piece we all have to accept. A knife sheath actually.
That's not what the fuck we're talking about. But that's exactly how I started this live. And I said, there is one thing that is overwhelming, or whatever the words you want to. There's one piece here. And I think that we just need to find out how. How did it get there? Why did it get there? If that's the only piece, because that is the only piece of evidence against this man, is the sheath being there. Okay. That's it. But is there an answer to this? And it's kind of like Karen Reed. Karen Reed's fucking taillight is shattered all the fuck over the goddamn lawn. And Karen Reed was there, and she's admitting to being there, and that's her boyfriend. And she beat the charges. How? How? How did Karen Reed beat the charges? Because a jury said the car wasn't the murder weapon, and that the investigation was like so bad, right? Like, I mean, it's reasonable doubt, right? Well, if you can show that the knife sheath isn't the murder weapon, it's a foreign object to the crime scene, right? And also, it isn't consistent with these other weapons that were needed that Brian Colbert did not purchase, and that his DNA is nowhere in this house other than on that sheath that's foreign. And you're going to be able to come in there like Arca did and fucking wham, bam, thank you, ma'am, this shit. There is way more evidence against Karen Reed than there will ever be against Brian Colbert. Ever. Ever. To include ridiculously damning digital evidence against Karen Reed. Her fucking car backing up. His phone stopping. Hot diggity dog.
Next to one of the murder victims who was killed with a knife similar that knife sheath would hold is pretty crazy evidence, right? And having DNA around that knife sheath would hold is pretty crazy evidence, right? And
is pretty crazy evidence. No, not when you fucking, not in the totality. Not in the totality of all the stuff that's pointing against it. And the way that you got to Brian Colbert, all the lies, all this, then that is, it goes, it fades away. Just like things that happened in the Karen Reed case. Those things that are so fucking bad for Karen, she was able to overcome. She's saying, fuck you, John, on the goddamn fucking line. Fuck you, man. You fucking perv. What? That doesn't sound like somebody that just dropped off their boyfriend and, hey, I'm just not feeling that well. So then it changes, like, no, he was supposed to come back out and let me know that it was okay to go in. What? So then another interview that says something else. And then this, and then that, and then this, and then that. And I'm just like over here like ping-ponging. This is wild.
having DNA around the snap button, and not a little bit. This isn't trace DNA. It is a
What? This isn't trace DNA. It is trace DNA. What is he smoking?
victims who was killed with a knife similar that knife sheath would hold is pretty crazy evidence, right? And having DNA around the snap button, and not a little bit. This isn't trace DNA. It is a significant amount of DNA.
It's not around the snap button. It's in the any part. Oh my God. Do I need to read Ruth Ballard's fucking report for you, Sai? The only thing about the DNA with that is that it isn't mixed with anything. It's a single source profile. But Sai, what about the male profile that is mixed with the victims? That's a male on there. That's not Brian Colbert's. Unknown male B. Then we have unknown male C, which is at the house of Jack Decor in the kitchen. Then we have unknown male D, which is outside the crime scene by the garbage, male. Then we have in the unknown bullshit that's going on with or maybe that's unknown male E that's actually on the sheath because that happened after, but unknown male B, which is on the railing. These are all different people. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to be labeled A, B, C, D, E. It's like, no, there's unknown male B and unknown male B and B and B. So this is where I struggle with the whole, like, the facts of the case. But if I'm reading something wrong, please let me know.
Is pretty significant. It's hard.
And these are listed in expert reports, okay, that we're taking this from. And so are these experts mistaken? But how I know that they're not mistaken is because Paulette Sutton just comes in and fucking says, yeah, I made the mistake because I went with pain. That's just crazy. Sai, I know that you want to get all the fucking people that could be potentially responsible for this. And I know that if you were the investigator on this case, you cannot sit here and tell me that you're not going to take efforts to find out who the fuck else's DNA was on that fucking knife sheath. And then if this knife was Brian Kober's, it's so crispy clean, but how come his DNA wasn't found on the inside of where they swabbed on the inside of like the sheath? There was DNA there, but it wasn't enough.
Hard to talk, outside of that. And I know the question is going to be, well, how do you guys know it's his car? You can't show that it's his car. Well, what we can show is that Brian. So
then he goes from talking that mess to now he goes to talking this mess. And this is when I write into chat. And I was just like, we don't need to listen to Sai about the car because Ann Taylor went and got an expert that charges, I don't know, $850 an hour, Stephen Becker. Okay, actually, let me give you the exact dollar amount. And he listed 22 things that he looked at. And he is currently paid $585 per hour. But he's a salary employee with Robson Forensic. So that money goes to Rob, and then he's paid salary. But what they bill an hourly is, $585. Here, let's come over here.
Phone movements, when it's on, especially coming back to Washington State University, are traveling right next side by side. The phone and the car are moving together. So it would be a hard stretch to say that that's not his car.
But you do agree that at least.
Yes. So that's afterwards, right? That's the 448 tracking. Okay. Now, Sai, explain this to me. Why the fuck, if Brian has drove this route so many goddamn times, right? You're going to sit here and say that Brian, got lost and needed to turn on his fucking apps to figure out how the fuck to get home? At first I thought maybe the phone died. So when your phone dies and you plug it in, if you have an iPhone, but he didn't have an iPhone, what happens is that your phone will just kick on and you don't even realize the fucker came on, right? But he doesn't have an iPhone. He has an Android, right? And this is where we're getting into territory that he should not be speaking about because it is client attorney privilege because his work product is protected by that. And that's why I don't think he should be talking about stuff like this. I just think it could potentially be considered unethical. Because Ann Taylor, she does not have to present evidence. She doesn't even have to present him. You understand that, right? Like, think about the Karen Reed case. Do you guys know how many CVs went in there? Do you guys know how many CVs went in reports? And do you know how many people were not called upon by the defense in the Karen Reed case for trial 2? Fuck, a shit ton. I haven't seen not one of them come out and talk about what the evidence that they were asked to do in the case revealed. Have you? Point me to point me in that direction.
When you're looking at the cell phone data, geolocation, all of that information, you can't actually put him in the house during the time period that the crime took place.
Nope. And obviously, this would be a very different case and a very different discussion if they could. We can only put a knife sheath that at some point he touched, and we can only put a partial description that somewhat fits his.
Or if he shook someone's hand, right? You can't exclude that either. If I was to shake someone's hand, right?
Build, if you will, and we can only put a vehicle that matches his vehicle, and we can only put his device in the area of the crime scene prior to. That's all we can put physically at the crime scene.
Wait,
now, does
what
that mean?
Did you just say?
And obviously, this would be a very different case and a very different discussion if they could. We can only put a knife sheath that at some point he touched, and we can only put a partial description that somewhat fits his.
You can only put a partial description that fits his. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Build, if you will, and we can only put a vehicle that matches his vehicle, and we can only put his device in the area of the crime scene prior to. That's
In the area of the crime scene. Dude, your report is opposite. I'm curious as to why they're not calling out his report when it comes to this, you know, you're able to tell time on tower, right? Right, Sai? And in your report, the time on tower, you're able to say that, yeah, he's always driving and passing by in the area. Okay. But it's not, you can't put him back in that area, like right by the house or anything like that. But the time on the tower is, you did it in your own report. We're talking about like 1% out of the time that's on the, and in the area of pinging or whatever. This is your own report. So what is Brian doing? Driving fast? Is that what you mean? He could be potentially in this little radius for just a couple minutes or a couple seconds. And so no way would you say that this man is stalking. So do you think that it's consistent to say this, that you think that it was just a matter of time until Brian Kohlberger killed, and it really doesn't, I mean, he could have attempted to look at a couple different places that night or even like before that, okay, I'm going to kill these people. Because by them saying it's Brian Kohlberger, not being able to tie him to it, it's like, hey, this was a serial killer in the making, right? And we were able to catch him on his first kill. And he decided to go into a house where a ton of people were living. I only want to attack one person, though. And then I come out with 4. And I'm going to go get myself 4 tattoos that are teardrops on my eye. Somebody make me a thumbnail with Brian Kohlberger with 4 teardrops. Because that's what's my thumbnail going to be.
all we can put physically at the crime scene. Now, does that mean that he committed this crime in of itself? No, it's a lot of evidence. It starts that story for sure. When you put pattern of life over the top of it, that narrative changes very quickly.
So with a pattern of life, how do you reconcile that with, you've got in your report, I'm unable to locate any period of time between June 23, 2022 and November 13 where Mr. Kohlberger's mobile device is in the same specific area as any of the deceased's mobile devices. I'm unable to identify any patterns that would be consistent to Mr. Kohlberger frequenting locations, also frequenting by the, it's my opinion, the geolocation data I've been provided as of the writing of this report does not provide any evidence of association between Mr. Kohlberger or any of the decedents. The lack of, and I get the pattern of life and what you're saying, but then the lack of any contact, apparent contact between him and any of the victims at any time leading up to this, I think that kind of contrasts a bit. Is there?
Great job, Ron. Good to hear that little voice there. Ron, who have you been yelling at? Who's been getting on your nerves? I love Ron. He just like sits back. I'm like, oh, whoa. Drago with the right.
One reason why you might discount that as opposed to the pattern of life?
Well, okay, we got to break a couple things down here.
Okay.
Me,
Also, Cyray wasn't. I want to know what report Cyray did that's the pattern of life, because that was for the pendants. Okay. And so if I was only allowed to ask one question in this, it would be Carol and Kevin Pendon. How much time did you spend with Cyray in this case? And if they said no time, I'm just curious.
being able to say that Brian Kohlberger's device is in the same proximity as one of the victim's device requires very granular, very specific details that this case simply doesn't have, right? So I stand by that statement, and I will make the argument that you guys are never going to see evidence contrary of that statement, right? I feel very, very comfortable with that. Mm-hmm. With that said, nobody can tell you that Brian Koberger did not drive by this house. There is evidence that is...
Wait, what?
Nobody can tell you that Brian Koberger did not drive by this house.
Yeah, but you can't... So I'm going to go in there and I'm going to say, hey, nobody can tell you that Brian Koberger did not drive by this house. What? So now we can just go into courtrooms and say that? Versus, no. the burden here, are we shifting? This is burden shifting. Okay? And this is why maybe he just never needs to be a defense expert ever. Okay? Because this is... You're shifting the burden here. I can't.
There is evidence that is consistent with what I would expect to see in the event that he did. Now,
what? It's not in his report. Oh my God. Dude, if the Gonsalveses do not hire this man to defend their position, they are fucking crazy. This man needs to be given a fucking contract with the Gonsalves family, with the entire with all the families, because, but I think it's a conflict of interest. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on. You guys, this is just opposite of his report.
I think I make it very clear in my report that you just read where I'm at with that. It requires some explanation. The bigger thing is there is a very specific route that is north of Highway 270 that goes actually over 95 to the east side.
I did that route on my live. And in fact, that's one of the things that me and Cyrate talked about after this live. I said, you know, I love you. I said, I even did a fucking pregame for you. And you're really close with your fucking little map I saw. I said, yeah, no, I mean, if you can read your report and you just see what you're kind of hinting at, you look at the way that you think that he went and traveled, okay, in the way that it'd be possible to be the car that the police are trying to say is him on Indian Hills, you know? But the only problem is that car belongs to fucking Jacob Tisdall. That's where Jacob Tisdall was. That's where then the identity comes after that. That's where right between that is the license plate issues. And there's multiple vehicles that are roaming around that area stealth-like that are white and that are missing front license plates. And that should cause you a head scratcher.
Moscow, and then comes down to the south, and it would actually...
And the reason it should cause you a head scratcher is because how did Danny Vargas, know to go and get the Indian Hills camera footage? That is all that matters in this case. And Ann Taylor was all over it when she asked Payne, well, this all happened over here, and this is where you were asking people in your little write-ups, like, hey, anybody that has camera footage over here, and blah, blah, and you're going out and getting these businesses. What made you go and get, at the time that you did it, too, on 11/29/2022, what made you go over here and miraculously say, hey, let's go to Indian Hills Drive and ask a judge, hey, do you still have that Nest camera, right? I'm going to need it again. Oh, okay. What? Why would you ever, what? And then this goes back to on 11/15, what Jacob Tisdall knew. And so what it seems like to me is if you think that Brian Kohlberg is involved in this, that there was a nice little meeting that took place right there, somewhere in the back area by the Groves and Indian Hills Drive, because that's right, that basically connects kind of to it back there, where the undercovers were and, where Shane Brian Colbert was. But I'm able to put all of them based on the body cameras and the dash cams that night there. And you have Jacob Tisdall, who has already assumed ownership of the vehicle that's circling around the King Road house. And he assumed ownership of that on 11/15/2022. Told you guys it was going to be a long one. And I told you I'm going to go halfway. So I'm going to get right up to here because it's at the 134 mark. It was 3.5 hours. So
eventually drop you out on Indian Hills Road. There is Sig Scout and then comes down that goes actually over 95 to the east side of Moscow and then comes down to the south, and it would actually eventually drop you out on Indian Hills Road.
Okay. It would eventually drop you off at Indian. But guess what? Not after you passed a ton of cameras still over there. I'm all about the cameras. How could they not find a single camera that shows this motherfucking car coming in to, and it's like, did they then go the route of, hey, since we're saying it's coming on this route, we have to go and bury any of the other cameras that could show that it's coming in from the other way?
There is significant evidence of multiple trips at night along that passageway. It's significant. They're very, very
That's the way that he goes in to go to. He's saying there's significant patterns of life evidence that says this is how Brian Colbert would travel to Moscow. Okay. So then let me get this straight. Brian Colbert does the same exact thing that he always does on this night. He goes to Walmart. He goes to Safeway. He goes to the gas station, right? He does all those things, at 10:30 at night, at 11 at night, getting groceries and shit, right? And then takes a drive like he's done all these nights and goes the same way. But my question is, are you able to put him on Indian Hills Drive? And the answer to that is no. You can't. What you can put him on is, or can you? That's how it needs to be asked. Or can you? And then this is so simple as to say that, well, that's what the state has, right?
And I've stated this time and time again. There of Highway 270 that goes actually over 95 to the east side of Moscow and then comes down to the south, and it would actually eventually drop you out on Indian Hills Road. There is significant evidence of multiple trips at night along that passageway. It's significant. They're very, very comfortable, and I've stated this time and time again. There is some consistency to that.
Where have you stated this time and time again? What do you mean you've stated this time and time again? You've never talked about this case. This is the first time you've ever been able to talk about this case. Where have you stated this? You mean to the defense? What are you talking about?
We can't just ignore. He's very familiar with accessing that area late at night or previous to the time frame that we're looking at this crime being committed. And it's very unusual activity. I've seen a lot of phone records.
It's very unusual activity. What the fuck are you talking about? It's very unusual activity. What? That is opposite of the entire report.
It's hard to explain why we see this on a consistent basis.
What is consistent? Real quick, sorry. What is consistent? Is it once a week, twice a week, once a month, once every 5 weeks? What is that?
I think I outlined some of this in my report, so I feel pretty comfortable, stating Brian Colbert driving around in the middle of the night is very common. So number one, just the behavior itself is very, very common.
Okay, exactly.
Consistent to a route or a couple of routes that would be concerning knowing the facts of this case.
Right there. No, knowing the certain facts of this case, what are you talking about? We're not asking that. I get that you want to get into the behavioral part of the fusion that you're talking about in your book. But we need to know what facts of the case you are relying upon to do that before you can ever even talk about that. We're talking about the fucking records that you looked at for this path, for this travel path, for this pattern of life.
I think it is safe to say weekly.
Yes, weekly. He did that shit weekly. On the weekends? Was that a big proponent of it on the weekends? So if Brian Culver did this every single weekend, right? And at the same time, right? This is why basically geofencing is getting tossed, right?
Okay, and then you also state in your report that there's not enough detail in the AT&T CDRs to be specific enough to make any determination of Mr. Kohlberger's precise whereabouts, especially down to 100-meter accuracy.
Yeah, I'm speaking specifically to anybody being able to come into court and say they know that Brian Kohlberger's mobile device was inside the crime scene or on the property, and I will continue to stand by this. There is no evidence that surveillance or stalking-like behavior of somebody sitting at the house and watching for extended periods of time, there's no evidence of that in this case. None. I've been very clear with that from the beginning.
Okay, so where did that come from then? Where did that narrative get born from? If and in fact, because we always thought it got born from the fact that they've had the timing advance and they never gave it. And then they have to walk that kind of back because it's only going to be able to be seen if you have the timing advance records, right? So did they have to walk that back? But is it also consistent with Steve G saying all the things that he knew happened? Is it because they did have the timing advance records and they've had them the entire time with everything? But then they needed to bury them, right? Because, hey, we couldn't say that we used them because they know the timing advance records don't purport and show the path of travel that they put on the probable cause. And the timing advance makes that so fucking clear, right? And so that would be consistent with Steve G receiving that information way early on, right? And then hanging on to that and then using that in interviews. And that's where I've been blowing it up left and right saying, Jesus, Steve needs to really be quiet because he's outing the fact of these timing advance records and that they existed. And that's why you would put Steve G, in my opinion, on the fucking witness list. That's what I would be. Hey, if my job is to represent my clients to the best of my ability, is I think you can ask Steve G, in this interview, you make it clear that you say all these things about Brian doing this, that, and the other. Where'd you get that information from? Then I would like to remind you that you are under oath.
What is the actual date? Sir, go ahead, Ron.
So you've got evidence, and I did see that in your report, that he would drive around that route, similar route. So if he's doing that weekly, is it really that unusual or that much of a coincidence that he would have done that route happened to the night of the murders?
Also considering his disabilities too.
Could it just, I mean, does that?
The question here is what is his phone doing? Is the phone turning off when he's doing this shit? Is it turning back on? Is it, because that's what the report says. And I agree with Ron. He's like, well, I don't understand, Sai, if this is all about pattern of life, this is what Brian Kohlberger was doing. So do you think that Brian Kohlberger was creating a pattern of life like this? Because I thought you said that he doesn't know about pattern of life.
Speak to it potentially being more of a coincidence than necessarily some sort of planning or behavior.
Yeah, and
great question.
I get where you're coming from, and I will agree with you. When we isolate one piece of anything that I'm talking about, of course there's other alternatives.
Well, that's what we're asking you to isolate, because it has to stand alone. We're going off of your methodology, your own methodology, Sai. In that piece of evidence, what you're trying to say here is that he wants to answer it by saying, but yeah, but I went and took other things though to consider. And then I need to know what those things are so that we can understand the totality that you're speaking about. So that everybody watching can understand that. Because what we see you just described here was Brian Koberger's normal movements. And that you cannot say that he deviated from things that he did on a weekly basis. And this is why geofencing is not being accepted anymore, or you're going to have a hard time with it, and you should. Because just because you're in an area that, oh my God, put him in this. Right? Because now you want to know what I'm going to tell people? Hey, take your phones with you when you go and commit crimes. Well, Anna, why would you ever say that? Well, because they're writing in affidavits that, hey, they weren't near the crime, or they weren't inside the geofence, but we weren't expecting them to be, because that signifies somebody shutting off their phone. Think about this. Somebody shutting off their phone, and that's not, or their phone being turned off, or and that's them concealing their whereabouts. It's like you're damned if you can't have it both ways. You can't just go, hey, this is how we're going to be able to go get search warrants, because look at, I wasn't expecting this person to be inside the geofence. They're not inside the geofence. That means that they're trying to conceal themselves because we think that they did it, and their phone should be pinging in here. What? Yeah. And so they concealed their whereabouts. That's consistent with concealing your whereabouts. What? Think about this. You're telling this to the courts, and you're not telling them about that you have a connection with DNA. The court should look at you like you're absolutely nuts. Wait, what do you mean that they're not inside the geofence and they should be inside the geofence? They don't live over there. Well, they're not on anything. What? You don't know that yet. You get what I'm saying? Like, they're just not inside this geofence. Well, they don't live over there. Why would they be inside that geofence? Well, because we got this other evidence that shows this white car and blah, blah. You see all crazy shit? Basically, what they put together to get probable cause in this case was a conspiracy that was all a lie, though, because none of it added up the way that they say it adds up. So they can just say, hey, this phone wasn't in this geofence, and we think that they did it. Why? Why should it be there? Well, they don't live over there, do they? No, they live over here. Oh, okay. But they're not on any. They're not on any network, though. Okay. You know how many people aren't on the network right then and there? Why this person? Oh, because they drive a white car. Okay, well, you've already claimed the white car belonged to Jacob Tisdall. Yeah, but nobody's ever going to know about that report because, like, we're just going to gaslight that report. What?
Theories we can talk about. Of course, we can say, isn't it possible? Well, yeah, of course it's possible. But for me, it is hard for me to look at the totality. And that's a whole different thing. When we start getting in conspiracy theories, we have to eliminate the totality of all the other evidence we're seeing in this case.
Exactly. But we don't have to do that. The investigators did. And the investigators didn't eliminate anything in this case because they didn't even check up on what the fucking roommate said. They didn't check up on the victim's cell phones and where they were, did they answer any calls? Was the phone moving around? Fuck, what about goddamn Molly?
We know what it looks like when Brian Koberger's phone travels on Highway 270 east or west. So saying that it didn't happen that night is very easy to do. We know what it looks like when it travels just north of Highway 270. We know a route from his house that he would start to take in doing so. There's some consistency there before his phone is powered off. Well, it's really convenient that his phone is powered off during this specific time frame. It's really convenient that we know he is not in Moscow, or Pullman rather, during the time of the murder.
And how you know that is from the 448, right? And that's why you would 1000% suppress the records. You would attempt to try to do that first. And that's the play. And then if it doesn't work then you're still doing exactly what I'm saying, which is the evidence is consistent still with the fact that the murders happened up here at this time. 253, 250, 251, 2, right in that time frame. Consistent with a Banfield stop.
We know that because of the records on the phone itself. We know that from the point
that Jacob Tisdale completely lied about. And that where he was right before he stopped those Banfield people.
turns the phone off to the point that he turns the phone on, it is reasonable to believe at some point he had to pass through Moscow or very near to Moscow to get from point A to point B. So, if we isolate this one thing and say, hey, isn't it possible? You guys are 100% right. And we could do that all day long. But when we stack up everything together, the totality of it changes this conversation. And that's all I'm trying to say to you guys. That's all I'm trying to say to your listeners is it's very easy for us to get in my head, Brian Koberger isn't guilty, and I'm going to just latch onto anything I can find that confirms that.
That's not what I want to do here, though. I want to talk about the investigation from the beginning and why they went the certain routes that they did. That's what Ann Taylor wanted to know is what pushed you certain ways. So much so that, like, when you're interviewing somebody and they say something and their device is saying something different, or that you can show to us that based on what they said, that's what then led you to check on something and, okay, yep, that adds up. For example, where was Hunter Johnson? Where was Ethan's brother's phone? Where was Ethan Chapin that entire night? Where was his phone? Where was his Xana? You can't even get to the time of the crime because you don't even know when these fucking people arrived home.
Bias that I have, opposed to, hey, the fact of the matter is there is a significant amount of evidence that indicates Brian Koberger committed this murder. The way that law enforcement processed this case, the way that it was handled, decisions that were made by prosecutors and federal agents down to the local agent is very troubling. There is a lot of procedural issues that I feel this case could still come back. I don't know that we're done with this case. I think there will be a second bite at the apple. And, you want to talk about a miscarriage of justice. Let's just say for a second, I know there's people listening that can never wrap their head around this, but let's say for a second, Brian Koberger truly is the actual suspect. Mm-hmm. The idea that he could walk because of the sloppiness and these critical errors that were made by law enforcement should infuriate everybody.
See, that's the thing is that there was not sloppiness. That's not what would make him walk. It's the fucking intentional bad acts that would make him walk. Sloppiness wouldn't make him walk. Intentionally violating somebody's right to due process and violating somebody's rights for, I think you can stop with just period with that, but the amount of perjury that was committed in this case, that's not sloppy. That's bad acts.
Miscarriage of justice isn't just always convicting the wrong person. It's the idea that the right person walks. And if that doesn't bother you, that's a whole other issue.
That's something that's brought up a lot when you talk about when law enforcement conducts an investigation that violates, some of the constitutional limitations and so forth. Those instances probably far more often result in guilty people being free, avoiding the consequences because of the mistakes made by law enforcement that may violate the rights of people. And that's something I've had to have discussions with people over the years because it does seem unjust. But in the long run, those constitutional protections really do protect everyone who's innocent as well. And so, yeah, that's kind of, and so I get it from that. And it's a tough thing to deal with. I know, especially for people.
I get it. Let's not forget, I'm the cop who's saying, hey, cops, you can't do this, right? I get it. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
What do you mean you can't do this? I thought it was just sloppy work. There's a difference between you can't do something and this is sloppy work. What did they do? What did they intentionally do? Sloppy work to me is Jesus, like fucking, like Jacob Tisdale, what he did, not sloppy. Eric Warner and how he fucked me out of records, not sloppy. Sloppy, what's sloppy? Like someone just cutting a corner, someone just being like, Seraph, sloppy. Seraph writing up a report in the Karen Reed case and it being 3 sentences. What the fuck are you doing, dude? You know, laziness. This is intentional. These are intentional acts. This is not slop tart shit.
Absolutely. So from your perspective, you probably would in private with these cops who have not gone by the book and don't want to seem to skirt around the constitutional issues. I would expect you're pretty harsh on them in private because it might let somebody go free who committed a crime.
I'm pretty harsh on them in public. So yeah, in private I am too. And I want to make something clear. Yeah, I did release a book. I published a book, but I'll make it really clear. This book is not a tell-all to Brian Koberger. This book is not something most of your listeners would probably enjoy reading. The book is a methodology. It's an investigative methodology written for law enforcement, prosecutors, defense attorneys on how big cases, we're talking about 68 terabytes in this case, how digital evidence needs to be properly managed, how it needs to be legally obtained, how it needs to be properly analyzed, and how it needs to be collected in a manner that will uphold to the criminal justice system. That's what this book is about. It's not about Brian Koberger. I just use Brian Koberger in the book as an example of what happens when that isn't done, because it's not just a good example, it's the example of what a really screwed up investigation looks like.
But the methodologies, even if you had those in place, if you have bad actors, right? Doesn't matter the methodology, right? Yeah, good. Okay. So then my question would be here is, Sai, when did you start writing the book? When did you start writing this book? When did you start working on that? Hey, this needs to be implemented. Like, I know that you've been in a non-compete. You sold off that business. If you look at the dates here, you're getting involved with the Brian Koberger case in 2023, basically October. It's almost been a year since it happened. So were there other cases where you were seeing the FBI violate our rights?
Like when we don't account for the proper identification and analysis of a lot of critical evidence. And this case is a perfect thing. So I get where your listeners are coming from. I think I've made it very public and private of how I feel about the investigation itself here.
Yeah. I wanted something. I'm sorry. Did either of you have?
No, go ahead.
I want to go back because we moved past something. I want to go to something that does go more to your expertise of the cell phone data. And as we were talking about Dylan earlier, because the story that we're given about Dylan and Bethany is that after they saw the perpetrator at sometime between 4:30, they went to sleep and were essentially in the room of sleep until shortly before the 911 call was made. It seems, and I know in Chris Whitcomb's book, there was I saw a timeline that included, it was portions of the prosecution's timeline that included some information indicating that Dylan's phone, at least, I don't know if it's a phone or Apple Watch or something, but some device of Dylan's moved multiple times in the house during those 8 hours or so, and that she also was actually on her phone doing a number of things. Did you see that evidence?
So lots of things to break down there. Number one, I'm not
Yes or no? Did you see the evidence? I don't get it.
not aware of both of those girls seeing. So lots of things to break down there. Number one, I'm not aware of both of those girls seeing a suspect that night. I believe only one of them physically saw somebody. Both of them also did report hearing something, right? So the report.
No, Dylan said that she did not hear anything, unless you're talking about Dylan hearing Kaylee and the dog say, "Let's go to bed."
Reporting is consistent from both of them on hearing something that's happening, which obviously at this point we know is a murder. There is no doubt in this case that there was movement of one of these girls, and not only is there no doubt of the movement, there's no doubt of communications that occurred before that movement happened.
What he is saying there is there's no doubt that there is movement of one of these girls who he is saying is Dylan, because Dylan's telling us in her story that she's moving. Okay. And so think about the way that he's going about telling us this. Is there evidence of Dylan moving at 4:19 to 4:25? Think about it. Basically, what he doesn't want to say there is that, yeah, there's movement, but it's not the times that they're saying that than it needs to be. Think about that. Oh, I see what you just did there, Lana. Ready? If in order for Dylan's story to make sense at that time, getting up, get out of bed, okay? Her travel and her walking around and her doing all this shit with her phone, it has to be between 4:19 and 4:25. Guess what time it says on all that shit? It just says, I think it says 5 o'clock. What it's doing in this timeline is it's grouping instead of giving you an itemized line by line, you know, like we see in John O'Keefe and we see in Jenna McCabe. Yeah. That timeline that the prosecution put out, that's just saying 5 a.m. And it's given like a totality of what would have happened in the phone health data between 4 and 5, basically. And let me back up when I say that, or it could potentially be at 5 a.m. And so I think it's interesting how he goes about this answer to this question. And when I thought about it more and I broke it down more in my head last night around 2 a.m., I said, there's a problem. There's a problem. There's a problem with the time that the texting is saying that she's going to be moving up and down and the time of the actual movement. I don't think, did they coincide?
Happened. And is there no doubt of the movement? There's no doubt of communications that occurred before that movement happened. And I've got no reason to question why it was done, where she went, and why she went there. It's very clear. And, you know, when we start talking about ways that you can corroborate people's statements or you can actually lend a little bit more credibility, again, we're going to have to get into this conspiracy on top of everything else that is made up to frame. And why are we framing Brian Koberger of all people? But let's just assume we're still framing this conspiracy.
We're not framing anybody. We're not framing anybody. We want to know if the statements like your book says to do, you have a witness statement and you have to use other data points to corroborate it. I'm following your truth line, man. Come the fuck on.
Going to stick this on Brian Koberger.
Right.
The text messages that are sent between the two surviving victims in that house and the timing of those text messages, the content of those text messages, you have to put both of them clearly framed as part of this conspiracy. So now on top of all these other things you've been able to pull off to frame Brian Koberger, you now have to get them.
All you have to do here is the texting of this fucking shit. It's part of the staging, but it only needs to be by one person because Bethany is over here, not part of it. But she's engaging in a conversation that Dylan wants to have because of what Dylan decides to fucking say when she wants to say on the phone that she saw a man. No, I didn't hear that. But like, what are you talking about? Because how it should play out is that Dylan should have been calling Bethany. And she should have been calling all these other people in the house after she hears what she thought was Kaylee coming down, running, crying, screaming, whatever the fuck it was. And then she's out opening up her door, closing her door, opening her door, closing her door. I'm yelling out, I'm calling all these. That doesn't happen until after Bethany alerts supposedly Dylan. But she isn't alert. What is she alerting her with? I saw a flash. I heard a bang. I heard a firework boom go off. We don't get that, though, until later. She doesn't text her and say, what the fuck, did you hear that? Or why is Murphy barking? Or if you just wake up out of a dead sleep because you've passed out from drinking all fucking night, you can sleep through a lot of shit, man. When you're in college and you're drunk and you go to bed, are you kidding me? We don't hear about the firework until in the boom, until Mitch Noonan's camera. Bethany never says one time that she thought that she heard a boom. You want to know why that comes out? Because oh my God, did I hear the firework boom is a gun. And that's Bethany trying to think and trying to say, like, because she had seen everybody, right? And they're all fucked up. That, oh my God, what I heard was like a boom gun, blah, blah, blah. Why isn't that in any of the text messages? Bethany calls Dylan. Dylan does nothing. Nothing. I want to know what Dylan is doing between 3:51 and 4:19 and 6 seconds. What does the data show that Dylan is doing between 3:51? And are you aware that Dylan saved the contact at 3:51? Was she doing that with her ass while she was sleeping, Sai? Who is the person that she saved? Did you guys look into this person? Did you guys interview this person? Who is Brittany Ferdinand or whatever the fuck her name is? What is she? Why was Dylan even saving a contact at that hour when she's fucking hammered? Or better yet, when she's sleeping? Did you ever dial that phone and see if it actually, or run it through whatever to see if it actually, the number matches the name?
Like 100% involved in the giant conspiracy, and then completely change their pattern of life when the crime happens. Some of the text message, and I'm not going to go into details because I don't know what's been released. I don't know what isn't, and I refuse to stay caught up on this case of what the data dumps are happened when. My personal experience are the content of those text messages are two girls who are absolutely terrified for their life at that.
Terrified? What? Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm scared, bro. Come down here. Terrified. Well, you listen to all the interviews. The only person I think that you could pretend, I mean, nobody's acting terrified. Do you know the pattern of life that when something like this happens, normally they arm themselves with golf clubs and they go around the house looking for bad people? So if that's the normal pattern of life and that they would have called somebody, why didn't they do that right after with this situation? Does it not seem to you to seem that Dylan kept Bethany in her room? Because they normally arm themselves with golf clubs and go exploring. And they don't call boys over to do it. They can just do it on their own.
Moment. Do they make terrible decisions afterwards? 100%. Should we question those decisions? We should, because they are terrible decisions. But do I have any reason to believe that they faked it and that they intended to send text messages back and forth with certain content just to make it look like, the part of this conspiracy?
No, it's not that though. It wouldn't require they. It would require just one person that on the phone wanted to say, and if Dylan did say earlier, or she's like, what do you mean you heard a crash bang? Like, huh? Uh-oh, shit. Bethany heard this. What? No, I didn't hear what you're talking about. I mean, earlier I saw, I think I saw somebody with a ski mask on earlier. I don't know. And then they hang up the phone. Then she makes 2 phone calls, Dylan, and then she calls Bethany back only after making 2 phone calls and says that nobody's answering. What do you mean nobody's answering? You didn't call everybody. And they have more of a talk, but in between that, there's out of the blue, with nothing being said, and had to be over the phone, for Bethany to text Dylan and say, well, like, that Xana was wearing all black. This was like ski mask. Like, what?
I think that's a stretch for any logical person to make. But yes, there is.
But I think it's more than text messages between, because I know
There you go, Ron. I think it's more than just text messages. See, so Ron's like trying here.
there were text messages. There was actually phone activity that I saw on that, where Dylan was, and I think it was Dylan, was on various websites, including things like Indeed.com. And
Where Ron needed to go with this is like, no, what I'm talking about is actually the health data that shows the movements of the phone. What are these phones doing? How many steps are they taking? When are they going up flights of stairs? What's the elevation? Who was in charge of that in this investigation?
Job search stuff during in the hours between 4 and
I would caution anybody to judge any phone activity from the time the murders happened until the time 911 call is made until you're physically seeing that evidence. I think will be
perfect. Let's go before that. You said between the time that the murders happened, which you don't even know when that happened, but we'll go with what you're trying to say here is at 4:17 or 4:12. What is the phone activity with all these people from 2 a.m. to 4:12? That's never been answered to this day. I think it should be answered from midnight until what is the Wi-Fi? God damn it.
surprised that what you're describing is probably not the case. And let me remind you all of something really quick. The Karen Reed case.
What you're describing is probably not the case. And then listen, he goes into the Karen Reed case. And this is why I would have loved this.
There was kind of a case. And let me remind you all of something really quick. The Karen Reed case, there was kind of a mockery that happened in that case because everybody was convinced that a person involved in that case searched how long does it take
yes, but we're not, and that's, God, I just wish that Ron could have had that back. Scratch scratch the Googling or anything like that. I am talking about the actual steps in flights, period. Go.
In the snow at 2:30 something in the morning. And when the facts of the evidence actually came out in court, it was very clear that search happened at 6:30 in the morning. So I would caution people who are not trained, and just because I have a YouTube, and I'm not, I promise you guys, I'm not talking about the three of you right now, but just because I have a true crime podcast, that doesn't make me an expert in forensic digital evidence. So when I start hearing things like that and we start seeing things being circulated around, I would caution everybody from making any statements about what those two girls were doing on their phones until they see the physical evidence.
Yes. And I don't want to talk about what they were doing on their phones. I want to talk about the phone's physical movements. Just like they tracked John O'Keefe's, they weren't like asking and looking up what he was Googling. They looked up Waze. They saw what time he did the Waze. Okay. Then before that, they looked at, okay, here's these flights of stairs. Here's the steps, right? I want the health data. Where is it? And I am going to bet $1,000 that Cy has never seen it. And if he has, why wouldn't that be included in your analysis of knowing then what time the devices all stopped moving? And what time the devices potentially start moving because let's say that Ethan and Xana were having sex. So their phones are just hanging on the side right there. They're having sex. Their phones aren't moving, right? Well, they get done. And then one of them, like, even if you're just going to go to the bathroom, what do? They grab their phone, they go with it, that movement, those, 13 steps, what time? Every single little bit of movement.
And more importantly, they understand what that evidence means because we saw it on a national stage with Karen Reed. Some very smart people made a critical mistake that made that search history 4 hours different than it was reported.
What physical evidence have you seen that would help us wrap our head around what you're saying right now? Because the evidence that we're seeing is different.
The physical evidence that I feel very comfortable
Good job, Kristen.
with is the text message content, who they're calling at a critical time, who's answering and who's not answering. And then
are you referring up to the murders or following the murders or right around the time?
Right around the time of the murders. I'm going to say right after the murders because it's very consistent. If you read the text messages, it's very clear. And, and I will push back. I heard it on a previous guest that you guys had that, we don't really know when these crimes happened. And that is absolute nonsense.
He's gotten duped before. You need to read his book. I got duped before by a girl. She set up this whole thing and acted like she got ARD and blah, 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 blah. It's in his book. Okay.
That is a statement from somebody or somebody who's trying to either weave a story or just doesn't understand the evidence. This is a case where at 4 a.m., there's actually a lot of activity going on in that house. And we can look at history. And this is where pattern of life is so important. And I hope people are understanding when I start talking about pattern of life, why it's so important. We can see what normal behavioral patterns look like for everybody involved in this case. And then we can see some things happening that you can't ignore. You can't ignore the white car driving by the house.
Oh my God, that has nothing to do with the goddamn phones. Do you see how he just jumped into that? I am outraged right now. We were talking about pattern of life. How the fuck does the white car come in unless you are looking at 6 months worth of 1112 cam of every night between 3 and 4 a.m.? Did you do that?
Three times and then speeding away. We can't ignore hearing a dog bark. We can't ignore hearing certain things or seeing certain text messages. Like,
has he been threatened by Jesse James Bailey's gang? What the fuck?
There's clear something happens right around a few minute time period, and we see a dramatic change in pattern of life on all of the devices.
Okay, what time is that at? We see a dramatic change of pattern of life in all the devices. I call bullshit. And that's where I'm going to stop this, because I said this was going to probably be about like a 6 to 8 hour live. I have to stop because Bluebird, you can't afford the book. I'll buy you a copy. Listen.
All four of them. So, for us to sit here and say, well, we really don't know when the crime is. It could have been the next morning. It could have been as early as 1:30. That's absolute nonsense. That's somebody who's crafting a story that just doesn't match the evidence.
Can you describe what some of those patterns?
Maybe their phones all start doing something because somebody inside the house grabs their phones, starts using their phones for certain things.
Pattern of life changes were?
Yeah.
Somebody looking or accessing things they normally access right up to a very specific time frame, and then that phone never being used again. Matching text message content of somebody saying, oh my God, what's happening here, to that effect.
Wait, what? Dylan normally saves contacts in her phone at 3:51 a.m.
Who's crafting a story that just doesn't match the evidence.
Can you describe what some of those pattern of life changes were?
Great question.
Somebody looking or accessing things they normally access right up to a very specific time frame, and then that phone never being used again. Matching text message content of somebody saying, oh my God, what's happening here, to that effect. There's clearly a change where a lot of activity stops on 4 phones and there's an absolute panic on the other 2 phones. That's probably the best way that I can frame it.
Are you talking about text messages? Is that what you're referring to?
I'm talking about phone use entirely, whether you're browsing, you're doom scrolling or death scrolling through something, whether you're receiving food, whether you're eating food. There is a lot of evidence in this case of when this crime occurred.
He hasn't said one time about steps. Steps. What? How does he not say the word steps or flights of stairs? And I'm sorry, I got to push back a little bit on the queens here. How are you guys not asking that, man? We need steps. We need flights of stairs. This house has 3 fucking floors. To go downstairs and run right back upstairs, just so we're clear, I think that there could be a potentiality if you go up the first set of flight to go to the 3rd level, because there's that landing. I think some testing would need to be done to see if your iPhone and how it's going to register when you do test runs with that, to see what it comes back with. Because if we be so technical with the iPhone, you have to get 12 steps in order to hit, which will say then 1 flight. You can get that from going from the 1st floor to the 2nd floor. No problem. It's going to register that. Not a doubt in my mind. And just so we're clear, when you go down, it doesn't register that. It's only the elevation. That's everything that I've ever seen. And because it's it breaks up your steps when you're talking about the, when you're going from the 2nd to the 3rd. This does not get talked about at all. And all he mentions is eating food, delivering, scrolling, texting, not a single word about movement.
Do you think, sorry, hold on, Sam, I just have one more. Do you think it was normal for Dylan and Bethany to wait 8 hours to contact the police based on?
like, so do you think was it their normal pattern of history of life? Like on Sunday mornings, are they trying to make contact with their friends to kick it earlier than fucking midnight or 12? Scared, not scared. Think about it. What time are they normally trying to hook up and hang out with their friends, like to kick it? Like, dude, come on.
Anything that they had on their phones, their behavior.
Look at
Is there anything that would help justify why 8 hours was waited before they called law enforcement?
I think it was a terrible decision.
Wait. It's not a decision, though. Think about it. That's basically saying that they thought about it and they decided not to. And then this isn't a decision. They just didn't. They didn't think anything was wrong. So it's like, what? No. You guys right here, great question. Lana, was he talking like this ever? I didn't violate no fucking gag order. I would never put him in a situation. I was never like, hey, Cy, what the fuck? What the fuck is up, man? What you got? Hey, no. We talked about other cases. And it was like, why would I ever? I mean, I have integrity. I would never, I could pass information if I wanted along to him, just like anybody else, or email the defense if I wanted to with, hey, take a look at this. This is fucking crazy. And the only time that I really did that with him was after that whole hearing, when I thought that was inappropriate as fuck. And I sent a text to say, I cannot believe what I witnessed, and that's wrong. And I think that there's a case though that can help that. And I wanted him to know about the Shanna Gardner case with the Jose Baez and Diane Menashe case out of Florida with Mark Sonnendecker. But no, we never talked about the case like that. I would never. I have too much respect for myself. I have too much respect for Cy and just the process. So I know I was really looking forward to talking freely about this case and busting balls and giving him shit and in a friendly, obviously, way, and holding him to the fire with stuff. But again, in a friendly way, not in a, fuck you, Cy. No. And so that was something that it would have been authentic to hear and see, because it's like, oh my God, we finally get to talk about this it's been how long, you know what I mean? And probably since the day that, he said we were going to do this, I began prepping questions. So it's like, that's a long time. And not that it was that much out of like of a waste of time, but it was, I just know this case inside and out. And so it wouldn't be like I'm trying to get you, Cy, type of moment. It's when he gives an answer about something, it's going to immediately trigger my knowledge of the case with that portion of the case that I'm able to say, wait a second, hold on, blah, blah, blah. And so that's all.
Because I can tell you, that's one of the things that the three of us got into this case. A friend of mine had a channel. I watched it. I listened to it. And I don't think any of us could get logically past how anybody in college, drunk, not drunk, wearing blurry goggles, watching a show. I don't know realistically how somebody waits 8 hours to call 911.
And obviously
No, and Cy said that he would come on my show and everything like that. I simply said, if you're doing this show, that doesn't need to happen. Maybe after this fucking shit it does, but but no, I said, I made it perfectly clear that do the interview that you said you're going to do, but I'm not going to do this afterwards. No, there's no reason.
Cannot explain to you
But
why that may or may not occur.
I didn't make that decision last night or something. No, I told him that a while ago, and he knows. I said, they're doing the interview. I will use the interview and comment on it. But I know I know why he wanted to go on here. And I said, well, you can do all that and bash fucking Turvey and Chris Wickham and whatever the fuck else you want to do. You could do that after. You know what I mean? I want to talk about this case. And I know that I've done a lot to, I think, weather a ton of fucking storms that were coming his way throughout the entire case. And I know that I did that for him. And so, but I would never not stop doing that. I am who I am. I don't care, what you do. Hey, but Cy and Carrie, I'm telling you, are great people. And I bet you if you ask him, would he change even ever doing this interview? The answer is yes, only because I don't think that he should have done any interview. And that's what I told him. I said, I don't think you should be doing any interview. That's why I never pushed you on the topic of like, hey, when are you coming on my channel, motherfucker? Let's go. I knew that when his book was coming out, I knew all of this shit. It wasn't, to me, there's a criminal investigation. I don't want any part of that. Idaho is fucking nuts, man. These people in Idaho who have power, they're fucking crazy. They're absolutely out of their minds. So
why they did or did not do the things that they may have done during that time. I have no explanation for you. For me to say that that's evidence of them committing this crime, those two totally different things.
Agreed.
Do you think there's any flexibility with the time frame of when the crime was actually committed? Because isn't there some evidence out there that Ethan picked up a Snapchat call at 4:24 a.m.
and
after he was apparently deceased?
Again, I would encourage everybody on the timeline when it comes to device activity to make sure that they have the full data sets and they understand how these individual systems report and capture time. Mm-hmm. I do not believe any of the 4 devices were actively used after the proposed time frame of these murders. I think there's overwhelming evidence that supports, for lack of a better term, let's just say roughly a 15-minute. And I'm not saying it's 15 minutes. I'm saying roughly a 15-minute period. I think there is overwhelming evidence that that's when this crime was committed. And anybody who's telling you, oh, no, it could have been here, it could have been there, they have to eliminate so much other things that are happening at that time frame. It just doesn't make sense.
I want to see that. Because I may be agreeing with Cy. You know what I'm saying? I want to know, could this have started at when the dog starts going crazy at, 4:17? Could this have, like I said, if we're talking about Kaylee's on her phone blowing up her boyfriend, Kaylee's on her phone doing all these things, blowing up her boyfriend, and then, that stops. Does she then, from 2:52 to 4:15, whatever time you want to put on it, is she scrolling? Like, what is her phone doing from 2:53 to 4:15? How do Kaylee and Maddie's phones stop at the same exact fucking time at 2:53? But Maddie is calling Xana and Bethany. And Bethany doesn't answer. Why? Xana doesn't answer. Why? Is that normal? Was there text messages then after the fact? Because some people just aren't phone answers and they'll be like, what? What the fuck do you want, dude? I'm sleeping. I'm in my bed. What are you calling me for? You know what I mean? Is it normal, a pattern of history of life, for Maddie to call after making 3 consecutive phone calls to Jack Decor, which Jack Decor says does not happen ever, never once, and I've known her since high school. She's never done that before. Why then would Maddie call Jack D 3 times? Then after that, she calls not Dylan, not ever once, but she calls, Maddie calls Xana and Bethany. And is there a potentiality that those calls were because she was handed food off? Was there a potentiality that she needed something, that something was going on, and it involved Dylan and fucking Kaylee? I don't know. That it involved Dylan, period. That it involved what? Maybe it involves, she doesn't call Ethan either. What's up with that? And then poof, nothing. And I'm just going to go with my gut here. And what type did you, my gut tells me that this is not the part of the case that he did. And if I could have Carol Pennon's report and Kevin Pennon's report. And because they're the people that worked with the 67 devices, or they, had access to those because they were looking into certain things that were really, that they thought pertinent or could be deleted, stuff like that. And I would know this when I would be asking him things like, there's a multiple cell phone experts here in some capacity. What was your contact like with this person, with this person, with this person? And then, hey, even throw in the Brent Turveys of the world. What did you guys ever have a conversation while you were doing this case? And again, I do not need to know the material. I just need to know if it happened. Because I'll tell you this, in the Dan Moore case that I was a part of, Dr. Leo, who was a false confession expert for Dr. Moore, he didn't talk to Josiah Roloff, who was Dan Moore's digital forensic expert. None of these experts talked to each other that were experts for Dr. Moore in any capacity. So I'm just curious they just usually go through the attorney. And it would be the attorney would be directing you to those things if they want that to happen. So I don't know. That's my experience of learning that. This is the first time that he's ever worked for the defense. So think about that too. He's never been a witness like this in a case that would be this magnitude for a defense attorney.
Makes sense.
And does having the crime end at that particular time, is part of that because it lines up with the car that's leaving? And so if that car that was leaving wasn't the person that actually committed the crime, that maybe there's some flexibility with when that crime occurred?
Well, again, the totality.
Why did the police lie about who left at 4:24 and some change when they labeled it and gave it to the girl who was petting her cat, but she was really at work? How about that lie by law enforcement? Do you have any idea what I'm talking about? And he's going to say, no, I have no clue what you're talking about. And I'm going to say, well, didn't you review all the police reports? Isn't that part of your job that you put down, that everything that you viewed? And he's going to say Atlanta. And I'm going to say, but let me tell you this. I would have been highlighting certain reports to say, look at this. And now I want you to consider something. Why would law enforcement go out of their way to make up a fucking story about a girl in a fucking SUV that never took place? Why would that be important to label that SUV leaving at 4:24 and some change, belonging to a female who's at work working a 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. shift? Did you ever go and get her work card? Did she clock out? No. I have no idea what you're talking about, Lana. Thank you.
We see that car pass the house multiple times. We see it try to park in front of the house. We then see that car pass the house in a manner that it's going down a dead-end road. And the only way for that car to come back out of that neighborhood is past the camera again. And all of this activity that is indicative of something happening.
But nobody can label the car that's leaving technically. We're going to be super technical here. Is the car that came, if you want to be technical, right? Also, that car has never once been identified by even the FBI. The identification came from the Ridge Road camera. And the Ridge Road camera matches vehicles that were right by at 401. Those match the vehicles that are outside their identity, and it matches then the South Main Street camera, the 1311 camera, with the plates being missing, but they're not just the front plates, they're also the back plates. And it's consistent with somebody concealing who they are entirely, not just their front plate.
Inside the house.
How about the blooming light on the 1112 cam? No other surveillance camera illuminates a light like that. Do you think that is there any evidence of evidence tampering? Can we get into that? Because that's what Becker is insinuating in his report a little bit.
is between the last time we see the car going down that dead-end road that could potentially park somewhere down that road to the time that that car is leaving. And we also see a dramatic difference in what that car is doing. The first 3 times, it's slow travel. Somebody's trying to park. They do a very poor job of parallel parking. They do a 3-point turn in an intersection. There's no exigency. There's no reason to hurry. Mm-hmm. After this time period, we see what appears to be that same white car flee the neighborhood at a high rate of speed. We can actually hear the wheels squealing as it goes around corners. You know,
what? What is he talking about?
Again,
we can hear the wheels squealing, right? I thought what we can hear is
we can sit here and create conspiracy theories, but the bigger conspiracy theory is, what if law enforcement never looked at a white car, right? That's the bigger conspiracy theory. They looked at a white car. What did they find? Well, evidence before they knew Brian Koberger, or the fact that Brian Koberger owned.
This is where I lost because I said, no, they looked at that car, but then guess who claimed it on 11/15? Tisdall. And guess what the 1112 camera proves? That the only car that could be Tisdall in making those loops is that car. Because no other cars are making loops like that. That Tisdall describes in his report as saying what he did every single time he was patrolling the area. And that is a fucking pow. And that's on page 10, that's report 10 of the MPD 314 reports. That's number 10. And I just don't think that that he investigated it from the standpoint and from the beginning. And that's normal. Because he's brought in as an expert for something that wasn't this, right?
They came up with, this is a Hyundai Elantra, you know, and that's another piece that I think.
Who came up with it? That's a Hyundai Elantra. Nobody came up with that car as being a Hyundai Elantra. God damn it, Cy. What the fuck are you talking about? The feds didn't even say that. That's why we need to ask ourselves where the fuck that's coming from, because no methodology was used at all to try to figure out what type of car it was. No measurements, no nothing. And there's no reports. There's reports of FBI people eyeing shit. Like, dude. All right, that's going to call it a day here. 7 hours and 17 minutes. Holy shit. Woo! There's also a car, yep, and the car is circling while BK is still in Pullman. What white car shows up as early as 2 a.m.? Exactly. Yep. As early as 2 a.m. And guess who that is? The undercovers, right? It's just Osai is watching mainstream media. This brings us to the halfway point. This is 1 hour and 49 minutes. They did a 3 hour and 28 minute, 3 hours and 29 minute live. Okay. So this takes us right here to this halfway point. And look at their faces. Look at Kristen. Look at Sam. Look at Ron. Look at Cy. Let's get another good stop here.
People will have a hard time explaining it. I don't even want to get in the conversation of fog lights right now.
Fog lights.
Enforcement knew that the vehicle that drove by the house that night around this critical time period that fled at a high rate of speed right after we believe somebody inside saw a suspect who potentially committed these crimes.
What it looks like is somebody dropped somebody off. This is what it looks like to me. It looks like somebody dropped somebody off, picked somebody up. They were going to park and they went in and got somebody and then they left. Oh, fuck, my phone's going to die. And it looks like somebody came back in that 429 Explorer and parked there. Which is consistent, I think, with the data. That's what I think. So again, guys, you guys are troopers hanging out here. Everyone's like, wow, I just completed a Friday, 10 to 5 with Lana. You guys rock. I want to go up and thank Jess, gifted 1 Truth and Transparency membership. Blued Eyed Butterfly. We will be heard. I didn't even get to talk about my Ewu shit. I might have to come live tonight to do that because it's just so good. Fuck yeah, Lana. Fuck yeah. Katie's on the case. Love the name. I just love that name. Katie's on the case. Layla got me on my knees. Layla. Bill Thompson's favorite hit there. Hell yeah, girl. Layla Stevens all over that. Little Miss Jane. What's good, girl? I know you're probably flying off the handle over there, and I think you're overseas. Are you in Ireland, girl? Freebird again. Thank you so much. Just want to say thank you, Lana, for all you do. Freebird, you rock. Again, give so much credit to these 4 people. Okay. I just would have never done this interview if I was Sai. No offense to like them. I just wouldn't have interviewed with anybody, period. Just no way. I've been following the Lego scandal since that next to my home. I have no idea what the Lego scandal is. Maybe I need to look at it. And what people seem to be most shocked by is PD getting caught blatantly lying about redactions in body cam initially released. Wow. Really? That's interesting to me now. John H. Bryan is stepping in to help out in Bricks and Mini Flagsgate. I'm gaining faith that the ongoing issue of PD lying about redactions could end up becoming something that goes to, yeah, because they are. These people are hiding their reports. These people are hiding stuff when they know that it shows them in bad light. Like, I don't know. Make yourself known, y'all. Allie Tally, thank you so much. Make yourself known, y'all. It's free. How many likes do we have? In and out all day. I really appreciate and respect you noticing the positive things he said. It both humbles me and encourages me. Member for 35 months. William with the 35 months. What's up, William? Thank you, buddy, for laying down the law with the wrench. Laura. What is good, Laura? Laura says, thank you, Lana, for everything you do. You're worth $1 million. Million. I like that. 1 in a million, baby. Laura, thank you for sitting here through this. It's been a long day. I would never be able to sit here and talk about something that I had no knowledge of. I'll tell you that. I don't know how people talk about shit that they truly do not know. It blows my mind. Sleuther 75, she gave away 10 Truth and Transparency memberships. You're a rock star. You're always paying it forward for other people. Thank you, girl Sleuther there. Is that Ann DRP? You down with OPP? Ann DRP, yeah. You know me. Thank you so much for supporting. Jay. Go Lana. Thank you. Go you. Go Jay. Young Black Economist. What's up, girl? Damn. Running that number up. 20 months, baby. At first, I didn't realize what you were saying, and then I realized what you were saying after I took it down last time. Donna. Oh, yeah. Sai said Brian was #1 suspect before the IGG was ever even done. He didn't say #1, Stunna. He just said he was on the radar because in a report. So when exactly did Payne first hear his name? Yeah. Well, I think Sai's mistaken. He's believing you guys. He's law enforcement, man. Do you know how hard it is for people that are in law enforcement that are the do-gooders, right? The do right. You know how hard it is to ever possibly get your head wrapped around the fact that people would behave in nefarious ways that are law enforcement in that type of power position. So I can get that, to a point though, because I'm sorry, but like, for example, if I was a teacher and I saw some shit, you know what I mean? Like, I'm going to protect a teacher. The fuck out of here. Why? Because I'm just a teacher too? No. Moto Man, Cyray didn't do himself any favors. He talks out of each side of his mouth. Fucking hypocrite, says Moto Man. You know, I can't disagree. I can't disagree with it because I see it with my own eyes. I read the book. I read this case. Yes, Cy obviously has seen stuff that we haven't seen, but I've seen stuff and we've seen stuff that he hasn't seen. And so I just want to fight back on that totality standpoint and really narrow it down and to understand what it is that you're truly basing your shit on. Because the overwhelming word, that doesn't mean shit for me, man. It's not going to do anything for me. It's not an orgasm over here. And it never will be. Freebird! Lana, when you go to court, I can sit there with a name tag. Tina with what the fuck tradition services. That way you can get it. Judge, can I consult with Tina for what the fuck tradition services? A girl can dream. That's funny as fuck. Tina's a slam. Lana, you rock, girl. From a lurker with much admiration for you for years. Thank you so much. Leona? I like that name. Leona with the ones and twos. Yeah. Karen D. Lana is the GOAT. I appreciate you so much. I appreciate you being here, Karen. You're always a ride or die. Do you think it would help? Yes. We could talk about as soon as I put out the transcripts and stuff like that with the Sheldon stuff, absolutely. Hey, I'm always the type that's more eyes are better than less eyes. But look at your girl here. $999.99. Black Cat and Jam. I'm so late, but this lying fuck needs to be taken down a couple of notches. Jesus Christ. I didn't even read that part. You know, I'm so happy to see that by the comments that everyone felt like I did last night. Jesus. Lynn, I've been waiting for your live chat at this. Now I can see why Cyray chose not you. Like I told you guys, it wasn't that. He wanted to go and literally, as you can see in the interview, he took umbrage with what Turvey was saying and Chris Wickham and the other guy, Chris. He was like, what the fuck? Where are you? What are you doing? Basically, and I'm over here like, oh my God, what the fuck is going on? Why even say anything? Even if you think it, why? Because what are we going to expect now? I mean, is Turvey going to come out and after hearing Cyray, does he have something to say? I mean, I don't even know if he's seen it, but it's not, my platform isn't for, hey, I want you to come on. I just want to talk about the case, man. I want to talk about even some stuff with the case with like, you know, stuff that you wouldn't even think about. You know, flying into Moscow, you don't fly into Moscow. Did you fly into Pullman or did you fly into Spokane? You know, when you got called to testify at the last minute in May, that was at the same time that you had to then immediately jet out of there and fly to Nashville. And, you know, all that shit, right? Like, that's nuts. Black Cat and Jam, 10 Truth and Transparency memberships. And it was so hard to sit back here and not be able to ask you any questions about anything and not want to fucking talk about the case. And I wanted to ask him questions at the end to say, okay, you've always been a prosecution witness, right? And it's because you've been a cop before you became into the role of being an expert. But when you were a cop, you know, you're part of it, right? And so you kind of have that, like, I could see where they were going with this thing, you know? Would cases benefit from immediately when like a homicide like this or homicides like this occur, how a prosecutor is on the case? Is it something that we could see eventually down the road that the public defender's office is also notified and they are there to make sure that, you know, X, Y, and Z is happening, because there's eventually going to be a defendant. And so if all of this is about preventative from like our rights being violated, blah, blah, why are we waiting so long for a defendant to be kind of represented when we just want somebody to make sure that the procedures are being, we want somebody overseeing what's going on in an open and an open and active investigation into homicides that happen in this country. Is that like, what is your thought on that? I want to know his opinion on, since he is in the defense chair for the first time representing, does he understand that Ann Taylor doesn't have to turn, you don't have to turn over everything, right? You have to turn over anything. And so some of the things that I think that you were covering here today, and when we continue to cover this tomorrow, I question, like, you mentioned client attorney privilege a couple different times. Why isn't some of the stuff that you covered here, how could it not fall into that category? And then let's just call a spade a spade. If you were a juror in this case, and obviously I know how you feel that obviously if stuff is inadmissible, right? This is a no-brainer. I don't even know if it can go to trial, period, right? That you'd be having to vote not guilty. Are you true? So you can you put yourself in a position as a juror and in a deliberating room, right? Or would you have had to excuse yourself because of your bias were going to be that affected that you couldn't be an impartial juror? What pretrial publicity were you subject to before October of 2023? Because think about it. That's all there was pretrial publicity, and it was not good for Brian. So these are the kind of questions where it was like, the only thing that you could have, were you ever on YouTube prior to taking this case and watching any of the productions to do with this case in a impartial way? Or was it all mainstream media that you were getting anything from? And then you get that call from Tom, and isn't it like a one of those moments where it's like, these fuckers from the FBI have been doing this shit for years with Cast, and they've been trying to railroad people. Would you not consider this a railroading of Brian Koberger when you're trying to bolster evidence against Brian Koberger that does not exist? And at first, that's what I thought it was, until you see the level of, wow, we're taking away towers, we're changing coverage areas, we're lying about plain and simple right and left hand turns. Are you got to be kidding me? Doesn't it ever come across your mind where it's like, these people did this stuff because there wasn't an ounce of, I'm going to get in trouble for this, or I don't care what it takes, you're going to do this and we're protected type of thing? Did you ever feel that way? Because why would Ashley Jennings literally even motion for the motion limine and subject herself to the literally ass railing that she should have taken? But instead, she's more, what ends up happening here is that, wow, the media gets to run with your conspiracy theorists. Brian's prejudiced. They're going into a trial now. And the one person that's out there that the media can kind of think like, wow, well, what's Cy Ray going to do for Brian Koberger here? Well, I look at it as like, Tom Slavinsky could do this without you, right? He wanted you just to peer review it, right? So, the reason that Cy Ray is saying that the fog lights don't matter, guys, and talking about a vehicle at 302 is because it's not Brian Koberger's car. Okay. It doesn't matter. No car traveled that way. That's consistent with Brian Kohlberger could not be that car at 302 because of where his car was at 254. Okay. So that's why he's saying, I don't want to hear anything about that fog lights, blah, 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 with that. Like, just who cares about that? Because this is why it doesn't matter. But how I would be explaining it to Sai is that no, Sai, what I think you're missing here is that talk about convenience, though. When you want to talk about somebody being set up on that night, what are the odds that a car on the night that Brian Kohlberger is going to go commit 4 fucking homicides or go to there to commit 1 and end up committing 4, there would be a car traveling that is not his at the same time to go there? That's not odd. What are the odds that there would be multiple cars that were the same type, make and model, similarities that were really strong, circling like sharks, not just around the house, but in that area without front license plates? Not just his, that would be a Pennsylvania plate. There's 21 states that don't have front license plates. You're in 2 college towns. Are you fucking kidding me? These kids come from all over to go to school. That's what you do in college. You go from other places, okay? Not to mention rental vehicles that have other cities and state license plates on them. So, yeah. You guys think Ann Taylor was watching that last night? You think Ann Taylor's watching this right now? She ain't never watched no 7.5 hours or something. I'd hope Ann Taylor has better things to do than that. Friday she should be getting tipsy. Lana, how would the events that weekend influx of people being there affect lots of ways? I think you would have to account for all of that. That there was 2 home football games for both schools. I think you have to ask yourself, how does Simon Garfunkel, that lives right in the back of the house there, how does he know about a 4:17 exact time of the camera? That, Danny Vargas just happens to land, just like she happens to land that 11/29 2022 surveillance camera from Indian Hills Trails. Give me a break. Danny Vargas is a big key to this. Lana, you've nearly made it to Dylan 8 hours. Imagine this whole time. I'm just sitting in this room. Yeah. No one called 911. What do you think it would smell like, Sai? You've gone to some pretty crazy scenes. And if someone is driving to commit a crime, well, we didn't even get to the part where he's talking about wrapping up the car like Dexter. And I'm like, holy fucking shit. Do you understand the things that you were saying to make it so it could be Brian Kohlberger? I'm over here saying if Brian Kohlberger did it, he didn't use that vehicle. And that's something that Ruth Ballard talks about in her report. And I just love the way that Ruth Ballard did her report. She did such an eloquent job with it. Like, talk about being able to understand for the jury. Don't know who Ruth is, never met her, but the way that she presented her report and the way that Matt Nadal made his report, just Ruth, Barb. I mean, these people did a phenomenal job. No one is reading these 16 expert reports and saying, oh my God, this is a slam dunk. And there's so much overwhelming evidence against Brian Kohlberger. No, it's like, oh my God, you guys didn't investigate shit. And you guys can't explain away this DNA evidence. And nor did you try before you ever knew the name Brian Kohlberger. You had not a care in the world who the fucking blood belonged to. Explain that to me. That's what tells me that they already knew something, because they did nothing to try to bolster their case against them. They were all afraid to do anything because of what it would lead to. That's what it shows me. And it's so obvious. It's so fucking obvious. It's so fucking obvious. It's not a conspiracy theory. I'm just saying law enforcement knew what the fuck to stay away from and didn't bother fucking doing anything with it, with really important parts of the case. So, how much of the shit do you think that Sai says he believes? Great live. If Anne is watching, I'll eat my hat. I should just call her up on the phone. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going to call Ann Taylor and ask her if she has any comments for Cy Ray's interview. Thank you. Somebody sent me a thumbnail, and it's Brian Kober with 4 teardrops. Thank you. Appreciate that. I love Dexter. And for Cy to say that he thinks that this is not over and that they're going to take another bite at the apple, that's even more of a reason for me that I can't believe that he did this interview. Not with just because it's them or something. Period. Don't be talking to me. Don't be talking to anybody. I think that he owes that to Brian Koberger and his, his position with being an expert witness. Like, I just think that there was a huge problem with this interview because of that. If that's truly what he thinks. And I told you guys, and he does, he thinks that Brian Kober is going to make a move. And I'm telling you, I believe in the way that this all played out, that 1000% Brian Kober is making a move, and he's making a move with Ann Taylor, I believe strategically. And he's making this move though. Do I think that Ann Taylor will be able to represent him? Don't know about that. But Ann Taylor made a very interesting claim before she kind of just like threw up her hands. And then the new what is it? Hunter versus the United States. That new ruling, holy shit. Could Brian Kober not ask for a better fucking ruling? But who in the end is going to pay the ultimate price? These families. Because whether Brian did it, Brian didn't do it, these families and what they're going to be put through just for the rest of their lives. And Bill Thompson did that. Bill Thompson did that. And he did it from the start because it was all Bill Thompson's choices to go and use IGG and to do it not by the book, not do search warrants, Bill Thompson made every fucking decision in this case, and it needs to be put on his fucking shoulders. And anybody that moves that buck is an idiot. He screwed these families and these victims from day one. And he had the balls to come out and parade around on November 28th, 29th, and 30th and do fucking interviews. You've got to be kidding me, telling people that I would send my kids back to school if they knew what I knew. What the fuck did you know, Bill? Oh, that's right. It's on that same day, 11/29. Everybody can get bent. Everything circles around this 11/29 date. Everything. He is sick. That man is foul. I can only imagine the shit that he's been pulling in that town for the amount of years that he's been over there. And I'm curious if Bill Thompson has round-the-clock security. I mean, whoa. Thanks, Lana, for your hard work helping us to understand. Yeah, well, again, I just can't thank you guys enough. You guys can go anywhere to get information. You guys choose to come here. And I just value that you want the documents. You know, like I said, everybody that's been talking about this case and it's been keeping it, you know, being talked about and trending. I mean, shit, Netflix is going to be doing a documentary here at the end of the month. You should go back and see the photos. If you pay attention to what people look like in their interviews, if you take a look at what they look like, you can see how far back they're taking certain interviews and when this truly began. Netflix bought this a long time ago. I think Joel should do an interview. Joel is the guy that produced this, that's coming out, called The College Nightmare. I think that's the name of it.
Matches Brian Koberger's vehicle perfectly, to the point that they actually put in reports and a bolo, hey, we're looking for a white Honda Elantra.
Yeah, and they put him out there, what you should be asking for, and wondering is, at that point in time when they did that, the FBI is telling them, we cannot make any identifications from these videos that you're giving us, except on November 23rd, when the mysterious, oh, here, use this Ridge Road camera one at 401. Why?
That's a really hard thing to get over.
My question is that where you're getting that's the time the crime ended, is because you're lining it up with that piece of evidence solely being that car?
I'm lining up that we are fortunate.
Great job, Sam.
In today's world to have a lot of video cameras around. And when we take the video camera evidence and we look at what we see over the course of that night, and then we take text message activity, and we take food delivery, and we take when people are coming home, and we take statements about when
nobody, wait, do you understand that nobody knows when Xana and Ethan came home? He could be the first person to tell us what time that was.
people heard different things inside of the house. And then we take audio clips that were captured from outside of the house. And we look at, let's just say, a 12-hour period of when this crime could occur.
Well, 12 hours. Wow. Okay. I was going to say 8, but we'll go with 12.
This is really important.
12 to 12. I'll go with that. Let's go. 12 to 12. Interesting.
All of those things come together at a 15-minute window. All of them.
No, it doesn't, but that's fine. I would love to challenge him on that. Give me the same material that you saw, and I'll give you the material that I have.
And it's really hard for me to look at that evidence as an investigator and logically say, this isn't the time, right? And we also have a independent third party with nothing to gain, nothing to lose, who actually makes contact with one of the residents of this house minutes before this whole thing goes down. And there's no reason to believe anything has happened inside of the house at that time. So we get very fortunate with another piece of evidence that actually says, hey, around 4 a.m., everything's probably all right inside of that house.
Wait a second. What? No. You're saying that you think Dylan came in contact with the person right before it happened? Dylan is saying she came in contact with the person as they're leaving. Oh my God. I got to listen to that again.
Who actually makes contact with one of the residents of this 15-minute window, all of them. And it's really hard for me to look at that evidence as an investigator and logically say, this isn't the time, right? And we also have a independent third party with nothing to gain, nothing to lose, who actually makes contact with one of the residents of this house minutes before this whole thing goes down. And there's no reason to believe anything has happened inside of the house at that time. So we get very fortunate with another piece of evidence that actually says, hey, around 4 a.m., everything's probably all right inside of that house. So
who are you talking? Who are you? Wait, are you referring to Molly McMichael? Molly McMichael didn't. Whoa, wait a second. Who was the person right at 4 o'clock that made contact with who? Wait a second. What? Holy shit. You know what? There was, I will say this, during yesterday's live, you believe it or not, guys, I did not just watch this thing straight through. I was doing a couple things. Can you imagine? And I was motherfucking Ewu, motherfucking Jennifer Drake's attorneys. And then I came back. I had to have missed this. There is no way I heard this live because you guys can see my reaction right here. This is Tina with What the Fuck Translation Services. What he is saying right here is that a third party, no bones and shit, right before 4 a.m. came in contact with who to say everything was fine at the house? Are you referring to Molly talking about somebody going up and down in the house? Like a roller coaster? Like the hydraulics? Like, I'm dead. This is a great place to end.
So, contact with one of the residents as an investigator in a window, all of them. And it's really hard for me to look at that evidence as an investigator and logically say, this isn't the time, right? And we also have a independent third party with nothing to gain, nothing to lose, who actually makes contact with one of the residents of this house minutes before this whole thing goes down. And there's
What the fuck? What the fuck are you talking about? It's not Molly. Molly doesn't make contact with anybody. Unless Molly was put into a fucking room at the FBI office and Molly was like, okay, guys, fine. I was in the back of the courtyard and we were just taking it to the face. And then I did some fucking, I don't even know. And we were just conjuring it up, man. This is legit Tina with What the Fuck Transition Services. You guys, what the hell are we talking about here? Molly never says that she comes in contact with anybody. Nobody has ever come forward, this third party, to ever once say that they made contact with anybody at the house and everything was fine. Who is this? Molly didn't interact with any roommates. None. These are the type of statements that, okay, now I have to say, now, again, ready? What do Ron, Samantha, and Kristen say about this, though? I'd have been like, hey, Sai, what did you just say?
no reason to believe anything has happened inside of the house at that time. So we get very fortunate with another piece of evidence that actually says, hey, around 4 a.m., everything's probably all right inside of that house. So yeah, I want to be really clear. Again, it's the total.
At 4 a.m., everything's probably all right inside that house because somebody made contact with somebody. And what are you guys saying about this? And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? Who's a third party that made contact with somebody in that side of that house? And that, oh my God. Did everybody come to the door and everybody's fine? Like, what are you talking about?
It's when you stack all these things on top and then say, well, it's not around that 15-minute window shortly after 4 a.m. You have to ignore an overwhelming amount of evidence to make that statement.
No, you just made up evidence. That's what you just made up evidence. Look at these people. What? Look at Kristen. Look at Kristen's face. She's like, are you shitting?
Okay, we're gonna get some.
Okay. Okay, we're gonna go. What? She thinks it's Molly, I think.
You have to ignore an overwhelming amount of evidence to make that statement.
Okay, we're gonna get to Molly McMichaels. I don't want to lose my train of thought, but we're gonna get to her because her credibility is a little sketchy. But it sounds like.
Wait a second. She just wants to go to Molly McMichaels. She's not saying, hey, that's Molly. She's like, okay, guys, we're gonna get to Molly. But I need to ask you, this is what I need to ask Kristen here. Maybe I should just call her up and say, Kristen, I have to ask you a question. May I ask you a question? What the fuck? Hold on. I just have to call. I just have to call. Oh. Hold on one second. Oh. Fuck yeah. God damn it. She's probably in fucking trial or some shit, dealing with some scumbag fucking divorce attorneys and shit. I just need to know, when Cyree said that there was a third party, who did you think he was talking about?
Like everything you're just describing right now is all circumstantial evidence. We cannot affirmatively put him in the house, right? We cannot affirmatively put him in that car. We cannot affirmatively, absolutely, beyond a reasonable doubt, say that was his car. And there are a lot of issues with that car that I think are worthy of conversation and investigation. The problem is, you know, you keep saying that there's this overwhelming evidence, and I do believe that you know there is.
Okay. We're going to stop there, guys. I think that's the best boom to stop at. Go ahead in the chat and in the comment section of this video, please tell me who is this third party independent. I gotta know. I gotta know who you guys think. I gotta go. The Gonsalveses did say something, and I knew that they would. They are saying that let's talk about Cyree. He was actually an expert defense witness, and he let the cat out of the bag. A few of my favorite statements, 10 out of 10 juries would have found BK guilty. Quote unquote, Dylan is a victim. Quote unquote, Ethan did not have a fistful of hair. Quote unquote, there was no cleanup. Quote unquote, BK had been by the house at least once a week. Hashtag truth, hashtag smart people, hashtag Gonsalves army of love. Well, the things I could say right now about that. And I told the G's, hey, you might want to actually listen to what Cyree has to say. You might want to get him on your team, but I don't know if you can because of this potential conflict of interest. Don't know. Who is this mysterious third fucking party? Again, that is not what he said. I know. I know. But you know what? I could see, though, why they fucking said it. And kudos to the Gonsalveses for saying it because fucking A. The report doesn't match the interview. The book doesn't match the interview. The book doesn't match the report. And everybody in this case was fucking amazing. Have a good night. See you on the next one.